Very good morning and welcome to the Niranjan Shah Stadium in Rajkot for the start of play on day 3 of the third test match between India and England. And if we have even half of the action and excitement, exhilaration that we had on day 2, then we're in for an absolute treat, with England resuming on 207 for 2. They are still a long way behind India, let's not forget that. There's another 238 runs to go before they take the lead in this test match, but with Ben Duckett at the crease, anything seems possible. He will resume this morning on 133 in the company of Joe Root on 9. Just a reminder of the match situation: India bowled out for 445 in what looked like a very conventional test innings. It was made to look even more conventional by the unusualness of the England reply, in which they lost Zach Crawley for 15 and Ollie Pope for 39. But Ben Duckett, with his array of shots, unusual and inspired, has seen England score at a remarkable 5 runs and over 5 runs and over. Absolutely remarkable. And of course the news that Ravichandran Ashwin will take no further part in the test match. He's attending to his mother, who is unwell. A family emergency, it was described as initially. So he is out of the test match, and as far as we are aware, and indeed according to the match regulations, the laws of the game, he can't be replaced. It's not like a concussion substitute. It's not. There's no such thing as a compassion substitute, which seems a little out of sync with the times. Anyway, all of that will be discussed through the course of the day, no doubt, and it's my great pleasure to say good morning for the first time to David Bumble-Lloyd.
Good morning. The thing about that is, with Ashwin, if we've not got the news yet, surely he should have a substitute for a family emergency, and he's not going to take any further part. I should think the match referee, who is Jeff Crow, representing the ICC, would have been in touch with the ICC and putting that question to them. I suppose we'll find out this morning, very quickly, very soon, but you know, there's got to be compassion, there's got to be common sense, and I would expect England to say that we don't have a problem with it at all. It is nothing to do with England, but I'm sure that Ben Stokes and the team and the management would say that's fine. It's a family matter.
Yeah, you would have thought so. Just before the start of play, let's hear from Zach Crawley, who had the best seat in the house for a brief while, watching Ben Duckett yesterday. He was talking earlier to Cameron Ponsonby.
It was unbelievable. I mean, it was one of the best knocks I've seen. He just completely backed his way he always plays, and it came off in an unbelievable way. It was just, you know, dismantled him, and it was, hopefully he can go again today. But even if he doesn't, it will still be remembered by me as one of the best knocks I've seen in these conditions or anywhere, to be honest. It was fantastic.
There was a remarkable statistic, and I hope I get this right, that between you and Duckett, you've shared 450 stands this series already. That is the number of 50 stands that any opposing teams combined have scored against India in the last 5 years. What is it about batting together that kind of brings out the best in each other?
It's a good question. We get asked this a lot, but I think it's just the fact that Ducky's such a good player. You know, he certainly leads that partnership. We're very, very different players. Like, they've got to bowl quite different areas to us, and we're both very aggressive. So if it comes off, I suppose we can get off to good starts. But you know, it's very easy batting with Duckett. He goes after them and takes a lot of pressure off me, and hopefully long may it continue.
So that was Zach Crawley, and yes, he enjoyed watching. I think he enjoyed being so heavily outscored. In that opening partnership of 89, he made just 15. So there's, at this stage, no sign of there's no news at all of a playing substitute for R. Ashwin. Devdutt Padikkal is on the field as substitute, so Rohit Sharma has got his work cut out for him without R. Ashwin, taker of 500 test wickets. He's going to take no further part in the test match, and that reduces him to just 2 frontline spinners. Well, it's better than 1, I suppose. 2 slips and a gully. Jasprit Bumrah to bowl the first delivery of day 3 round the wicket to Ben Duckett, and it's full and wide, and he just pushes the bat at it, and it hits the middle of the bat, but his feet didn't move at all. It was full and wide, and he just almost had to stretch to reach that.
Got to stop on day one, but after that wonderful innings yesterday, you just want to keep going. It's a good start though on day two, that you just look at the board and I'm 133 not out. It's a good start.
It intrigues me that he plays at so many deliveries, almost everything. Here is Bumrah once again, and he does have to play at this one. It's back of a length just on the line of off stump, and he pushes it away behind square on the offside. That first ball of the day, Bumble, it surely, as an opening batsman, I would have thought your instinct would be just to leave it alone. It's a 1.5 foot outside off stump.
Well, in old money, it was get a sighter, just to get used to the light and the bounce of the ball and the pitch. No, I'll just have a play at that with my feet rigid. He is different. He's a different sort of player. He's awkward to bowl to.
Yeah, well, yesterday I would go so far as to say impossible. Impossible to bowl to. 2 slips in a gully for Jasprit Bumrah. Now bowling to the right-handed Joe Root, who's 9 not out from 13 balls, and he's up to the crease now. Into his running, took all 3 or 4 steps of it, and that one is left alone by Root. Again, full and wide, bit of bounce outside the off stump. 208 for 2. As far as Rohit Sharma is concerned, I suppose you just need to concentrate on what you do have rather than what you don't have.
But we'll know more about that as the day progresses and whether a substitute. Look at the bounce there, that last delivery. It's flown through to the keeper.
Caught me by surprise, and I think it surprised Joe Root as well. Quite happy that he was whipping his hands out of the way. Here's Bumrah once again. An early wicket would really ease the tension for India. Root pushes again at this one. It's angled in towards him, hits the inside half of the bat, and deflects down to Devdutt Padikkal, the 12th man, substitute fielder, for a single.
On substitutes, I played in a game, and it's against Warwickshire, where they played 12, and it was Gladstone Small who started the game, was called away to be backup for England at a different venue, and so David Brown, who was the coach at the time, took his place actively, bowled and took a wicket. Gladstone Small wasn't required by England, so came back, took his place. David Brown went out.
Was David Brown coaching at the time?
Yeah.
Here's Bumrah once again. Up to the crease, round the wicket to duck it down the leg side. A diving take from Dhruv Durrell. Loses his sunglasses in the process. And a very good morning for the first time today to Jared Kimber.
Hello, Manners. They've changed that law, of course. If your sunglasses or your hat comes off when you're fielding, you don't get the 5-run penalty anymore for the ball touching it. So in that situation, if the sunglasses had gone onto the ball.
When did they change that?
It was a couple of years ago, wasn't it, Bumble?
Yeah, it changed.
I think
You can't use your cap to field the ball.
No. Also, if you throw it off intentionally, I think it's different.
Okay, all right. Forward comes Ben Duckett again and pushes that one out to cover, and there's no run. First over of the day comes to an end. England 209 for 2.
An absolute delight for umpires, that. Because we talked about it yesterday, the players don't know the laws of the game. It's a delight, that one, for umpires. And that's 5 penalty runs. Why is that? Well, you've thrown your cap at the ball, and you know that's fine, but intentionally stopping the ball, that's 5. And the other thing about the helmet or any other implement that is on the ground that you've put there as a fielding side and the ball hits it, that's 5. And the wicket keeper, that's still the same, isn't it? He's the only one that can wear the gloves. So if he throws the glove down and runs after the ball, and another fielder picks the glove up and puts it on, and it's thrown in, and that fielder grabs it with the glove, that's 5. I used to love it. Oh, 5 more.
Okay, Kuldeep Yadav's going to bowl the second over of the day. When I was, many years ago, when I was working at Warwickshire, or for Warwickshire, doing Warwickshire cricket
on the phone line.
Yeah. There was a Warwickshire second 11 game that took place, and I wasn't there, but it was all the talk. There was an 11 scored off 1 ball in a second 11 game. 11 runs off 1 ball. Here's Kuldeep Yadav just about to come in to bowl his first delivery of the day. I'll just let you think about that. I'm sure Bumble's got the answer immediately. And by the way, a conversation I won't miss. I won't be part of it, but I'll be listening. Low full toss from Kuldeep Yadav, driven by Joe Root straight back to the bowler along the ground, no run. Bumble will be talking laws of the game at lunchtime today. Unusual ones, suspect ones, ones that could do with a tweak, ones that are new and modern, and some that may be outdated. Here's Kuldeep Yadav once again. Bowl forward comes Joe Root, flicks it nicely off his pads with the spin down towards short fine leg, and there's no run there. Is Joe Root England's best player of spin?
Well, he's got 30 Test match centuries. Been quiet in this series.
Stationary catches, short leg, slip, and a short mid-on, I suppose. It's a very straight mid-wicket. He's in a stationary catching position. This one is pushed away defensively by Root again, and there's no run. 209 for 2. Joe Root on 10. Ben Duckett 134. Sarfaraz Khan's quite deep at short leg. Not so much short leg. He's probably 7 paces away. It's pushed again defensively out in the offside by Root, no run.
That might be an analyst thing. If you can recall, Pope at short leg, a couple went past him and he was quite close and he grabbed at them and missed them.
Joe Root's quite far across his stumps. He's taking him middle and off guard, and this time he's back and across and whips it off his pads out to Jasprit Bumrah, fielding on the deep square leg boundary, deep mid-wicket boundary. That's another single to Root. England move to 210 for 2.
Mentioning the best player of spin, and Joe Root against Yadav will wait for that sort of delivery. He'll bowl you a bad delivery, wait for it, knock it away. You don't need to do anything else.
Patience has not been the watchword for the New England, but there are many people who've been calling out for Joe Root to occasionally be a bit more like the old Joe Root, just be himself, and don't try to do too much too soon. Certainly, as Duckett is on strike now, and that one is driven nice and full, juicy half volley, but straight up towards mid-off, no run.
Where's this 11 that we're talking about?
The 11 off one ball. So one of those teasers for the fielder, driven out towards the boundary. He's chased it out towards the boundary, dropped his hat on the ball to stop it, quite deliberately, stepped over the rope, come back. The batsman have run 3, and his wild throw has been missed by the keeper and gone for 4 overthrows. So 4 plus 3 plus 5.
And that was a second 11 game.
It's a second 11 game, yeah.
Well, that's 12. 4 plus 3 plus 5.
Is it?
It's 12.
My maths isn't good. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. That's how it broke down. 12. A dozen off and over. Off a ball. Bumrah in again outside the off stump. That's left alone by Root.
Do you know what the world record is for the most runs?
No, I was just going to ask that. Go on.
Yes. It was in New Zealand.
No, it was not in New Zealand.
Most runs off and over we're talking about.
Most runs off a ball. Oh, you're talking about the over in New Zealand with the New Zealand wicketkeeper who bowled from half the pitch and got hit for 77.
Yeah.
No, most runs off a ball in cricket.
Oh, it would have been the old days when there were no boundaries and you ran until they found the ball. It went down
modern.
a rabbit hole.
No, this one's quite modern.
Oh. Here's Bumrah once again outside the off stump. Root leaves that alone.
I say quite modern. I mean after World War II. The reason I know about this is because it was my primary school librarian was playing in a club game in Melbourne, and he hit the ball into the outfield, and that opposition team lost it, and they ran 17, and it's in the Guinness Book of World Records as the most runs. It's his claim. He told us this, and we all thought he was making it up. It was only years later we looked at the Guinness Book of Records and it was like, oh, this is the record, 17 runs. It still stands today.
I was right about the rabbit hole then.
Yeah, I think it was just thick grass, but essentially a rabbit hole, yeah. In the northern suburbs of Melbourne.
Bumrah in again to Joe Root. Punches this one off the back foot. Beats backward point and the first boundary of the morning. Lovely guide, a steer from Joe Root. And he's got a steely look in his eye, I have to say. That was a nicely played. A little bit of width from Bumrah. Root moves to 15. England 214 for 2.
Ball seems to be coming onto the bat better now than it did on day one.
Yeah, what's going on? There's more bounce as well.
Just off ease that way. That was like he's at the whacker. Just nice pace, nice bounce, and ease it away. Just to say that India, I think, are wearing black armbands today. Is that correct?
They are,
Yeah.
and it's nothing to do with Ravichandran Ashwin.
It's not. I'll tell you why in a moment.
Here is Bumrah again to Joe Root. Rock solid in defence. Quite happy with his pose there and maintains it for a moment.
Former Indian captain Datta Gaikwad passed away. He played 11 Test matches for India. Also had a son who played for India, Anshuman Gaikwad. In fact, I think there was 3 or 4 generations of Gaikwads who played professional cricket in India. So he passed away last night. That's why they're wearing the armbands.
2 slips and a gully for Jasprit Bumrah. I must say that it's the 3rd day in a row in which the crowd has been very sparse at the beginning of the day's play. Builds up as the day goes on as Bumrah is in once again. Root leaves that one alone. No run.
Wasn't that pretty similar for the first 2 tests as well?
Yeah, not in it was Republic Day, of course, the second day of the test in Visakhapatnam, and that was sold out. That was the sold out signs were up half an hour before the start of play, so it was full then. But yeah, there were real security issues in Hyderabad, the first test match. People found it very difficult to get into the ground. Here's Bumrah then to complete the over, 38th of the innings. That's leg side and helped on its way further by Joe Root down towards long leg. It'll be fielded by the substitute, Devdutt Padikkal, and they go through for 2. Joe Root's made a nice start this morning. He's gone from 9 to 17 and England 216 for 2.
There's also, not all of these grounds, but some of these grounds are not exactly easily accessible, like the Pune ground, which is in the middle of nowhere, and the Nagpur ground, which is in the middle of nowhere. So there is sometimes, if you think India has a few cricket grounds in the centre of towns, but a lot of rose balls situations, don't they, where they're kind of in the middle of nowhere and you have to get through the traffic and you're all travelling on the same road because that's the only road to the one ground.
This is in the suburb of Kanderi, which is 15 kilometres outside the centre of Rajkot.
Nagpur is right in the middle, isn't it?
No, the old ground
one
is right in the middle. The new ground,
Not Nagpur city. Is in the centre of India somewhere. Is
oh yeah,
is in the middle. Yeah, Blowers at his descriptive best was sat in the commentary position, so he's elevated.
Kuldeep Yadav, left arm wrist spin. Duckett goes for the sweep, hits it high into the air, and nobody at deep mid wicket. It lands safely 5 or 6 yards short of the boundary before trickling into it. Well, that was a miscue, but it's all right. There's nobody out there.
Yeah, a little bit top edge, but again, they've got the fielders back up, and he's been sweeping from very, very fine to very, very straight. So they're finding it hard to actually have enough fielders out on the boundary as it is, but probably got away with one there. Bat changed in his hands a little bit and everything. I'm just trying to see where the fielder is. I'm assuming it's just in front of square.
Yeah, very square, very just in front of square, that's right. Plays defensively now, Duckett. You were talking about Henry Blofeld.
Yeah, in position, Nagpur, very descriptive. He said, and in the distance I can see the sea. It's read through and said it's 3,000 miles away.
I wonder what he was seeing in the distance. Oh, there's a quick single here and a mix-up, and Duckett has to dive, and he just makes his ground. Dhruv Jurel, the keeper, didn't take it. Or the throw was back to the bowler, Kuldeep Yadav, who didn't take it cleanly. But Duckett there, that was a real mix-up. That was a yes, no, sorry. And Root is now saying sorry. The batsmen have come together.
That's the second time that Yadav, the bowler, has crashed into the stumps. Yeah, there's a yes-no interlude. He's got to dive in. There are 2 diving. The bowler, Yadav. Duckett is diving. Yadav crashes into the stumps, doesn't take the ball cleanly.
Yadav in again to Joe Root. Plays this beautifully off the pitch. Picks up the length immediately. Rocks onto the back foot. and then just steers it away for what could easily have been 2, I think, and they caution prevails between the 2 batsmen, and they just take the single. I think it might have been touch and go if it had been a better throw. It's a double if it had been a better throw and he'd taken it.
If it had, I mean, it was just so wide, wasn't it? If it was anywhere near the stumps to throw, he would have been in trouble, I think.
Well, and if Yadav had caught it and broken the stumps, this time it's full and turned away for a single by Duckett. England moved to 223 for 2.
To be fair to Yadav, he did fall into the stumps, yes, so we can't be that fair to him, but he was going one direction towards the stumps and the throw was going away from the stumps. So if he'd thrown near the stumps and he managed to fall over with the ball in his arm, he might have been in a better situation.
Duckett has 140 now, but it's Root on strike on 18. He's doubled his overnight score. This one is driven into the covers and fielded by Devdutt Padikkal, diving to his right. No run there. 39 overs gone now. England 223 for 2.
I'll say this quietly. Joe Root is moving nicely, getting in good positions. Played a couple of Joe Root shots. That glide down to third man, he just eases it off the face of the bat. So his movement is good. Got themselves into a super position. They still trail by 222.
Well, people have been saying that Joe Root is due a big score. He's not looked out of touch. I mean, he's played a couple of slightly uncharacteristic shots for Joe Root, but he's looked good in the time that he has spent at the crease. Anyway, it's Duckett on strike now on 140. Bumrah into him, and he pushes this one out to cover, and there's no run.
So 182 is his top score on Manners, so he's still a fair way off that. Was that the one? Was that Ireland?
He scored those runs very quickly, didn't he? Ireland at Lords, I believe.
I feel like I was at a game where he made a lot of runs.
He scored very quickly on that day.
Yeah, it was Ireland Lords off 178 balls.
How about first class level? Has he got any daddy doubles? Duckett now off the back foot punches nicely to the man sweeping on the cover boundary. He go through for another single.
282 not out against Sussex in 2013.
11 years ago.
He's a way off that, of course.
It's a long way to go. He's halfway, actually. Almost exactly. Very impressive from Ben Duckett, and just the one exotic scoring shot today so far. Top edging a sweep, but nobody out at deep mid-wicket.
Kind of not very exotic for England.
What, the whole start? Here's Bumrah once again to Joe Root. Bowls very full, wide outside the off stump. Did you spot something about that delivery, Bumble?
Slowly.
Oh, yes, it was.
It's a slower delivery. Pitches as a puff of dust again, and Joe Root smothers it coming forward.
He played that as you would play a spinner, and it was a spinner, wasn't it? It was an offie. So he's almost like he's picked it from the hand. It should be slightly discouraging for Bumrah if Root's seeing the ball that well this early. Here is Bumrah once again, and in at the pads, punched off his hip towards mid-wicket.
We're just seeing England's backroom staff. I'm thinking who they are. Marcus Trescothick we saw, so he'll be the batting coach. Collingwood is the assistant, isn't he? He's the number 2 to McCullum. The bowling coach, I've seen Jeetan Patel as a spin bowling coach. Is there a quick bowling coach? There will be.
I don't think he's travelling.
Isn't he?
No, I don't think he's there. Neil Killeen, who's...
Durham lad.
Yep, that's right. Here's Bumrah, reverse sweep, caught, gone. Joswell takes the catch. That's leg slip. Goodness gracious me. Joe Root's gone. It becomes like a leg slip, I suppose. He's standing at orthodox second slip, and Joe Root's gone for the reverse scoop, and he has hit it straight to second slip. Goodness me.
Just didn't get it, did he? But that absolutely flew. Jaiswal took 2 attempts at that. You're right, it is a leg slip in the end, and you are not supposed to take catches like that. The reason that they play these reverse scoops is they think that they're going to be able to get it past the slips, but in this case, it almost takes the sternum. It was almost a Bob Simpson catch, Bumble.
There'll be plenty said about that shot. I spoke too soon and said he's moving quietly, a shake of the head, a belt of the bat. An extraordinary shot. He doesn't need to do it. He just doesn't. He scores naturally. First strike this morning for India.
It almost feels like an old debate now, because Joe Root, I mean, we saw him play it to the 4th ball of the day against Neil Wagner in Mount Maunganui. 4th ball of the day, and he's reverse scooped it for 6. And he does score lots of runs with it. He plays it a lot, he plays it often, and he regards it as an entirely legitimate scoring option.
I think he's been dismissed twice playing it now in test matches, if I'm not mistaken. But look, the thing with it is I think me and Bubble would be on a slightly different path with this particular shot. But if you've got bowlers bowling wide outside off stump as a defensive tactic, or the ball's moving around and you're in trouble, you can see why a batter would play it. I'm not sure exactly why you would play it in this situation. The ball wasn't nipping around all that much. He wasn't in trouble with the ball outside off stump. It seems like an odd decision in that particular moment, rather than there are other times when he's played it and I've thought, that's okay.
And then John Norman will take over ball by ball.
Well, he's just got it wrong.
Clothed it. I mean, it wouldn't have felt cloth to Jaiswal, but...
But he stomped off in high dudgeon, didn't he?
Incredible moment. But you get my Bob Simpson thing. Did that hit him on the sternum? I don't think he intentionally meant to take it on the chest, Jaiswal, but...
It's a reaction catch. He took it really well. Bairstow at the crease.
Day 1 of Headingley, Joe Root attempted that against Pat Cummins.
Was he dismissed on that one?
No, he missed the ball.
I'm positive he's gone out once in Test cricket playing it.
Well, he may well have done, but it was day 1. I'm counting Manners, day 4. Last ball of Bumrah's over, a successful one from India's perspective. It's a Yorker, it's dug out by Bairstow, and England are 224 for 3. Good morning to you guys.
Yeah, good morning. What a start.
Yes, absolutely. And as you said very succinctly, well, I can almost feel the Michael Vaughan newspaper column being written as we're commentating.
There's always when you get a shot like that from a premier player who's just moving nicely. He was in nice touch. His movement was good. And then you play an out-of-the-box shot, which does for you. You get one chance.
An old debate, as Neil Manthorpe described it, and he's not wrong, and it's not old insofar that we've kind of had this over the last 12 to 18 months. Kevin Peterson was making exactly the same point 10 years ago. And the point he was making was it almost seems acceptable to be caught behind the wicket, playing defensively, outside edge taken. But if you try something different and you just don't execute the shot properly and get out, why is that any different?
At a certain point, there are times when players play a cover drive when they shouldn't be playing a cover drive, like the ball is not in the right area, or that they're not moving their feet. You can understand.
Ben Duckett is back and across, and he just clips this ball from Kuldeep Yadav to square leg for a single. 225 for 3.
Well, it's just not seen as a conventional shot, is it? That's the reaction that you get. There'll be no third man, and Joe Root will think that there's nobody down there. It's a wide open space. I'll manoeuvre the ball there. We're seeing it again on screen. And what we're seeing really is the reaction of Joe Root.
There's so many variables. Conversation, cricket creates conversation. That was a line that Jared mentioned in the second test. And there's so many things you can bring in. Ashwin's not going to be bowling. There's pressure on Kuldeep Yadav. How many overs can Bumrah bowl? Jadeja had cramp yesterday. Play the situation. This is a touch more flight, a loop from Kuldeep Yadav across Bairstow's forward and pushes this to mid off.
So we think this is the second time he's been out this way in Test cricket. The Mount Maunganui, Neil Wagner.
Maunganui, yes.
So as far as we can tell.
He's back this time, Bairstow. And he's hurried a touch. Picks out mid-wicket.
It's probably like every other dismissal. It's an extraordinary shot. It looks great if it comes off, but you'll get a reaction if it doesn't. I'm more interested in Root's reaction.
Tell us, go on then.
Well, I'm looking at it again, and he is on his way off the field.
Oh, he's trapped on the pad, is Bairstow. This is spun in sharply. Kuldeep Yadav wants it. The umpire's finger goes up, and in a blink of an eye, Bairstow follows Root. And Bairstow, if he doesn't successfully review this, is going to go for a duck.
That spun a long way, though, didn't it? He's gone for the review. That ripped off the main part of the wicket, I think, as well. I'd have to see it again, but that was incredibly fast spin.
It looks like he's playing French cricket. He goes back in the crease, it rips back into him, it's hit him very low.
Is out. I've checked both feet, it's fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
I mean, it looked good, didn't it, Jared, from an Indian perspective?
Oh,
he's playing so deep, it moved. Oh, he's out.
Yeah. He's only hoping it was going to spin too far, and it wasn't going to spin too far, is
As
it?
an umpire, you dream of these. He's hitting middle halfway up.
Damasceno took a while to give that out too.
He did.
He
I
really
it was a bit
thought
strange.
about that.
And it was a bit weird because
Oh, it's
Kuldeep
coming out.
Yadav
Yeah,
started
clearly missed the
celebrating
bat.
before the finger went up. It
Thank
was
you.
almost like
so we can go
Celeb
to ball
appeal.
tracking when it's ready.
he's essentially been hit on both pads in front of the wicket.
I tell you dream of these.
Well, Bairstow's already walking.
He's not waiting for it, has he? He's had a look.
You can hear the third ump if you like.
Impact in line and hitting the wickets. Kumar, you'll be
told you,
staying with
halfway
your
up
original
middle.
decision on out. I'll let you know when you're on screen.
Well, it's a nice one for the
You're
sponsor
on
of the
screen now,
stumps.
signal now.
And one brings two. As Jeffrey always used to say, add two to the score and 225 for two, and all is rosy in the English garden. Two Yorkshiremen have now departed, and if that Joe Root shot wasn't going to be discussed before Bairstow's wicket, certainly will now.
Yeah, new batter to the crease, decides to play back. We've seen a lot of players on this wicket playing back so far. That one, I think, spun more than we've seen, and also a little bit quicker. And he was in the wrong position. If he's forward from that, it hits him outside off stump, and it's a beautiful delivery, but he's probably not out.
Certainly you need to spin that much. And it's French cricket. It keeps a little bit low, it spins massively, and he's just stood in front of the stumps. Stokes.
Wow. What a game. What a game. We do, of course, have at the other end Ben Duckett, who's 142 not out. But, wow, how quickly things can change. Joe Root caught at second slip, or second leg slip, attempting to reverse scoop Jasprit Bumrah, his tormentor, over the cordon and away for 4 or 6. Really good catch, by the way. That went so quickly. And then Johnny Bairstow, new to the crease. And Yadav is in. To the left-handed Stokes, he lets this go. Trapped palpably leg before wicket, and England lose a review as well. And they trail by 220, and we've been sitting in the commentary box for the last 2 days with Abhishek Jhunjhunwala, who's been telling us, just wait guys, it will start turning.
Well, it started turning on day one, and it'll continue to turn and spin.
Tossed off and defended by Stokes, yet to get off the mark. England rocked early on day 3. If you're with us on TalkSport 2 or via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, 2 wickets in 2 overs. England 225 for 4.
You still look at that score and think, well, that's a good position, 225 for 4. But when you've just lost 2, you've got to regroup. One batsman on 142, captain at the crease, Stokes. Lots of batting to come, but you build partnerships. India are a bowler down, a premier bowler down.
And England have been looking for middle order runs throughout the series. We've seen runs from Crawley and Duckett's still there, of course. Pope with that
top three,
ridiculous century. But after that,
yeah, I will say this: there's 2 left-handers at the crease, and Ashwin is not on the field. Right, that's a big advantage for England at the moment.
and one of them is Ben Duckett. 142 not out. It's Jasprit Bumrah successful in the last over, and Duckett will come through quickly. Pushes the ball to Siraj at mid-on and completes the single.
Just got to be careful, build a partnership, quieten things down. I'm seeing Bairstow again, he goes back, and it's like French cricket as we used to play as children.
Did you face my left arm wrist spin when you played Bumble? I'm trying to think if you would have faced, not old enough to face Chuck Fleetwood Smith, were you?
No.
Talking about cricketers in a cravat, he's an Australian cricketer who probably would have worn a cravat.
Left arm wrist is.
Oh, well, Sobers.
Oh, very Sobers, yeah.
2 slips in place for Stokes, who's beaten. Bumrah on a good length, cramps Stokes for room, and he's beaten past the outside edge, playing back defensively, covering the line. Actually, it's the inside edge. Down
Testing
too
time.
late.
It is a testing time. The excellent Bumrah.
Welcome to listeners to Talk Sport as well, of course, who join us for the first session of every day of this, what is turning out to be a wonderful test series. We're approaching the halfway stage of the series actually today, midway point of the afternoon session, and still too tight to call. India on top as things stand though. Stokes trying to come forward and play and get off the mark, but is hurried for pace again.
Bumrah's a smiler, isn't he? He finishes his delivery, and if he wraps the pads or he gets one past the outside edge, he smiles down the pitch. Some fast bowlers would give you an expletive and scowl. He's a smiler.
Who were the smilers back in the day?
Well, I can't think of too many fast bowlers who were smilers.
Did Tomo smile when he knocked
No,
you?
and
knocked you in the
Murphy
box?
definitely didn't.
Here's Bumrah again, left alone by Stokes, who just for a second shapes to play at this, but it's too wide. 226 for 4.
Hadley, not a big smiler, was he?
No.
How many smiles do you think Hadley's had
I
in his
don't
career?
think-
7?
I don't think many of those New Zealanders were smiling back then.
McGrath,
No.
Kirtley, when he retired, in the bar playing some music.
Yeah, him and Joel Garner.
Courtney would sometimes laugh at batters, wouldn't he, when it went past him? But
Courtney was a smiler.
yeah,
Courtney Walsh.
Goffey? Goffey's a bit of a smiler. Touch fuller on the pads of Stokes. Plays this nicely enough, but cannot get off the mark.
Danny Morrison was a smiler.
Yes. Yeah. It's not an Australian trait, though, is it?
It's not really.
We're all
Do you remember Stuart
Brett Lee?
McGill?
Brett Lee? He had a smile on his face at times.
Yeah, maybe. Stuart McGill used to get angrier when he took a wicket than when he didn't.
Stokes can be a bit like that. Stokes batting here on TalkSport 2. Bumrah, Yorker, and Stokes is playing forward, gets that out and away. Oh, this is really testing times for England this morning. News overnight, if you are just joining us and you've missed us, no Ravichandran Ashwin for this test match. He has been called away due to a family emergency, so kind of brings the cricket into focus. You can only imagine the despair and the fear that must be experienced right now by himself and his family members, so obviously we wish them well. No replacement there isn't anything in the laws that allows for a replacement on compassionate grounds. So whilst there is for concussion, not for compassion. Here is Yadav, and he beats Ben Duckett, who is playing back but is also at the same time trying to play defensively, getting back on ball as we've seen, and it spins away from the left-handed Duckett. We saw a ball spin in hugely to dismiss Johnny Bairstow in the last over, trapped deep in the crease in front of middle, given out leg before wicket. That's also moved again as Duckett takes a big stride forward and will collect a single. Gareth Batty and Abhishek Jhunjhunwala in with me now, replacing Jarrod and Bumble. Abhishek, your thoughts on that shot from Joe Root that led to the former England captain's demise?
I think he's done it before. It's just that he couldn't execute his plan properly. But was it the right shot? The brand of cricket they are playing, you can never answer that.
Stokes is again playing back and watchful, defending Kuldeep Yadav, who then picked up that wicket of Bairstow and bats.
Yeah, but a lot of times I just feel Joe Root plays that shot because he can, not because the situation demands or he should.
There is a reason for the shot, though. It's more than just getting a boundary, is it? It's to manoeuvre the field and put pressure back on the bowler as Ben Stokes. There'll be a few smiles now. Mohammad Siraj, he's a smiling bowler. Stokes comes back for a second because of a misfield at deep cover as Mohammad Siraj runs in off the boundary and tumbles over, and it allows Stokes to come back for 2. Score moves on to 229 for 4. That's your thought on the Joe Root shot and the Kuldeep Yadav sharply spinning delivery which saw off Johnny Bairstow.
Two separate incidents, aren't they? People will question Joe Root just because it wasn't a forward defensive.
This beats Stokes again. Yadav gets the ball to turn from the straight.
But I think for all the superlatives, when we see him in the summer doing it and it changes a game, it's risk-reward. I don't think he'll be too worried about it. And I think it was a good piece of bowling from Kuldeep. I thought, Crawley could have got out similarly yesterday.
Tossed up again. This is a little too full and on the pads. Stokes clips the ball to Shubman Gill. One of the things that you speak about, it's fascinating actually. I've got a batter and I've got a spinner in with me. But one of the points you made yesterday, Abhishek, was that you're quite happy to be beaten past the outside edge. And Stokes is playing back, and it's Kuldeep's getting a lot of spin there. But he's playing straight. He's not playing for the turn, and he's probably happy for the ball to go past the outside edge. He's playing for the one that goes straight on.
Yeah, I think so. And when you look at it as a viewer, you think, oh, that's a great delivery. He's got beaten, but he's got a game plan there. He's looking to play for the straight ball because he's looking to protect his pads. He's looking to protect his stumps. And if there is that much turn, it's very unlikely that you're going to get out caught behind unless you're really chasing the ball or you're following the ball.
Yeah, I think it's a defensive piece. You can't you can defend one edge of the bat, you can't defend both.
Yeah.
Jasprit Bumrah is back again, and Ben Duckett gets away with one here. He's going to pick up 4. The ball has flown to backward point, but Duckett's a lucky boy. He's essentially presented the bat. He's got forward, and the ball has taken the outside edge, and it has looped up. Oh, it's a leading edge. He's actually turned the face of the bat towards mid-wicket, and the ball has looped up over gully and away to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, deceived by the slower ball. It's an off-cutter from Bumrah. And Duckett's trying to play a forward defensive traditional, gets his hands out in front of himself and almost closing the face. So it ends up being a big leading edge through that vacant gully region.
Touch shorter, and goes to Shubman Gill. Good fielder at mid-wicket. Just for a second, it looked like Stokes was just caught in the crease. He's been run out in the series already, of course, but in the end, no real danger there. 234 for 4. It's all going on at the start of day 3 in Rajkot.
And I think that the moment we just saw with Duckett there with the field set, 2 slips and it's sort of a fly slip and a slip. Because of the manner in which he's been playing, the field has changed. So there will be questions asked about Joe Root's shot, but what he's trying to do is manipulate those fielding positions.
The fielders are interested. Pitched up by Bumrah and defended by Stokes. No run.
Yeah, another slow delivery. He's using the slower ball really well. Jasprit Bumrah here. He knows that he wants to change a few things, but he's been exceptional since he started bowling this spell this morning. He's looking a completely different bowler. He's got his tail up.
Jasprit Bumrah with his tail up is not really what you want to be seeing if you're an England batter this morning. And Kuldeep Yadav getting sharp turn and bowling with a little bit of confidence as well, because he was hit out the attack yesterday by Duckett. Duckett's still there, wide, and this tails in towards Stokes, but left alone. 234 for 4.
There's an obvious difference that Stokes is fresh to the crease. He's only got 2 to his name, and Duckett's got 149. But the same thing had have happened to Stokes as what happened to Duckett 2 or 3 balls ago, would have been out because of the field placement. And this is the thing we have to understand with how this team is playing. They're trying to manipulate field positions by shots played so that when the good ball comes or the mistake comes, you're not out. So it's a risk reward.
And it is fascinating as well. It's brilliant cricket. Whatever you think. Tell you what. Left alone again by Stokes, but Bumrah's getting the ball to talk. 234 for 4 here on TalkSport and TalkSport 2. Abhishek, you're enjoying your cricket. It's early in the morning, and you look as awake now as you have done at any point in the test.
I'm awake now, yeah, but that, especially with that delivery, that was a wonderful delivery. And as a left-hander, he did really well not to play that, Ben Stokes, but that ball really hooped.
Last ball of the over. 5 runs from it so far. Bumrah has picked up a wicket this morning, and he draws the outside edge from the bat of Ben Stokes, who's forward and he's playing defensively. Goes all along the ground, past second slip, between second slip and gully, and Stokes moves to 6. But little moral victory for the bowler there, and again he's getting the ball to talk. Here's Bumrah, and after a little word from Gareth Batty, it'll be Andrew McKenna doing the talking for the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, Bumrah operating around the wicket to Ben Stokes. That natural angle going in towards the stumps. But he's got this ball reversing, and he's got that beautiful seam position where the ball's going away from Stokes. So the angle in and then leaving him through the air with that reverse swing. Stokes playing very nicely, soft hands. So the ball hits the edge of the blade and runs pretty much straight down into the ground, into that vacant third man. But you can see in Bumrah's face, he feels in the game.
Morning, everyone. Kuldeep to start a new over. It is Duckett deep in his crease, pushes out to point, and there's no run. Duckett 149 not out. England 238 for 4 here on TalkSport, TalkSport 2, and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
And also Kuldeep Yadav has been very impressive. He looks a completely different bowler. He was under a lot of pressure, put under the pump yesterday by Ben Duckett, but today, because he's getting that extra bit of spin and zip, yeah, he looks a completely different bowler.
Kuldeep with 1 for 54 comes in and doesn't deliver. So if you're not aware of the news overnight, no more Ravichandran Ashwin in this match due to a family problem. He's made his way to Chennai, and as a result, the other Indian bowlers are going to have to step up, and Kuldeep certainly has so far. He gives this some air, bringing Duckett forward, pushing into the offside. Shubman Gill fields no run. You wonder how much of that is in his mind as well, because as you mentioned, he didn't have a great day yesterday. Now it's in his mind that I've got to step up, my mate's not there. He's bowled brilliantly.
And he has stepped up. And also Ben Duckett, with those 2 wickets, he's just gone into a shell a little bit, not playing those reverse sweeps, not playing those high-risk shots.
Well, he brings the reverse out and gets it just past Rohit Sharma's left hand to go just down to what started off as short third for no run. Ben Duckett looking to go to 150, and just as we're saying, well, he's gone no risk. He's pulled. Well, he said it's not a risk for him, so I won't finish that sentence. But he went down on the reverse. I think it's the back of the bat in the end, and it goes just wide of Rohit, who can't get onto it. He remains 149 not out. Kuldeep in. He goes on the reverse again. Gets the under edge, past the wicket keeper, and it'll run away for a single that'll take Ben Duckett to 150. He's got there from 139 balls. England 238 for 4. It is Ben Duckett's third Test match 100. He does have a highest of 182. He's never had a double. England would love that to be put right today. What an innings, Ben Duckett.
Yeah, has played quite magnificently well. I think it's his best performance with the bat in hand from an England point of view in his career so far. 150 in this service against this team.
Kuldeep is in. That's an absolute ripper. It's the googly. Goes past the inside edge of Stokes' bat and will go away for 4 byes. No, he's given leg byes. Well, either way, it's 4, but it didn't come off the bat. 243 for 4, but Kuldeep absolutely rips that googly.
Yeah, beautiful piece of bowling. This ball drops on him. It's the drop, not just the spin. It's gone up and down, but then it's gone through the gate of Stokes. Stokes thinks he's read the length, but it drops on him at the last minute, so it lands 2 or 3 feet further away from him than he thought. He gropes at the ball, which creates the gap between bat and pad, and it bounces over off stump. Keeper had no chance.
Kuldeep goes in again. Ben Stokes plays defensively out to backward point now. Abhishek Jhunjhunwala would clearly make a better umpire than me, because I'm going, how on earth is that leg byes not byes? And he just pointed at his elbow and said, I think you'll find it grazed Ben Stokes' elbow, and the next replay proved that point. Stick with this man, he knows what he's talking about. Me, well, you know, everyone a winner. 45 overs gone of the England innings, 243 for 4 on TalkSport, TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. It is Gareth Batty, Abhishek Jhunjhunwala and myself, Andrew McKenna.
I just feel Kuldeep Yadav, so far in this spell, bats, it just slowed it down a little bit. He's not bowling as quick, or he's not trying to bowl as quick as he was yesterday. And also the reason, because Ben Duckett was going pretty hard at him, so he thought that he might have to go a bit quicker. But today, because he's bowling slightly slow, I feel he's got a bit more control.
Yeah, I think his action's working better for him because he feels under less pressure. And I think when you're under pressure, partly our fault from this side of the fence, we talk about speed all the time for spinners. Nobody ever talks about Bumrah, oh, you got to bowl at 143, so he'd lose his action and try too hard. And we'd say that with kids in the back garden playing. So he's got a more fluent, he's got a tighter, he's got a stronger action, which is meaning the outcome of that is he's got a really nice strong ball to him today, and he's confident and he's getting through his action well.
Bumrah to start a new over to Duckett. He's got a leading edge on that one. He's looking to play that leg side and gets the leading edge to backward point, and will take a single. In the last over, he had a couple of those that he didn't pick the slower ball. And was that the slower ball again? Yes, it was. Bumrah is bowling quite magnificent off breaks at the moment. I mean, he's good enough as a seam bowler. If he throws the off break in as well, then we might as well all pack up and go home.
Yeah, it's also the line he's bowling. He's bowling straighter at Duckett. Did feel for periods they were trying to attack off stump. I think you've got to attack middle stump to Duckett, because off stump at times is width for him. Because of him being shorter in stature, and he doesn't commit on the front foot. He's very happy to trust his back foot defence, which means he's got very good contact points and can score all around the wicket.
Third slip's gone in for Stokes. Patidar it is, who is stationed there, and it's another beauty from Bumrah outside of off stump. Stokes doesn't need to play at it, but it's one of those that the line is such you'd be drawn in. It's a cracking line. It's as good a leave as it is as a line actually from the bowler.
It's been outstanding from Ben Stokes so far. These are not an easy deliveries to leave, because the way the ball is shaping up, he is bowling around the stumps, he's bringing that angle into play. And Ben Stokes have found it difficult against Bumrah so far in this series.
Yeah, they're just replaying some of the dismissals so far, as Bumrah has castled Stokes a couple of times. The second one, in fairness, did keep a bit low, but he's had his number so far. So here is Bumrah around the wicket to Stokes. It's another great leave. It's in an area that you'd definitely be tempted to play, but Stokes is seeing it so well at the moment. He allows it to pass the stumps, and it's through to the keeper. No run.
Yeah, if you could put an imaginary stump at the side of off stump, that's the line he's bowling. It's that corridor, that fourth off stump, and because of the angle around the wicket, you're feeling like you have to play the ball more, and Bumrah's just getting the ball to tail away. It's that reverse swing on the outside edge of Ben Stokes, mixed in with some off-spinner slower balls. Fascinating period of play.
Bumrah then in around the wicket. Stokes does play at this one, just quietly into the offside, and there's no run. Of course, it is Saturday, huge day of sports, so we'll be here till 11:30ish, bringing you the cricket, and then at lunchtime, first of two Premier League football commentaries is on TalkSport. Brentford against Liverpool is the lunchtime game, and then we've got Spurs Wolves for you here on TalkSport 2 as our 3 o'clock game. So you'll need the app or your DAB radio fired up for the cricket anyway, but make sure you've got us on presets 1 and 2, and you can flip between them, or if you're on the app, you can swipe sideways to go between the two. Bumrah now with the in-ducking Yorker to Stokes. It's a low in-ducker, sort of low shin height, and Stokes pushes to mid-on, no run, but Bumrah is going through the full bag of tricks at the moment.
Yeah, this is just too entertaining to watch. Two premier cricketers going against each other. One of the best fast bowlers in the world, and the other the best all-rounder. Yeah, this is just brilliant.
The smiles all round at the moment. Bowler and batter, it's a man-on-man competition. Sam Warburton, the former Wales rugby player, says it's an alpha male battle. This time it's Bumrah around the wicket. Stokes playing with soft hands, does get the outside portion of the bat, but it'll bounce well in front of second slip. It's the end of a very entertaining, very, very high-skilled over, and England remain 244 for 4, replying to India's 445 all out. You're listening exclusively live on TalkSport, TalkSport 2, and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Yeah, it is a fascinating battle between bat and ball. For a couple of balls in that over, you could see that Ben Stokes is trying to negate that outside edge. He just with his trigger, just got himself across to off stump. So his trigger with his left foot is going back and across towards off stump to try and get down that channel, get into the line of the ball, just to try and cover that outside edge. As a rule, he's probably covering his inside edge, but he's just a bit worried about that reverse swing. So a couple of balls in the over, he's going, okay, I'll get down the channel, I'll defend that. Bumrah up to the task, then goes the in-swinger in towards those toes, bringing stumps and LBW into play.
Right, so we can put the seam away for a moment, because here's Kuldeep from the other end, who's causing just as many problems. Kuldeep, left arm over the wicket, wrist spin, turning it away, takes the outside portion of Duckett's bat in, and it will roll down to short third, and there's no run. England trail by 201. For all the excitement of yesterday and Duckett's innings, it was easy to get carried away, but India's still in such a great position. And this morning, getting shot of Roots, caught at second slip by Jaiswal on the reverse. Duckett gets a lowish full toss from Kuldeep on this occasion. Square drives all along the floor. Siraj will do the fielding, and they will take a single, 2-4-5 for 4. So Root out for 18 this morning, caught at second slip by Jaiswal off the bowling of Bumrah as he played the reverse, and then Johnny Bairstow got completely done by Kuldeep, a 4-ball duck. So 2-2-4 for 3, and 2-2-5 for 4 when Bairstow was out. So Stokes and Duckett, the not out men, so 2 lefties at the crease for England. We'll try and bring these runs down even further. Kuldeep in, left arm over the wicket. Stokes deep in the crease, pushes out defensively, no run.
I'd love to see a forward short leg against Ben Stokes because of that googly that can really bring the inside engine into play. We saw one ball kicking off in the previous over, and yeah, it's just good to get one forward short leg or a silly point, just somebody in front of Ben Stokes' eye.
Kuldeep in, bit of width on this occasion. Stokes is able to stand deep in his crease and just take it at the top of the bounce and whack it out to the cover fielder for a single. And the score goes up by 1, 2-4-6 for 4. The Indian slip cordon has been a revolving door in this series so far due to the team changes. So at the moment, it's Sarfraz at first, Jaiswal at second, but that's for the seamer. This time Kuldeep is in. Now this is a leg break outside of off stump. Sorry. The one that goes the other way, and Duckett is going on the reverse and swings through it, and it's through to the keeper, no run.
Yeah, because it was the wrong, and it just went up out of the hand a little bit more. So it was the moment in time, the speed of the ball just did for Ben Duckett that time.
Kuldeep in once again. Duckett again is down on one knee. Hard sweep. Sarfraz does well, tumbling out at deep mid-wicket. Gathers it in. Just a single and gets the applause of the crowd in. 2:47 for 4 at the end of 47 overs here on TalkSport and TalkSport 2. Stoke 7, Duckett 153. Duckett to retain the strike.
Yeah, as we approach the hour mark, we're just shy of it, but I think if my maths are right, 2 for 39 in this session. You'd have to say it's going India's way so far. The run rate has been kept in check. Obviously, the 2 wickets are very important from an India point of view. That's the discussion point of how they got the wickets. That's for everybody to have their opinion. But that's the beautiful thing, 1 about the game, but 2 about how entertaining England are. And I think we have to take it for what it is. But the contest now is on.
Yeah, it is. And India has come out all guns blazing. They've had the plan and they've executed the plan. Yesterday, they must have had a plan, but they couldn't execute it as well as they have today so far. But at the moment, you just feel that there is a wicket around the corner somewhere with the way Jasprit Bumrah and Kuldeep Yadav's operating. You can just sense a wicket somewhere.
I mean, Bumrah has got 1 for 54 from 14. He's bowled way better than... That's sometimes where cricket doesn't do the numbers, if you like. Bumrah is in, bringing Duckett forward, and he pushes to mid-off. No run. On one day, you can bowl like an absolute genius, but you don't get the edges. You beat the edge of the bat all the time, and you end up with a 1 for or whatever. And on other days, let's be honest, it doesn't come out necessarily right, but you might get a couple that slap straight to a fielder, and all of a sudden you're walking off with 4 for and going, how did that happen? Bumrah's having one of those at the moment. He's got 1 for, but he's bowled so much better than a 1 for. Duckett waits for him. Bumrah is around the wicket, and Duckett is playing this shot to the fielder at short cover, and there's no run. Duckett still better than a runner ball. 153 from 146 deliveries, with those 23 fours and 23 fours and 2 sixes to his name so far. He's basically played a different game to everybody else, and it has been sensational to watch. So let's hope for more of the same from an England point of view. Jasprit Bumrah is in once again. Duckett defensively forward, pushes to mid-off, no run. There's nothing you can do with that, funky or otherwise, so you just keep it out.
Yeah, and for this over, unless I'm mistaken, they've actually got a 3rd slip in for Duckett. For a man that's on 153, to get an extra catcher in, 1, it shows the situation of the game and the momentum that India feel like they've arrested back. But 2, I think what the ball is doing, it's still hard enough for the ball to carry to slip. But that bit of reverse swing now, challenging the outside edge of an in-batter who's played magnificently well, says it all.
Yeah, they had it for Stokes last over, but Hasidar is in there for Duckett as well. This time Bumrah is in, right arm around the wicket. Duckett defensively into the offside, no run.
I just feel, especially with Ben Duckett, Bumrah can try and go slightly fuller, try and get him to go driving, and then bring in the 3rd slip into play. But in this over so far, the 4 deliveries he has bowled, the length has been slightly shorter.
Yeah, I suppose this is the challenge that India have with losing their premier spinner. You can't just keep throwing the ball to Bumrah, so that it's the risk reward of bowling that bit fuller and risking the drive and a few runs when you've got control, but also understanding that the patience side is what's got them into this position. They bowl much more, not defensively, but accurately.
Bumrah is in, defensively played by Duckett, squared up, plays it back down the pitch, no run. And that's now going to be the conversation, because in a ball's time, Bumrah will finish the over. He will have then bowled an hour. We'll have had the first hour of today's play completed. So at what stage do they say, well, we have to take you out of the attack because we don't want to gas you? By the way, during the lunch break today in an hour's time, discussion with David Lloyd is going to be, what law changes would you make in cricket? Because let's be honest, we'd all like to tinker with something or other. So if you've got any thoughts on that, Bumble's got loads. Get them in at cricket_TS, at TalkSport2. Bumrah is in, Duckett defends, and there is no run. Or if you're a subscriber on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, you can send us a message through there. So plenty of ways you can get in touch. Any law changes you'd like. Bumble weighed in yesterday when we had people running down the pitch. Basically said, well, just let them run where you like and do what you want, because if the penalty between bat and ball isn't equitable, i.e. the bowler gets taken out of the attack for the rest of the innings, whereas the batters just get penalised 5 runs, hardly fair, either just let everyone do it. So Bumble's got some left field thoughts on these things, so have a think. You've got an hour or so, get them in, and we'll go through at lunch. So an hour gone, gentlemen. 247 for 4, England from 48 overs. Sounds ridiculous to say it, but it is. Duckett 153 not out, Stokes 7 not out. Your assessment on that first hour then?
Yeah, I think you have to give it advantage India. I don't think it's just the 2 wickets. I think the control that they've arrested back, which goes back to the history piece that we were talking yesterday. Those 200 runs are going to take much more time and much more skill if the scoring rate isn't as high as it was yesterday. So I think that's something to take into account. But the bowling has been much more accurate. It isn't defensive because England are having to defend with a purpose. It's not just leaving the ball. They're having to work very hard to defend and to keep their wickets intact. So I think a change of tack. They're not quite as aggressive and trying to take a wicket with every ball, which we saw for certainly the first hour and a half yesterday with their bowling performance. So I think a bit more discipline, sticking to the plans that they would have talked about. But England are still in an extremely strong position.
Baz, thank you very much for the time being. I will move out the way. It is the drinks break, and Neil Manthorpe will pick up the commentary.
Thank you very much indeed, Andrew McKenna. Thank you to Gareth Batty and Abhishek Jujunwala. So England off to a solid start, albeit briefly, before the dismissal of Joe Root, playing the reverse scoop and playing it off the pretty much full face of the bat to second slip, where Yashasvi Jaiswal took the catch, and that was the end of Root. Gone for 18. Johnny Bairstow perished to his 4th delivery. LBW to a ripping leg spinner from Kuldeep Yadav. We had a torrid time of it yesterday evening, and Ben Duckett took him for 7 and over, but he's bounced back nicely and has figures of 1 for 58 now. Remember that the day began with confirmation of the overnight news that Ravichandran Ashwin would not take any further part in the Test match, and there was some speculation, and I think informed speculation, that England would agree to a compassion substitution, but that hasn't happened. Devdutt Padikal's been on the field as 12th man, and Ashwin will take no further part in the Test match, attending to a family situation. His mother is gravely unwell, and India have looked beyond that. They've concentrated on the resources they do still have, and they've taken 2 wickets. And Ben Stokes is at the crease in the company of Ben Duckett, with Duckett now having passed 150, and the England captain with him now. Here's Kuldeep Yadav. Drinks have been taken. England, after 48 overs, are 247 for 4. All things in perspective, Bumble, David Lloyd, they are still 198 runs behind.
Oh, there's a lot of cricket to be played in this game, and it is spinning. I think India have responded really well, disciplined this morning, nipped 2 out.
Here's Kuldeep Yadav again, and that's driven by Stokes only as far as Jaiswal at deepish mid-off, and there's no run.
I think England would be wanting to get after the wrist spinner. You do get the odd bad delivery, but we're seeing 1 or 2 spinning sharply.
Yeah, Yadav certainly is. The one that got Johnny Bairstow spun prodigiously. Here is Kuldeep again, and it's cut by Stokes. Just a little bit of width outside the off stump. So many times you see wrist spinners having batsmen mistiming a cut shot to cut court at point, and that was in the air for a while, but did drop short of Devdutt Padikkal. So he's got a silly point in now, as well as a slip. Kuldeep to Ben Stokes. Here's Kuldeep bowls. Stokes drives in the air, and he's gone over the top successfully. One bounce, 4. Were you convinced by that shot?
Nice, good bowling. Nothing wrong with the delivery. He fancies it, Ben Stokes. I say that they would like to get after the wrist spinner. There's always interest when there's a wrist spinner on. You get some rippers and some bad deliveries. It bounces just inside the boundary. If he'd have got that, he'd have disappeared out of the ground.
Yeah, it just didn't look like he hit it and made the kind of connection at all that he intended. It brings up the 250 for England, 251 for 4. Stokes now plays right back onto his stumps, blocking this one defensively off the pitch. It was interesting as well, Ben Duckett at the non-striker's end, well, a fellow left-hander, of course, was just indicating to Stokes, I think that he was making the sign that one spun across the face of the bat, and that's why it sliced down towards long off. This time Stokes punches it out to Jasprit Bumrah, to Mohammad Siraj, sweeping on the cover boundary, and they go through for another single. Stokes 12, Duckett 153.
So myself and Gemma from CricViz have been looking up the stats on Joe Root's reverse scoops in Test cricket.
He was out the first time to Neil Wagner in Mount Maunganui.
Yeah.
Having hit him for 3 sixes, I think.
It's a hard one because not everyone has this shot in their database, because it's, a shot that's just sort of started in cricket, especially in Test cricket. CricViz have him down as playing 17. I think I can find about 25 altogether where he's played, from what I can tell in my database, of reverse sweeps or reverse scoops to fast bowlers. He's averaging about 35 runs. So he's gone out twice and made about 70 runs, which is a similar average to what he has for the off drive.
The off drive against fast bowlers?
Yeah. But honestly, most of his attacking shots, he does average a lot more than that. The one difference between the off drive is when he plays an off drive, he averages 3.5 runs per over. When he plays these reverse scoops and everything else, it's 12.5 runs an over. So it's quite more attacking, but it's interesting when you look through this.
Here is Mohammad Siraj into the attack, and is turned away by Stokes straight to the fielder along the ground, and there's no run. So statistically, what we're saying is that's fine for Joe Root to play that shot, but where's the measurement on the aesthetically scale?
I like it aesthetically. You give it style points, wouldn't you? Not today. Not the one today.
You think it's interesting, do you?
Yeah, it's fun. You don't like it?
Really? Losing the will to live.
It's horrible when you get out to it. Of course it's always going to be horrible when you get out to it. Here's Ben Stokes punching this one from Mohammad Siraj past mid-on and down to the boundary for 4. Angled into the pads, and Ben Stokes, eyes lit up. I'll have some of that. 2 full, punched away for 4. Lovely shot.
It is a super shot, is this? The balance of a powerful player. He just moves back and across at the crease. And that's pure timing. It's just a touch. And it flashes across the outfield.
Here is Mohammad Siraj once again around the wicket. Bowls to Stokes outside the off stump, left alone. I tell you what, the one time where the reverse scoop wasn't unpleasant to watch was when, for some reason, was when Ollie Pope was in the company of the number 11 and he's on 196, and it was just such a Bazball thing to try and get to your double 100 by reverse scooping Jasprit Bumrah. He was bowled. So that on that occasion, I mean, he'd got 196, and he'd put in England into what transpired to be a winning position. And And he had the good grace to say afterwards, well, at least I'll be able to tell my kids one day that Stokes down the wicket, drives through extra cover, and I mean on the charge. He's taken a step and a half down the pitch, got to the pitch of that from Mohammad Siraj, and has laced it through extra cover for 4.
Well, a totally different shot from his previous boundary where he caressed it through mid-on. He's come charging down the pitch. Almost took it on the half volley. Crashes it through extra cover.
Oh, it's just gloriously executed, isn't it?
Oh, I mean, that is a bugle call. He's come charging down and admired the shot afterwards, walked after it.
Well, Stokes is up to 20 now, and he has taken his time to get in. It's not something he did in the early stages of his captaincy. Here's down the leg side here from Siraj, much too wide, and Stokes just watches it pass by.
You know, one thing I think, again, that we don't focus on with Bazball sometimes is some of the strategy around their attacking shots. They're very good at going after bowlers like Scotty Boland and Siraj and
Boland.
Michael Bracewell, and they make sure that even if you come in with 5 bowlers or 4 bowlers, that by the end you've only got 3 bowlers that you can rely on every time, which is, of course, what one-day cricket is about, right? You're taking down that 5th bowler, or and everyone else, so that you have that. It's a very clever way. So Siraj has never been able to settle.
Siraj in again, down the leg side once more. It's another one that Ben Stokes can't get any bat on. He went for 6 and over yesterday in his brief spell.
Yeah, and the ball's reversing a little bit at the moment, and yet he's coming down the wicket and smashing him, keeping him at around about a run a ball so far in his spell. He went for runs, I think, in the first test as well. We saw Mukesh go for runs. They're very good at making sure that even if you think you have 4 or 5 bowling options, that in the end you only have a couple of bowlers to trust. And if you go back through the early parts of Bazball, it was like New Zealand sometimes would get an injury, and which also helped them. But by the end, New Zealand had like 2 or 3 bowlers that they were willing to give the ball to, and just had to over bowl everywhere.
50 overs gone. England are 260 for 4. Ben Duckett 153. Ben Stokes has 120. Is Jared telling us that there's a lot more science and cunning plotting to Bazball than we are aware?
Target the bowlers, target individual bowlers, knock them out of the attack.
Kuldeep Yadav in again, short, wide, and cut and caught. Shubman Gill takes the catch in extra cover. It was almost a long hop from Kuldeep Yadav. It was a dreadful ball. He's dragged it down, short and wide, outside the off stump, and Duckett has made such a hash of the cut shot that he's chipped it straight to extra cover, and a simple catch for Shubman Gill. And that's a sad way for a brilliant, utterly memorable innings to come to an end.
It's a shocking delivery, but it works. It's a half tracker, hit it where you want. And he takes it really late, Ben Duckett, and cloths it gently, so gently, to cover point. Well, they all count. There's always something from a wrist spinner. It's a shocking delivery, but it does for Ben Duckett. 153.
5:13 in the morning in the UK, and there's just some wrist spinners waking up to listen and just hear just a beautiful moment of club wrist spin being bowled in a test match. I've bowled that ball before. Mine usually get hit for 6, of course, but it was. But as Bumble said, when you're a wrist spinner, you're putting all that overspin on the ball, and even when you bowl a bad ball, they're still sometimes in the game. But Duckett's going to be absolutely gutted by that.
He's nearly ruptured himself hitting it, getting to it, trying to reach it. It's way outside off stump, and it just spoons up ever so gently. And so England are 5 down. Another Ben comes in, Ben Foulkes.
These two should be banned from batting together, though, shouldn't they, Manus?
I just remember that in the infancy of Ben Stokes' career, and therefore of Bazball, in the second Test match, actually, these two added 160 at Old Trafford against South Africa. They'd bowled South Africa out for 210.
Is that the one where South Africa batted first? They should have bowled first.
Yeah, because they played the second spinner.
Like a second spinner, they just did it in New Zealand.
Yeah, different South Africa. And the two Bens added 160, and Stokes made 100, and they played normally. It wasn't overly attacking at all, and when the fifth wicket went down, when Ben Foakes came to the crease, scores were level. Here is Kuldeep Yadav to Ben Foakes, who pushes that one out to extra cover, and I think that Foakes has done it often. I mean, we're just looking at the Ben Duckett wicket again. It's not going to get any better. It's not going to get any more digestible. It's just awful. It was. I think I was quite kind to.
You said it was almost a long hop, didn't you?
No, that's what I'm saying. I think I was being kind. I mean, it was a dreadful delivery. It was a half tracker. It was awful. Awful. Here is Yadav once again, bowls to Foakes, drives that one straight back to the bowler. No run.
It's the third 11, 55-year-old, just out of retirement, wrist spinner. I'll have a go. He just about bounces it, gets him out.
Big appeal for leg before wicket, outside the line, I would think. Hitting the stumps, I would think as well. But I think he's got himself outside the line and not out. So it was a very enthusiastic appeal, but no thoughts of a review.
It's a good delivery. Wrist spin. He's got 2 for 63 now. He's bowled a shocker which has got a wicket, and that's a ripper.
Ooh.
Has he? Ooh. Now then, is he outside the line?
I'm not so sure he is, you know. That's turned with the spin again behind square on the leg side by Ben Foakes. Oh, he's bowling well, Kuldeep Yadav now.
Oh, that LBW shout. Is he outside the line? The team themselves have decided he is. Just seen a replay, I'm not sure.
England still trailing by 185. They've lost 3 wickets in the morning session. Here is Kuldeep, and that's the wrong one, and it's hit the outside edge of the bat and loops up into the air just wide of slip. Oh, he's following up that awful wicket-taking long hop with some absolute snorters. Now the left arm wrist spinner. England 260 for 5.
He hasn't picked that. It's a googly. He's looking to work what he thinks is the left-hander's wrist spinner going away towards the leg side. It's not. It's a googly. It's good bowling.
I must say that there was a very amusing close-up of Ben Stokes' face when Ben Duckett hit that long hop to extra cover. He looked like a father changing a baby's nappy for the first time.
It looked like there's a real bad smell.
Yeah, it was the most bad smell face I've ever seen in my life. Like, it has to be a meme. It's going to be on the internet in 5 minutes, isn't it? Incredible.
Do you remember changing your first nappy?
Yes.
Did you look like Ben Stokes?
I think you...
Okay, Mohammad Siraj is back into the attack, and that one is punched away by Stokes to cover, no run. 260 for 5.
You probably won't remember this, but the newborn baby smells is very different than
yeah, that's fine.
So it's not that, it's more that where do I put this thing and how do I bring it together? So it would have been umpire's call on impact, that LBW, but it was hitting the stumps. Damasina. It's not... I think that's a fair decision. If he given it out or not out, I think that would have been fair. It was that close.
He is just outside on the replay. He's just outside on impact.
260 for 5. Ben Stokes on 20. A slip and a gully in for Mohammad Siraj, and Stokes pushes it away defensively out on the offside, and there's no run.
Just looking up Ben Foakes' record against Kuldeep Yadav, so he averages 13 against him in Test cricket at the moment, and quite a few balls. Just having a look at this, he hasn't picked. He's been out of control quite a lot so far against him. So I don't think he lines up perfectly against the left arm wrist spin. Of course, we've talked about this before. There's almost none of it in world cricket. So you either face Kuldeep or you face none of it. Shamsi played a couple of tests, did he?
Tabraiz Shamsi played 3 tests.
Sandy Khan plays a couple.
Here's Mohammad Siraj again, full and driven by Stokes. Lovely looking shot, but Jasprit Bumrah ensures that there is no run as he makes a tumbling stop at mid-on. Stokes remains on 20. England still a long way behind. They were in a strong position, as strong a position at the close of play on day 2 for R. Ashwin to say that the Test match was in the balance. He made it sound like it was very much 50-50. Whereas convention would have suggested that even though England had lost only 2 wickets, they were still 238 runs behind. And they are now still 185 runs behind on 260 for 5. They've lost 3 wickets in the morning session, but Ben Stokes is still there, joined by Ben Foakes. Stokes now drives this one out towards mid-wicket, fielded by Devdutt Padikkal, and there's no run.
We've seen players on the boundary, sat on the boundary. Ollie Pope was one of them, with paper in hand and pencils. They do quizzes, and the masseur Mark Saxby sets quizzes and gives them points. I've seen them, just had a glimpse of them on the boundary.
Why do they? Why do they do that?
No, keep them occupied. Yeah,
Siraj, get pushed away defensively.
Keep the brain moving. I know this because I sometimes provide the quiz. I'll give it to when we're at home, and I'd see Saxby out. There's a quiz. Just give them that. 20 questions. There used to be a programme called 20 Questions on the radio, and he sets his own quizzes and gives the papers out.
General knowledge?
Yeah, general knowledge, sport, music.
What's the capital of Armenia?
Bad.
No, wrong. I can't remember the answer, actually. Here's Mohammad Siraj once again, running in past the umpire, round the wicket to Stokes. Tiny bit of width outside the off stump, sets off for a single and makes it. Throw comes in from Patidar, and Stokes is safely through for a single. Takes him to 21, England to 261 for 5. More from David Bumble-Lloyd, and then it'll be John Norman for the next 20 minutes.
And of course that old classic, what's the capital of Chile? And that's pretty obvious, that's Con Carne.
Who's the best English quizzer? Do you know? Have we got any stats back?
I'm trying to think of who's going to be the clever ones in this England team.
It's got to be. Am I on? It's got to be Foakes, doesn't it?
You think Foakes?
Pope? Root?
I don't think Root that interested in things that aren't golf.
Really?
I could be wrong.
I think Root's got a bit more about him than that.
I don't mean it in a bad way.
Stokes is forward, defending. Kuldeep Yadav.
Quiz people are certain kinds of people. It's got nothing to do with your intelligence. It's got a lot to do with wanting to hang around in pubs and answer questions.
Oh, pub quiz type. You remember our pub quiz?
Hey?
In Southampton all those years ago.
Yeah, I do. We should have won that.
We should have done. There's a full delivery from Kuldeep Yadav. England 261 for 5 here on TalkSport 2 and at TalkSport. Good morning to you, wherever you are in the world. Drop us a message, say hello at cricket_TS or via the chat facility on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube page. England in a little bit of a pickle. Yadav again, he's picked up 2 wickets today as a wrist spinner, as Stokes plays this. The first of which, Joe Root. I think this might get a mention over the next 24 hours or so. Joe Root, 18 not out, deciding to reverse sweep Jasprit Bumrah. Stokes on the slog sweep. He gets the ball past mid-wicket, and that will race away to the boundary. Stokes moves to 25.
It's a really good battle, is this. Kuldeep has picked his wickets up. England really want to get after him. India are a bowler down. Ashwin unavailable. I think this is excellent captaincy just to keep him going. England desperately want to really get after him.
I think 2 bowlers down, possibly, as Stokes again is forward.
With Jadeja, do you think he's unfit?
I mean, he would have had to have bowled by now if he was fit, wouldn't he?
Yes, I think so.
I thought it was interesting the way that we've seen Stokes do this many times. He flicks a switch, doesn't he? He goes watchful, and then he decides when his moment is to attack. And he took those 2 boundaries off Siraj, first over back, and it just felt like this was the moment to put the pressure back on as he plays back and cuts this delivery from Kuldeep to deep point where it's fielded by Siraj. And then the next over, Kuldeep Yadav, I mean, the dismissal of Ben Duckett, you know, really just came at a very bad time for England, just as they looked like they were trying to put the pressure back on India. And they do it so well. But now, of course, Folkes new to the crease, he's yet to get off the mark. And there's a lot riding on Stokes' wicket here.
So you look at the scorecard, and Bumrah's going at 3.5 runs and over. Siraj is over 5. Jadeja is over 8 and has only bowled 4 overs. And Kuldeep's going at 4.5 runs and over. You know, there's not many places to turn to.
So we've not seen Jadeja at all today. He bowled these 4 overs yesterday.
Started well, then got hit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the feeling is he's got cramp. I think that's the feeling, whether it's true or not.
I mean, a cramp-related hamstring problem that he knew when he was coming into the game, didn't he?
Well, he picked up that Siraj is in, his tail's into Stokes, who leaves it alone. 266 for 5 England, starting the day 207 for 2.
But it's not as if he's running in powerfully. He's not a quick bowler who, you know, he just strolls up there. You'd think he'd be able to bowl left-arm spin.
And then I'm not sure what it is. Yadav's bowled 15 overs. Ashwin, of course, isn't going to be bowling today or this test match. He's bowled 7. So where is Jadeja? Stokes trying to get forward, pushes this to extra cover, no run.
You usually get some bulletin and an update from the media officer.
Not from the
not
Indian.
in India.
Not from the Indian media officer.
Is that right? They don't say too much.
Occasionally you get something from an executive on Twitter, but not as much.
What we do know is that Mohammad Siraj has gone for 63 runs from his 12 overs. He was expensive in the first match, which England, of course, famously won at Hyderabad. Missed the second. And it seems like Stokes is certainly targeting Siraj.
Well, there's just been a long chat between the bowler and captain, and looking at the field is changing to Stokes.
So there's
a saver going out on the boundary, yeah.
Yeah. The man going out at deep square. What's your reading, Bumble?
Deep square, deep fine leg.
And Siraj down the leg side, and Sharif does well to get a glove to this. It's misdirected by Siraj. I don't think Stokes got bat on it. I think it came off the pad. But Sharif preventing a boundary there. 267 for 5 England. Oh, actually.
Dropped.
That came off the bat.
Yeah. KS Barrett would have got that.
Well, it'll go down as a chance. Or it'll go down as a drop. I thought he did well to get a glove to it, to be honest. I thought it came off the pad, but that does look like it's come off the bat of Ben Stokes. Shorter, Folkes facing, and he takes his eye off this, does not play the pull shot particularly comfortably, but he will get off the mark. 267 for 5.
He got in a tangle there. It's a good short ball to Ben Folkes. He gets off the mark. He squirts it down to fine leg. And Siraj, particularly when he's bowling to Ben Stokes, he's sliding down the leg side. He might have just got a nick on it, Stokes, you know, and it's the wicket-keeper's gone late, diving down the leg side.
But it's been given as buys.
Well, there's a noise. There's definitely a noise. It clipped something.
Well, it certainly did, yeah. Defended again by Stokes. Good crowd in the stadium today. It's the weekend, so you'd expect a few more than we had on days 1 and 2. And of course, with the wickets comes the noise. It has been India's morning, that's for sure.
Just on Jadeja, so he's on the field, but he's not fielding in his normal high-value areas, point, cover and all that. He's been fielding out on the boundary a little bit, fine leg at times. So he's clearly not 100%, and that's probably why we haven't seen him bowl yet.
Short again, and Stokes is on the pull. And this hurries Stokes up a little, it seems, or maybe he's a little bit too soon on the shot. Either way, kind of deflects the ball onto the body, and it rolls away from the stumps. So that's the end of Siraj over, which yielded 2 runs. And England move along. 268 for 5. We've got half an hour left of the session. It has been India's session. 3 wickets falling in it. But we know that Ben Stokes won't be cowed. How are you seeing Ben Foakes? How's he shaping up for you?
Well, you've seen this overnight from Adam Gilchrist, and he said that Foakes is the best wicket-keeper he's ever seen to spinners. He didn't say for everything, just to the spinners. And so he supplements England in many ways. Now he needs to perform with the bat. There's a bouncer there. He looked uncomfortable with the bouncer. And now he's got to face a left-arm wrist spin.
Oh, and he's beaten past the outside edge. He plays back, does Foakes, and he plays for spin. This goes straight on. And Jurel behind the stumps can't field.
That's a classic case of a wicket-keeper missing it because he thought he was going to bowl him, I think.
Well, I think both wicket-keepers were fearful that...
Neither of the wicket-keepers out there are picking this.
Down the track this time. Better foot movement from Foakes, and he gets off strike, and that is important, isn't it?
Very, very. And it's good that he's beaten outside off stump, and so he comes down the pitch as a breather, really, just knocks it. Gets a single, stands at the other end.
It's the highlight of some of the... I mean, Kuldeep's gone for runs, but his best balls today have been absolutely incredible.
Well, the most of those runs came yesterday, though, didn't they?
It's true.
I think he went for 42, 43 from his first 4 or 5. So today he's been spiteful. There's been big turn, and he's troubled both the left and right handed batters as Ben Stokes, and I'm not sure how he hasn't been bowled here. He's come forward, he's been beaten past the inside edge, and has that bounced over the stumps?
He's not picking him. That's a googly. and more importantly, the wicket-keeper's not picking him up.
That's twice the wicket-keeper's missed that wrong, isn't it? Couldn't have kept to him very much outside of the nets before this, and this is the wrong one straight back. Maybe a flick of the pad. But yeah, wicketkeeper suddenly realising what was happening.
Well, that's gone about 6 or 7 inches over the top of middle stump. This is straighter and a touch fuller, so it allows Stokes to come forward, and he wants to get off strike now.
When we say he's not picking him, not picking the googly, the one that comes out of the back of his hand. The regulation wrist spinner for the left-hander, that's fine. But it must be well disguised from in front. We're seeing it from behind. When we see a replay on screen, we see it from behind, and it's so simple from behind.
Foakes now back on strike. 2 from 8. England trail by 171. He's playing back again. There's a straight and short mid-on. It's Sarfaraz, helmet on. There's so much going on at the moment.
Well, I've just seen that delivery that goes for 4 byes and evades the wicket-keeper front on, and you can see it. You can see the googly.
Last ball of the over, and Foakes again plants a big boot down the track. Pushes us up to mid-off, and it's a dot ball to end another eventful over. As we have a little change in the commentary box here at TalkSport Towers. Wow, what a morning it's been so far, and it has been India's morning as well. Kuldeep Yadav Bowled 6 overs that went for 42 yesterday, and an economy of 7. He's bowled 10 overs today that have gone for 28 runs, and he's picked up 2 wickets as well. And in the absence of Ravichandran Ashwin, and we haven't seen Ravindra Jadeja bowl today, Rohit Sharma needed Yadav today, and Yadav has performed. He picked up a 5 for here at this ground against the West Indies a few years back, but he hasn't played a lot of Test cricket for India, has he? And you can understand why, as Siraj continues, and he bowls to Stokes, who is happy to defend.
Yeah, reason being, he had a dip in form, and he was dropped not just from the Indian side, also from the IPL side, where he's done exceptionally well, but he has gone back to the drawing board, made some changes with his action, with the speed he bowls at, and he came back quite strongly since then.
What kind of changes do you mean? Like, what kind of tinkering did he do? Why did he shove the crease this time from Siraj, and Stokes plays this to mid-on, no run?
I think he's worked in his action a little bit because he was falling over in his action. He's just a bit strong with his action, and also he started to bowl slightly quicker. Earlier he used to be slightly slower, he used to toss the ball a lot more. Now he's slightly flatter, which has helped him, especially in this format. Yeah, it's turned out, whatever changes he's made in his action has turned out quite well.
Stokes picks up the length of a short delivery from Siraj, swivels and pulls, but it's well stopped by Sarfraz at square leg. Doesn't quite get hold of it on this occasion. Stokes, who came very, very close in the last over to being bowled from a Kuldeep Yadav googly. Bats, your thoughts? I remember us commentating on Kuldeep Yadav from the IPL for Kolkata quite a few years ago now. I think it was Kolkata, Abhishek, wasn't it? Didn't he start out at Kolkata?
Yeah.
Defended again by Stokes. Just a little question of whether there was a single there, but Rohit, who's not fielding behind the wicket, he's at mid-off, just runs round and stops that from happening.
Yeah, he's certainly gone away and done some work. From memory, I don't think he's crossing over quite as much. So his right foot is not crossing over his left foot. So your back foot, so his left foot lands first. The right foot isn't crossing. He's a bit more toe-to-toe in his alignment, which allows him to get a stronger ball, because your left hip in this instance is able to drive through, which puts more velocity through your action.
The battle continues between Siraj and Stokes, as once again Siraj kind of wide of the crease. He's not giving Stokes any width whatsoever, just trying to cramp him a little bit. He's targeting the pad, leg stump, and Stokes can't get it away.
But I think my understanding more than anything was that MS Dhoni thought he bowled it too slow. So there's been other bowlers in the Indian ranks who haven't played very much for India because of Dhoni's thoughts on the speed that they bowl. And it's generally been the wrist spinners.
Stokes again does pick up the length there. It is another delivery on shorter length, and he swivels and pulls and takes a single, and that is the end of the over. 275 for 5. In terms of the match stage, or the match state, early doors with Ravichandran Ashwin called out of this game, or having to withdraw the game because of a family emergency. The speed in which England have gone about their innings, and with Duckett at the crease and Root alongside him, seemed like England were going to be in a good position to potentially bat the day out, but of course it doesn't ever really work out like that, does it?
No, it's felt more like a traditional day in India of Test cricket, where the scoreboard has been controlled, particularly the home team generally control that scoreboard, but the wickets as well to boot has made it India's morning so far, but by no means England are out of it, with Stokes and Foakes at the crease, and still some young players where there's no real benchmark of how good or where their batting is at, can really be that point of difference from an England point of view. But you do feel like India have arrested back some momentum, and they feel as though there's a wicket around the corner, which yesterday for long periods they never went. The body language suggested they didn't think they were ever going to get a wicket unless somebody whacked it straight up in the air.
Yeah, there was disbelief on the face of Rohit Sharma on occasion, certainly when Ben Duckett was batting. There's this delivery, which is down the leg side, and there's a little bit of a miscommunication here because folks wanted a single there. Jurel had to run from behind the stumps after Stokes flicked the ball into a area of the field where there wasn't a fielder, but by the time Stokes realised folks' intention, it was too late, and Jurel was about to pick up the ball. So dot ball tossed up and beats Stokes. Just for a second there I thought there'd been a little bit of an outside edge, but that didn't just turn, it bounced as well.
Yeah, I think that just shows what Bumble was talking about a minute ago. Not sure there's a lot of picking which way the ball is spinning from Kuldeep, because that's very wide to be playing at the traditional leg spinner for Ben Stokes. So I think he's just edging his bets a little bit.
Two slips in place as Stokes is playing back and he's up, and he really forces this ball through the covers. It's a handsome shot and a relatively risk-free one as well. It comes back for a second. England trail by 168 here on TalkSport and TalkSport 2. They're 277 for 5.
Yeah, I think what Kuldeep has done really well, that he hasn't really bowled too many short deliveries. On these kind of pitches as a batter, you'd want to hang back, you would want to play as many balls as possible on the back foot, but his length has been brilliant so far.
On the sweep is Stokes, and this balloons up and over Stokes, the keeper. Not sure he got any bat on it, or if it just came off of the toe of... well, Abhishek is doing some crazy hand signals. Right, you can speak.
I'm just saying that. I'm just saying it's the top edge, I think. It just came at the bottom half of the bat. Just couldn't control it. If there was a 45 or shot fine, could have been a chance, but the way he's batting, yeah, Rohit Sharma's got quite a few men around his bat on the offside.
Yeah, it could have gone anywhere. Well called, Abby. You've got my back. Just one slip here, leading edge from Folks, who's trying to get forward and trying to play to mid-wicket, but no run.
Yeah, I think there's a wonderful bit of captaincy just going on here. They've taken out one of the catchers for Ben Folks, and they've got a very straight mid-wicket, because a couple of times he just knocked the ball down the ground. It's been a good movement pattern. It's made him move better.
Forward again. This is better from Folks. End of the over then. 3 runs coming from it. England trailing by 167 with Stokes and Folks at the crease. 278 for 5. They started out 207 for 2. We've got 20 minutes until the lunch break on day 3 of the 3rd test match with England and India 1 apiece. And after a word from Gareth Batty, it'll be Andrew McKenna to take you through to the lunch break.
Yeah, but by putting that fielder at sort of a straight mid-on, really, it's making Ben Folks play the line of the ball more. He can't get offside to knock it through there. And I actually think they're doing it to, 1, pin him down the batting end so he faces more balls, but 2, they're trying to get him just to get a bit lazy with his head and fall over one and just get his pad in line. So I think it's productive captaincy. It's not reactive. It's been on the front foot, which we've not seen a lot of that from India so far.
Yeah, that has been a bit of a question mark for Rohit Sharma's captaincy as well.
Siraj to start the new over, and he's short. Stokes pulls through mid-wicket and will get 4. England 282 for 5 in the 58th over, and there's another 4 for Ben Stokes. He goes to 35 with his 6th boundary, and that one was just short and wide, and Stokes able to pull it away through mid-wicket.
Yeah, and that's a lovely shot. But again, going back to Rohit Sharma's captaincy, he's always been a bit reactive rather than being a bit proactive. We saw that yesterday as well, that he could have had more fielders out for Ben Duckett, but he kept those fielders in. Just was reacting to the situation at that point, Rohit.
There's one slip. It was about a 3rd place slip at the moment as Siraj bowls around the wicket to Stokes. But there are 2 men inside what would be the 30-metre circle on the leg side. Stokes finds the gap between them. Sarfraz will go charging back, still wearing the protective leg guards, and they will take a couple. So that's 6 from the first 2 balls of this over already. It's been a brilliant morning. If you've been with us since 4 a.m, first of all, thank you very much. You made a great decision. Either that or you've still not gone to bed yet. Let's be honest, there's probably a chance of that. But what an hour and 45 minutes cricket we've had. Some wonderful batting, some brilliant bowling, it has to be said. And day 3 of this test match, day 3 so often moving day, well, it feels like there's all sorts going on. Siraj in, the inducker to Stokes. Stokes plays from the crease, out on the offside, no runs. Stokes 37 not out, Folkes 2 not out, England 284 for 5.
Yeah, I'm just a bit surprised that Rohit is just persisting with the fast bowling from one end for a very long time, and we haven't seen Jadeja, and also yesterday Jadeja bowled 1 over. So just not sure if he's got a little bit of a niggle, or is he fit to bowl, and if Jadeja is not fit to bowl, and with Ashwin going back, there's going to be a lot of load on the other bowlers, especially Kuldeep Yadav. He'll have to do a lot of bowling in this test match.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's Siraj once again around the wicket. To the left-handed Stokes plays from the crease just out on the offside. If you haven't caught up with the news, if you were heading out last night and not been with us right from the start this morning, Ravichandran Ashwin has been ruled out of the rest of this test match, won't take any further part in it because of a family issue. He has had to leave Rajkot on the northwest coast of India to fly home to Chennai down in the southeast because of a family issue with his mother, so he won't take any further part in this game. So India are down a bowler, and as Abhi mentioned, very little use for Jadeja so far. Oh, it's Siraj around the wicket. Stokes has played this one. He's got a big under edge that just misses his stumps and goes through to the keeper, and there's no run. Siraj hands on head at the moment. There's still an awful lot of danger at the moment for England, and they still trail by 161 runs, Gareth Batty.
Yeah, Siraj holding that back of a length, which for periods in this over it's cost him runs. Ben Stokes has stood up and a pull shot and a clip off his hip, but this time the width outside off stump. Fraction Fuller is trying to force it through the offside with a straight bat, ends up being a bit skewed and gets the inside edge, and from an England point of view bounces over leg stump.
Siraj makes his way in once again. This one's leg stumpish. Stokes is playing it onto the leg side. Jaiswal will do the fielding, and that is the end of the over. 58 gone. You're listening to TalkSport, TalkSport 2, and watching on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. England 284 for 5, trailing by 161. They resumed this morning 207 for 2. Joe Root, the first man out, off the bowling of Bumrah. Caught by Jaiswal at second slip, but it wasn't a bring him forward and edge and take the catch one. Joe Root got down and played the reverse. Was brilliantly caught by Jaiswal at second slip. We had next to no time to react. That was for 18, 224 for 3. And then Johnny Bairstow came in at number 5 and was LBW to Kuldeep to a ball that absolutely ripped. 4-ball duck for Bairstow, 225 for 4. So Bairstow and Folkes have taken it to Stokes and Folkes have taken it to 284 for 5 since Bairstow's dismissal. And we had an hour of Bumrah, and it looks like Siraj is going to bowl the other hour, if you like, from that end, with Kuldeep going all the way through, because he is continuing. We're now 11 minutes away from the first interval of the day. Kuldeep's got 2 for 73, but he really has challenged both inside edge and outside edge. He has stood up for his captain this morning. He's about to start his 18th over. Folkes is on strike, and Folkes comes forward. Little push drive to mid-off. No run. There's a split in place, and also a very short straight mid-on, just off of the cut strip. About a pace and a half off of the playing surface. Get Gareth's thoughts on that in just a moment. In goes Kuldeep, bowls with a grunt. Folkes pushes it to Sarfraz, that man under the helmet, no run.
Yeah, that's the contest that India and England want. Kuldeep bringing in that ball would have pitched and hit the top of middle and off stump, but Ben Foakes, great back path, great alignment, just gets in line with the ball and dead bats it in.
Kuldeep goes in again, bowls with a big old grunt. Foakes defensively plays no run.
Yeah, the whole point of having that straight mid-on is to actually try and pin Ben Foakes down at the batting end and bowl more balls at him. Don't allow him to get down the wicket and just push to mid-on or deep mid-on to rotate the strike.
Kuldeep is in. Foakes uses his feet just to meet this on the half volley, clips it onto the leg side. Shubman Gill is at short mid-wicket, no run.
So I suppose the deeper thought from an India point of view is, can they make him do something different? Is he going to try a sweep? Is he going to try and run down and go expansive over the top rather than playing the percentage of knocking it on the floor? Just trying to test Ben Foakes and say, come on, what are you going to do here? Are you going to be patient, or are you going to try and take the game on?
Fifth ball of the over. Now Kuldeep is coming around the wicket. He has been exclusively over until now. This one is pitching round about middle and leg. Oh, Foakes has played that beautifully on the half volley through wide mid-on and away for 4. That's his first boundary of the innings. England 288 for 5. That is a lovely, lovely cricket shot.
It's just, again, India, when we were talking about patience, they were not patient. They try and change something, and just changing the angle helped Ben Foakes to play that shot. Played it beautifully. He had to time the ball perfectly. There was not a lot of gap available. Beautiful shot.
Kuldeep in. That turns big into Foakes, plays from the crease. No run, and that will end the over. 59 gone, 288 for 5 here on TalkSport and TalkSport 2. Gareth, why would he come around? He has bowled really challenging lines and lengths. Is that the bowler thinking he needs to do something different, or is it, I need to do something different against this particular batter?
Well, if he's doing something different because it's Ben Foakes, it's the wrong decision, because coming around the wicket is helping Ben Foakes, because it's very difficult from the angle that he bowls at to pitch on the stumps and bring the stumps into play. It's going to go down the leg side for his leg spinner, and then he's got to spin it extravagantly, the wrong un, going around the wicket, plus the difficulty level and the skill level, as we saw first ball, tries the wrong un, tries to be a bit too smart, a bit too cute, gets it too full. Ben Foakes is off, relieved all that pressure that was building on him. I think the biggest thing is they just weren't patient enough. Be prepared to keep Ben Foakes on 2, as it was back then, not 6, for as long as possible.
Siraj to start the new over. Ben Stokes plays from the crease, turns it leg side, and it'll go backward of square leg, and England will take a single to go to 289 for 5. Stokes to 38.
And people will be saying, oh, that's a negative, try and bowl him out. Well, actually the scoreboard is going nowhere, and we've seen enough balls today to take a wicket, but every time a bowler has come on trying to take a wicket and try and bowl the glory ball in the game, they've gone for runs. There's a reason why there's a bit of patience required when bowling, as opposed to just trying to take a wicket every ball.
Yeah, I think India just needs to be a bit patient. As long as the runs are not going anywhere, they should be quite comfortable, just keeping things tight. And there will be a false Stokes. Ben Foakes is not going to just hang in there and be on 5 or 6 after facing 40-50 balls.
Siraj is in once again, bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Foakes. Punched to Jaiswal at short extra cover, and there is no run. We are 6 minutes or so away from the interval, the lunch break. During that break, we're going to be speaking with Bumble as he gives us his thoughts on potential changes to the laws of the game. We mentioned this yesterday and also earlier this morning. If you've got any thoughts on laws that you would like to change, you don't have to keep them serious. It's Saturday morning. You know, we're bringing toys in at the end of term. It's absolutely fine, but give us your thoughts on those. Siraj, down the leg side, well taken by wicketkeeper Jurel, diving away to his left-hand side, gets it in the palm of one hand and then rolls over to keep hold of it. I think there might have been a little flick off the thigh pad as this went down the leg side. No, there wasn't in the end, but it was an excellent take. He's had a pretty tough time against the wrist spin, but he took that one well, standing back. Yeah, in for his test debut. KS Barris has had the gloves up until now, but Jurel is perceived as the better batter. Did his job there. Siraj in, right arm over. Foakes from the crease, plays to short mid-wicket. No run. 289 for 5 it remains.
Yeah, it's that difficult conundrum, isn't it? It was a good few years ago now that certainly my boss and England legend Alex Stewart and then Adam Gilchrist changed the face of wicket-keeping forever. Very rarely do you see a wicket-keeper that can't average plus 30 now. And I think all the aspiring keepers out there can blame those two names, that they changed the face of the game forever. And it was a lovely take and a bit of a confidence boost, because it has been a difficult one for him. But the sort of opinion is we can teach people to keep, but it's not that easy to teach people to bat that well.
Oh my goodness, Siraj from outside of off stump. Folks has left this playing no interest in playing a shot at all, keeps the bat high, and it runs on in with the angle, and also didn't bounce very much and was not far away from the off stump. The old line in cricket is there's two leaves, a good leave and a bad one. The good leave doesn't hit the stumps, the bad one does, and that was not a million miles away from the off stump in the end. But as there wasn't the death rattle, it was a good leave.
It was a very good leave at the end. There's quite a bit of deviation off the pitch on that particular delivery. All smiles. Mohammad Shiraz, probably he didn't expect it either, to get the ball to move that much. But at the end, Ben Foakes, keeping his eye on the ball, left it quite nicely.
One ball left this over, and then there'll be one more before the interval. There are two close catching mid-wickets for Foakes as Siraj goes in. This one, though, is too short to bring them into play. It's turned around the corner, and it'll actually be fielded at square leg, and there is no run. So 60 overs of the England innings have gone. If you are just switching on, India bowled out for 445 yesterday. England 207 for 2 overnight, 289 for 5. They are now. Ben Stokes still there. He's 38 from 72 balls. Ben Foakes with him 6 from 23. So England trail by 156 as we approach the first interval on day 3 of this Test match. So the game moves on. No, I said Kuldeep was going to bowl through the whole hour, and he has in fact done the whole 2 hours, but Jadeja will get 1 over before the break. Gareth Batty picked up yesterday that at one stage one of the substitute fielders brought him out an electrolyte drink, so maybe he wasn't feeling the best. Maybe that's why he has been somewhat under-bowled, it's felt like, in this innings. He's going to come on and bowl his 5th over. He will get 1 over before the break. Those 4 previous overs, though, have cost 33, so maybe that's another factor in it. But we are going to get Jadeja bowling left arm around to Stokes. Stokes deep in the crease, turns through square leg, and we'll take a single. Shubman Gill will have to go after that one and pull it in. So 290 for 5. Stokes goes to 39.
Yeah, interesting. He starts around the wicket to Ben Stokes. The main reason for that would be to bring the tram lines in play, to bring the stumps in play, to pitch the ball on the stumps and straighten. So you're looking to hit pads and the stumps. Just from his point of view, just a fraction straight allows Ben Stokes to get back and clip it through a vacant square leg area. But the positive is it's going into leg slip and short leg.
Oh, that's short. It does grip in the surface and turn away from Foakes. Foakes off the back foot, finds Shubman Gill at extra cover, no run. Jadeja just under 89 kilometres an hour for that delivery. Gives that one a little bit of air outside of off stump. Foakes comes forward but doesn't play a shot, allows it through to Jurel, the keeper, no run.
This can be a good contest between Jadeja and Foakes. He's going to try and aim for his pads and stump. He likes bowling wicket to wicket.
In he goes. That one keeps down on Foakes. Now, it wasn't the most convincing of shots. I think he was sort of half leaving it anyway, but it was outside of off stump, held its line and did keep down a little bit. Importantly for England, no danger done. Jadeja outside of off stump again. That one grips and turns, but from an angle and line that Foakes isn't going to play at, certainly not in 2 balls before the interval. Jadeja just gets back to the end of his mark, and now he's waiting because Foakes has just gone for a little amble around just to make sure that the clock will have ticked over. And here we go then, Jadeja in. Straight on off stump. Foakes pushes back down the pitch, and Kumar Dharmasena is just going to get on his walkie-talkie and check with the third umpire, Rod Tucker, that is indeed time, and he takes one bail off and says that is it. So, well, what a session it's been. England resumed this morning, 207 for 2 after 35 overs of their innings. Well, 26 overs have gone down this morning. They've scored 83 runs, but 3 wickets have gone down. Root, Bairstow and Duckett all dismissed. Root caught at second slip off the bowling of Bumrah by Jaiswal for 18. Bairstow LBW to Kuldeep for a 4-ball duck. And then Ben Duckett caught at cover by Shubman Gill off of the delivery from Kuldeep that Duckett could barely reach for 153. Duckett couldn't believe, after all the incredible shots that he played yesterday and today, he couldn't believe that he got out in that manner, but he did. That was 260 for 5 when that happened. So England have got through the rest of that session unscathed. Well, we often talk about the third day of a test match being moving day. India, Abhishek Jhunjhunwala, 3 wickets in that session. 3 fairly unconventional wickets, it has to be said, but 3 wickets nonetheless, and they've taken a great big part out of the England engine room.
Yeah, I think they'll be very happy with the way they have bowled, especially Kuldeep Yadav after being under the pump yesterday. It was a very strong performance from him. He came back very strongly. Bumrah was exceptional in that first hour where he looked like getting a wicket every delivery. But yeah, after the lunch session, I think India will be happy the way they bowled, but still a lot of cricket to be played. As long as Ben Stokes and folks are there, you know, they can reach that total of 445 which India has put in the first innings and maybe surpass that.
290 for 5 then, Gareth Batty, England at lunch on day 3.
Yeah, I think the majority of us will be looking at the 3 wickets taken, which is obviously very good, but I think the bigger moments in the game are the fact that England are only scoring at 3 and over now, so the deficit is still, you know, plus 150, and I think from an India point of view, from having a grip on the game and the psychological side of the game, I think that's a big thing for them. They walked in more unified for lunch than they walked off proceedings last night. They looked a bit of a rabble last night. They looked shell-shocked. I think they've just arrested a bit more control, a bit more normality from their side of things. They controlled the rate, they got the wickets. And I think we just saw that over there from Jadeja. He's only the one he's bowled today. I think he could be the one, for whatever reason, hasn't bowled much. But he could be the one that unlocks this game for them moving forward with no Ashwin. So it's a massive next session. I mean, we keep saying it, every session's the big one, because the game is sort of ebbing and flowing so beautifully, and both teams will feel like they're massively on top in this contest. I mean, it's exhilarating cricket, and who knows what's to come.
Siraj is opening up the bowling, and Stokes, well, yes, it is Stokes, defends. First ball, he's 39, alongside him Ben Foakes is 6, a score 290 for 5, and England are still 155 runs away from India's first innings score. Not sure if you're an expert or you pay much attention to body language, Gareth Batty or Abhishek Jhunjhunwala, but Ben Stokes strode out to the crease, as is his wont after the break. Siraj again, defended again by Stokes. Looks like he's got a job to do, and it is a big job.
Yeah, I would say that's kind of his approach to cricket generally, but he will know that this partnership, from an England point of view, it's not the making and breaking of the game, but it will go a heck of a long way to making life easier for England and not being as much and being under as much pressure after this. Yes, we have very capable players, but without a record of numbers behind them, it's still very much an unknown. So these are the two last sort of recognised with careers that you can judge in front of us, and then the unknown to come, which is the exciting bit, but also you can't plan too much for it.
We've seen little partnerships, haven't we, involving Hartley and Ahmed for sure, but yeah, I feel England need to eat away as Stokes playing on his toes and on the back foot, punches this to extra cover, no run. This is a partnership. It's going to take England a long way. Well, certainly we're going to find out a lot about where this match is going from this partnership. A lot of cricket to be played. Of course, India are without Ravichandran Ashwin. Still a few questions about the fitness of Ravindra Jadeja. Mohammad Siraj has taken a wicket, but has also been expensive. As once again, Stokes is watchful at the start of the session. But India's session, Abhishek, first up, and if they have another one here, then they're going to feel like they're in control of the match.
Yeah, I think they had a wonderful session, the first one. But at the moment, when I look at Ben Stokes and the way he's again going about his business, it's a bit dangerous. And every time I see Ben Stokes in that sort of a mood, he's in complete control at the moment of what he's doing, and it feels like he knows that he can control the game from here.
Down the track, Stokes, first hint of aggression, but plays with a straight blade. What do you think of this field, either of you two? There's not a lot of fielders behind the wicket, predominantly in front. There's a couple in mid-wicket, couple in the covers, just one kind of a gully fielder or in a traditional fourth slip.
Yeah, I think it's appropriate for the conditions. I think you're looking to bring stumps and pads into play for your dismissals.
Defended again by Stokes.
Sort of coming into halfway through day 3, or certainly 4 sessions into the game. The pace, 6 sessions into the game. The bit of pace that was in the pitch at the start of the game is just starting to be eked out by the conditions. The sun is just sapping a bit of life, which is just turning its attention to a bit more up and down in the bounce, rather than the variable sideways movement that we saw in the first couple of sessions of the game. So dismissals have changed. You're looking to bring the tram lines in play, and bolds and LBs are very much more in place. But I think also for Siraj, it's almost saying to Siraj, now can you give us some control? Can you hit the top of the stumps over and over again and allow the spin to attack a little bit? And you will get your wickets. Bowl enough good balls in an area, all of a sudden something will happen for you. And I don't think he's been that patient throughout the game so far.
It is going to be Jadeja who will be bowling the first over of spin after the lunch break. He's bowling to Ben Foakes, who was caused a few problems trying to pick Kuldeep Yadav before the lunch break, but it's Jadeja, a touch flatter, cut comfortably enough by Ben Foakes to point, and he will take a single.
Yeah, just before lunch break, Jadeja bowled 1 over, and he had the deep cover inside the circle, if you can think about a circle. But he started off with a deep cover against Ben Foakes. I would like to see that fielder come in, not give him those easy singles, and try and put a bit more pressure on him.
Just moving things around slightly for the more naturally attacking Ben Stokes. Doesn't get the line right this time. Jadeja, Stokes feels like he's missed out. Fails to connect with the ball that hits him on the pad, and there's a lot on here. Looks like they're giving mid-wicket. On the reverse is Foakes. Misses out. Again, the ball down the leg side. There is a short leg. Sarfraz. Mid-wicket is there for Stokes if he wants to play across the line. Is it somewhat of a surprise that Kuldeep Yadav, who's a more attacking bowler, if Siraj plays deep in his crease this time, Stokes going across the left-hander, no run. If Siraj is given the holding job, then wouldn't it make a king spin at the other end? Or
yeah, I think, but with Ashwin's
again deep in his creases, Stokes watchful at the start of the session, no run.
With Ashwin's personal issues and him leaving the game, it takes, even though it's only a spinner, to bowl for a full session takes quite a lot out of you. And there's certainly a thought within the game that if you can empty the tank and refuel and replenish water and things that go out of your body, but if you empty it too much, you ain't getting it back, and you dilute your physicality to go along with your skill. And forgive me if I'm wrong, but he doesn't look as though he's a gym bunny, Yadav. So there will be an amount of, we can't just bowl and bowl and bowl and bowl, because the workloads are going to be quite extensive moving forward, particularly if they, from an India point of view, feel like they can win the game. Second innings is going to be crucial, but it's that conundrum. You've got to get to second innings.
You always hear about batting time, maybe their bowling time a little bit as well, as Siraj is in. He's over the wicket, and this is a good forcing shot by Ben Foakes, who places a drive past Jasprit Bumrah and mid-off. Now, that looked like 2 runs. I fancied Bumrah to chase that down, but he's just pulled up a little. I'm just going to have a little look back to see whether that's a little niggle or whether he just gave it up a little earlier than maybe the modern-day fielder would be expected to.
He's got tired legs, but still, what an outstanding shot that was. He timed it beautifully, got in very good position, and also that shot shows that the ball is not reversing as much as it was prior to lunch, and also the ball's coming onto the bat quite nicely. It's a good session to bat.
Just pitched up a fraction this time from Siraj, and Foakes again trying to get on the front foot and succeeds in doing so, but it's the inside portion of the bat. It means that the ball doesn't go where he intends, but there's still enough on it for another couple of runs. Deficit down to 148, but on a pitch like this, and one that Abhishek's been saying will turn more and more as the game goes on, England have got to get up where India left off just before the tea break yesterday.
Yeah, I think just going back to that shot from Ben Foakes, yes, it's a wonderful shot, but just feel like India compared with England in the field have just been a little bit more ragtag, not quite as on it.
Here is Siraj, a wideish first slip, and this is played comfortably enough by Foakes, but no run,
which has allowed England to rotate, strike, but also pick up more boundaries. And I just think it's that simple thing that people talk about in sport more and more now. Can you do the things well that require no skill? Can you put your body on the line? Can you drop down? Can you help the guy at the other end?
Well, you know Foakes better than most, right? And I know you're talking about fielding, but that works for batting as well, doesn't it? This is a good-looking shot from Foakes. He won't pick up a run, but you can't hit many balls straighter than this one. Nearly takes out one of the stumps at the non-striker's end, but the fielder comes round from mid-on. Foakes, for me, whether he plays for Surrey or England, he always seems to weigh in with those. They're not ugly runs. He is not an ugly batter, but he very rarely takes the headlines. But we look back to that first Test match and that wonderful knock by Ollie Pope. Who was it that was with him, right? Who is it for Surrey? More often than not, in 4th innings, Foakes is there or thereabouts, and he's done it for England as well. This would be a big one though. Yorker length delivery from Siraj, not on the stumps though, and it's played straight back to the bowler, who shapes to shy at the stumps, but Foakes isn't going anywhere. 297 for 5.
Yeah, I think if you're looking at players of yesteryear, you would think of maybe a Steve Waugh. Started his career real expansive, played lots of shots, then limited it. Nasser Hussain, people talk to the same. He started playing loads of shots, then limited it. I think Ben Foakes is very similar. He has all the shots, but he's quite prepared to do the ugly work at times.
Forward again. This is a nice little start to the session for England, as Foakes is forward. He won't pick up a run here. That's the end of Siraj's 18th over. He's gone for 78, a boundary and a 2 from it, so 6 runs from it. England pushing 300. The face of it, 297 for 5, 64 overs in. Stokes is set. Foakes has eaten up 36 deliveries, and this is why I'm just a little bit surprised by India starting up with Jadeja and Siraj. I don't know, I understand what you're saying, but they're one wicket away from Hartley or Ahmed, and I just thought it would have been worth maybe a couple of overs of Yadav.
Yeah, also I was a bit surprised that after Bumrah got an hour rest after bowling the first hour.
Here's Jadeja again. He's targeting the pads and it's on leg stump. Folks is sent back. And good morning to TalkSport listeners. As you've broken away from the weekend sports breakfast, Cass and Natalie to join us. Myself, John Norman, Gareth Batty, Abhishek Jhunjhunwala, and watching a big moment in this match with Stokes and Folkes at the crease. It's a little bit of a commentator's nightmare at times. As Stokes takes the single and he's pushing for two. Good running for England. Stokes calls Folkes back. Stokes moves to 41 and the score moves along to 299 for 5. If you weren't listening to TalkSport or TalkSport 2 earlier today, England lost 2 wickets for just 1 run, 224 as Stokes is on the reverse sweep, but there's a fielder station for exactly that shot and it won't beat him to the boundary. England opened the day up 207 for 2, but they were 225 for 4 when Johnny Bairstow was dismissed for a duck. Here's Jadeja again. He's persisting with that nagging line on leg stump. Sarfraz Khan fields this delivery at short leg. And when Ben Duckett was dismissed for 153, it was India's session, and it's been India's day so far, as once again Khan is called into play.
Yeah, it just seems like Jadeja is not asking too many questions, and there are no issues for both these players against Ravindra Jadeja, where Kuldeep Yadav was asking too many questions from both these players. And as I said earlier, I'm a bit surprised that Bumrah didn't start.
He goes on the slog sweep to Stokes. He hasn't got all of it, but the fielder Jasprit Bumrah running back at a deep mid-wicket has taken the catch two-handed above his head for the first time in the session. You see the bowler toss one up. Stokes has gone with the shot, and that is a huge moment in this match. Stokes goes for 41. Jadeja does strike, and now England find themselves in real danger of giving up a big first innings score to India.
Probably you don't have to ask too many questions as a bowler, because you know that there's mistake to be made by the batters themselves, and that's exactly what happened. Ben Stokes going for that big shot and paying a heavy price, Barry.
Yeah, it's Ben Stokes' shot, isn't it? It's a lap slog. I actually think you've got to give a bit of credit to the planning from India. Jadeja has operated around the wicket. So when we say around the wicket, it means that Ben Stokes, to play the lap slog, can't get his arms free. On this occasion, he went around the wicket, but he was quite prepared to go outside of stump, let his arms free, but the angle of the ball is always taking it away from him. So the angle that he's trying to hit mid-wicket, he actually ends up whacking it straight to mid-on, up in the air, which is where Bumrah is, who took a very fine catch, by the way. And it's what we sort of banged on about India this morning. Can you just have a bit more patience? Let England come to you a little bit. Play on the ego a fraction. Have your good plans and stick with it. There's a ball in there, and this time it didn't need the corking ball, the one that rips and goes. It's actually just very good method, very good thinking. It's actually right for Ben Stokes to play the shot. He just didn't quite execute it as he wanted, but I think India need to deserve the credit for the angle that Jadeja's bowled to allow that dismissal to happen.
Well, absolutely. I think, and he bowled really well. He kept things quite tight and put a lot of pressure on both these players by not giving them easy runs. The boundary hitters, and if you stop the boundary hitters from hitting boundaries, that's what you get.
Well, that is a disappointing moment if you're an England fan just waking up listening to commentary here on TalkSport 2. The captain's gone, and Ben Folkes has followed. First ball of Mohammad Siraj over, and Ben Folkes has been deceived. Onto the shot too early, and he's popped up a catch to mid-on. Folkes goes, and England have lost 2 wickets in 2 balls, 299 for 7.
Yeah, this is old school cricket that we see in India. The wicket does enough for you. The ball has been coming onto the bat quite nicely from Siraj. Ben Folkes has been drilling him hard down the ground, played some lovely shots. This occasion, with that field that he's got set, with the 2 catches at mid-wicket and a mid-on just sat a little bit, the ball stays in the pitch. Exactly what Ben Folkes has been doing, but stays in the surface a split second longer, hits the stickers of his bat and loops a catch to mid-on. I mean, this is what we feared could happen in India, and we've seen so many times. Let's hope there's a partnership from an England point of view now, but 2 in 2. Best part of a hat-trick ball coming up.
This has been very good. The field was set for that particular shot. They were hoping that one ball will just stick onto the surface. But you've got to give a lot of credit to Shiraz because he kept bowling that line, kept asking that question, and there was a hint of reverse as well. Very, very well played.
Bowling a very similar line to the right-handed Folkes that he was to the left-handed Stokes, wasn't he? But he was bringing the bat more into question for Folkes. But yeah, the way that Folkes looked at the pitch just suggested it just stuck. And there we go. They do say traditionally about cricket on the subcontinent, not a lot might happen for a couple of days and then things start happening very, very quickly indeed. It's been a quick day today.
Yeah, it happens in overdrive, doesn't it? And you just hope from an England point of view that we just assess conditions now. It's not going to be that easy to score fluently if India continue to bowl very straight because of the natural changes that are starting to occur in the surface. So give yourself a chance, young men. Go out there and express yourselves, but give yourselves a chance.
This is the Bazball era. As Hartley, first ball, does defend on the front foot. The team hat-trick is averted. But England are in trouble. It doesn't matter what, whether it's Bazball, Gazball, or whatever ball. 299 for 7. First innings deficit of 146. 2 batters at the crease, yet to get off the mark. Stokes back in the hutch. And India with their tails up. This is going to be really, really tricky for England to still be batting at tea, you'd think. As Siraj is in again. Around the wicket to the left-handed Hartley, who plays the ball to a kind of short mid-on. Seeing a replay of that catch, and India, who just seemed a little flat after the break. Well, they're not flat now, are they? They are pumped. And who can blame them?
Yeah, I think it's that patience and execution of just doing the simple things, the basics, very, very well over and over again from India.
Fuller from Siraj, targeting the pads or the base of the stumps of Hartley. New to the crease, gets the bat down well. There's not a lot of pace in Siraj's armoury, but he has picked up 2 wickets, and he's a competitor as well. David Lloyd earlier today was talking about bowlers who bowl with a smile in their face, and he is one of those guys, isn't he?
He's always got a smile. And also what England has done here, that they've always lost wicket in pairs. After losing one, they just couldn't manage a partnership, which is so crucial in any form of the game, not just in Test cricket. If you lose 2 wickets back to back, you've got 2 new batters out there.
2 slips in place, and that's an outside edge from Hartley's bat, which skids along the floor to Shubman Gill, I think it is, at a kind of wideish first slip. The 2 slips are taking up quite a lot of space, almost 2.5 slips worth of space covered between them. But
and now with both these players, we know that they're both more than capable with the bat, but under such pressure on these conditions, it's not going to be easy.
I mean, how many Test matches have they got between them? You talk about inexperience as bowlers, but even less as batters.
Yeah, I think the one positive from an England point of view is that certainly Rayan was seen as a batter that bowled a little bit in county cricket, where he was plucked from.
Inside edge of the bat set there. It's a fraction quicker from Siraj, targeting the pad of Hartley, who will get off the mark. But that's a really good over from Mohammad Siraj. Wicket with the first ball, getting rid of Ben Folkes. The 300 is up for England, but they trail by 145. And both Ben Stokes and Folkes, the 2 batters that walked out after lunch rather, have been dismissed. So a big session awaits, and to talk you through it will be Andrew McKenna for the next 20 minutes after a word from Gareth Batty.
Yeah, I think the plan from England was the established players in Stokes and Folkes, they were looking to extend on that partnership. I suppose if we're playing the Bazball era, let's talk the Bazball era. And the talk would be Rayan Ahmed is a batter that bowled spin.
As the new over starts, Jadeja coming around the wickets, turned on the onside, no run.
And Hartley is a bowler that bats. So this is the exciting bit. This is the bit that you can't plan for because of numbers. This is the bit where we have two talented players.
Jadeja around the wicket. The left-handed Hartley is forward, and again no run to Gill at mid-wicket.
Who don't have the baggage of players with stats behind them. They can just go out and play with the freedom. This is the exciting part from an England point of view.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they can just express themselves. They don't have to worry about too many things.
Siraj is in. Hartley's using his feet. Oh, beautifully. Gets it past mid-off, and it's away for 4. England's 300 up with the single taken previously. 304 for 7. And although Rohit's got a bit of a double teapot going on at the moment, he won't be that disappointed to see the England number 9 using his feet to his premier spinner.
I think, again, Rohit needs to be a bit proactive. Yes, have your men.
Well, that one stays a little bit down on Hartley, but does play it well, keeps it out, no run.
Close to the bat for those catching men, but at the same time protect the boundaries, because both these players will look to hit boundaries. You cannot have both your mid-on and mid-off up. You need to let them take singles here.
Jadeja in, bowls hard into the pitch. Hartley hits it, but with no real timing, and it's back to the bowler, no run.
Yeah, Hartley telegraphs, I'm going to play some shots, I'm not just going to block. So you have to attack and defend in the same breath.
Jadeja is in. Hartley defending this one out on the onside. And there is no run. That's an over that's rattled through very quickly. 67 overs gone here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. 304 for 7 England. If you are just waking up as it ticks past 7 o'clock this morning, as the sunlight starts to take in and the new day starts, if you like. Well, England resumed 207 for 2. At lunch, 290 for 5. With Root, Bairstow and Duckett all dismissed in the morning session. Duckett finally going for 153. Stokes and Folkes dismissed after lunch, so 304 for 7 as Stokes and Folkes went in consecutive deliveries. Rayan Ahmed's about to face his first ball. Tom Hartley is 5 not out. I'm Andrew McKenna, Abhishek Junjunwala and Gareth Batty with me in the commentary box. And it'll be Siraj to start his 20th over, and he comes in right arm over. Rayan Ahmed punching to Bumrah at mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, you can certainly see the talent that Rayan Ahmed possesses with both bat and ball. And I suppose the challenge for him and any young player is to turn that into currency. And your currency is the runs that you get and the average that subsequently is stuck in the end column next to your name. Both of these players have wonderful talent, and it's can you turn that talent into numbers that work.
Siraj is on his way in. Oh, that's the inside half of Rayan's bat. No discernible foot movement there. He's using his weight transfer in the crease to play the shot. He's looking to punch off the back foot through the covers, but it takes the inside half of the bat out on the onside.
You've seen it in the previous matches as well, that he loves to get bat and ball, he loves to play his shots. But just got to pick the right option. With Mohammad Shiraz, he's going to look to attack the stumps, look to try and hit his pads. He's got the field set on the onside, 2 catching mid-wickets and a very close mid-on. Very similar how he got Ben Folkes out. So Rayan Ahmed just need to be a bit cautious here.
Siraj is in. Rayan playing solidly to mid-off all along the floor. Bumrah will field no run. So England still trail by 141 runs. And we keep saying this for all the positivity and all the brilliance. They are still behind in this game. The pitch will only get worse. By their very nature, cricket pitches very, very, very rarely get better as matches go on. So England will want to reduce that deficit as much as they can. And hey, let's be ultra positive and maybe even turn it into a small lead if at all possible. Siraj goes in, punched by Rayan Ahmed. Good contact as well. It's Patidari Fields at extra cover, and there is no run. I'll keep reminding you because there will be people switching on all the time. No R. Ashwin for India for the time being. He has left this Test match to go down to Chennai to be with an ill member of his family. To the best of my knowledge, India did not ask England about substituting him out of the game. There was lots of talk about whether England would allow it. To the best of my knowledge, they didn't ask the question. So maybe there's a chance he's coming back. Who knows? Siraj in once again. Inside half of Rayan Ahmed's bat will send this down to Jadeja at fine leg. He'll be underway with a single. 3:05 for 7, therefore. So India are a bowler down. However, Kuldeep and certainly Jasprit Bumrah this morning, well, let's just say they didn't miss him the way that those two bowled.
Yeah, Siraj has just hit his straps a bit here after lunch. He's tightened his line up. Just got that little bit of fade, whether we call it reverse swing or angle in towards the stumps there. Not far away from Rayan Ahmed there. Just fit in, inside half of the bat goes down to fine leg. But that's what he's trying for. He just needs that ball to either stay in the wicket or scuttle along the floor.
Around the wicket to the left-handed Hartley, solidly forward. Back to the bowler and his follow-through, and there's no run.
And it is that bit of patience required that probably was the reason for the 2 wickets this session so far. The bowlers complement each other. Siraj was prepared to do the hard work and keep the top of the stumps but very straight in play, so you took square of the wicket out. The spinner of Jadeja did exactly the same, went around the wicket, probably not his preferred option to a left-hander. He's got all that rough outside the off stump and he could have looked like a magician bouncing it over his shoulder and spinning it viciously, but he was prepared to do the hard work to lure in Ben Stokes with a bit of angle, and we know it's his shot. Keep playing it, Ben, just avoid that one maybe next time, but it's good plans from India.
Jadeja, left arm around, that bounces. Rayan is almost off on tiptoes playing that one down to short third, and there's no run.
Yeah, they've just gone down to the basics, just bowling very straight on a pitch where it's difficult to play shots unless you give batters the room.
Jadeja is in and bowls left arm around the wicket. Rayan Ahmed pushing quietly on the offside.
Yeah, no. Coach I've played under a couple of times used to talk about getting your index finger and just prodding somebody on the shoulder. If you do it all day, you'll have a massive bruise by the end of the day.
Jadeja in, Rayan Ahmed off the back foot, pushes out into the covers, and they'll take a single. 3:06 for 7.
The only thing
I love that pass.
Yeah, the only thing I would change there would just bring that deep cover fielder inside and let them try and take some chances. Don't give easy singles. Because as long as the batters get those singles, there's no pressure.
Jadeja, left arm around the wicket to the left-handed Hartley, so he's going across him. Hartley defends and there's no run. 3:06 for 7 here on TalkSport 2.
The only opposite view to that would be England want to hit boundaries. They want to be positive, they want to take the game on, and the youngsters will think Bazball means 4-6. We're not bothered about singles. So maybe you're playing on the ego maybe of how England want to play.
Hartley's got 5 from 13. He waits. Jadeja over the wicket to him this occasion. Pushes back to the bowler and he's followed through. No run.
Yeah, every time you see a left-hander, you just think, where is our Ashwin?
Yes.
Unfortunately, he's not going to be in this game.
Using his feet is Hartley as Jadeja puts it up there. There is a man deep out on the boundary, but Hartley's hit that so well, so straight, that it's 4. Apologies for the surprise in my voice, but it looked like he was pushing to long on and taking a single, and he just flies away to the boundary. It must be a very good piece of willow he's got there. He's 9 not out at the end of the over. 310 for 7 England here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, the footwork here from Hart is magnificent. Runs down the wicket at the line of the ball, gets to the pitch and hits it firmly. Very straight through mid-on. Not entirely sure what the angle of long on was doing. We couldn't quite see from where we're at that there was a long on out there, but he's beaten him on his right-hand side, which is quite unusual. It's a wonderful strike, wonderful bit of batting from Hartley. Just a little snick, a little sort of segment, a little snack bite of what England need to do for the next hour. Just keep chipping away. Keep having good process, good movements, still be positive, but you don't need to hit it in the air, you can hit it on the floor for 4.
This cracking test match, this cracking series is just continuing. There's always something going on. Right, Siraj to start the new over to Rayan Ahmed. A very straight catching short mid-on again, and the clip off the toes man at mid-wicket for Siraj as he goes in and bowls to Rayan. Rayan is playing towards the straight mid-wicket, but solid defensively all along the floor and no shit.
Yeah, very nicely bowled again. Again, we're getting a replay of that wonderful shot. from Tom Hartley. As Barry mentioned, the footwork was immaculate on that occasion. Though there was a long on, he hit it so straight and he timed the ball so well that there was no chance for the long on to cut that off. But yeah, it's just got a bat at the moment. Both these players just bat time for a bit.
Siraj goes in. Rayan Ahmed inside half of the bat, but safely to Sarfraz at mid-wicket. No run. Just feels like the next 20 minutes or so is going to be quite important here. If England's tail gets blown away, then they're going to be 110, maybe even 120 behind on first innings. It's 135 at the moment, but Rayan and Hartley both have the ability to put some numbers on the board here, and that really would be in England's favour. In comes Siraj. He's got 2 for 80 at the moment. In he goes. Rayan, it's a punch off the back foot. Oh my goodness, what a shot. He's beaten the short cover. Mid-off can't get around. That's 4 runs to Rayan. And that's up there with some of the best boundaries we've seen in this match, and we've seen a lot of them. Rayan goes to 6, and England go to 314 for 7.
Yeah, this is a beautiful shot. Ball bouncing, hitting somewhere near the top of the stumps. Rayan Ahmed not getting across, staying that fraction leg side of it, so he's got a bat path so he can punch it through straight extra cover, sort of top of his toes, top of the bounce to create the power, and it rattled through extra cover for 4.
No follow through. The bat was vertical when he played the shot. Siraj is in. That's off the back foot. Doesn't beat Patidara at short extra on this occasion. And there is no run. But that previous one, yeah, it was a punch. The bat stayed vertical. There was no massive follow through. And he just sped off the middle of the bat.
It just shows that how much talent he's got and the ability he has with the bat. Both these players, Tom Hartley played some beautiful shots earlier, and Rayan Ahmed is just being a bit patient. They will get runs as long as they spend enough time on this pitch.
Siraj goes in and bowls Rayan. I think he might have kicked the stump over. Or did it bowl in the end? He's gone for the Yorker. Rayan seemed to be late with the bat. I thought he might have got something on it, but apparently not. The bowler turns round and looks at Joel Wilson, who nods and goes, well, it's out. And Rayan's gone for 6, and it's 314 for 8. We were just saying the possibility of this going bang, bang might happen. It's a very full Yorker. Oh, it lands right at the base of the off stump and clips the outside of it, which is why the ball then squirts off through the slips. Well, we've seen some brilliant Yorkers in this series. The one to get Ollie Pope was devastating in the fact that it knocked 2 stumps out the ground. That one from Siraj, just as good in its own way. Rayan goes for 6, 314 for 8.
Yeah, it's a beautiful piece of bowling. In fact, he's constructed a wonderful over here, Siraj. He wasn't disheartened by the wonderful shot from Rayan for 4. The next ball, slower ball. Then the ball after that, he goes full Yorker for the wicket. Fast, little bit of reverse swing, goes underneath the bat of Rayan Ahmed. Rayan Ahmed trying to get the ball out and almost sort of run it down to third man, sneaks underneath, hits the base of off stump. It's another wicket, and England still trailing by 131. If this goes badly and quickly from an England point of view, India, it would have been job done for these first 2 sessions of the day.
Well, this is exciting stuff. You can't take your eyes off of this. This is devastating stuff. You don't want to be missing any of this. Stay with us here on TalkSport 2, because Mark Wood is now coming out, and there's going to be, I reckon, a big 20 minutes or so here, Ravi.
And I just felt that on that particular delivery, Rayan Ahmed was hanging back a little bit as well, just expecting the ball to be short. And also because he stays a bit leg side to the ball, hence the ball managed to squeeze through. Probably if he had come onto the front foot a little bit more, could have somehow managed to dig it out. But wonderful delivery nevertheless from Shiraz. Very well thought delivery. Now this could be over for England very quickly here.
Here's Siraj then to Mark Wood. Plays a beautiful forward defensive in fairness to Mark Wood. Pushes back up the pitch and ends the over here on TalkSport 2. 70 overs have been bowled in the England innings. 314 for 8 are England. They still trail by 1-3-1. Well, what a spell it's been. after lunch. 290 for 5 at the break for England. 314 for 8 now. And it has gone with a clatter. This game has moved on apace. Siraj, 3 for 84 now to his name from his 21 overs. Ravindra Jadeja, 1 for 46. And, well, it's 70 overs gone, so we're 10 overs away from a new ball, but the way it's reversing to start his 10th. And Hartley turns this away on the leg side, no run. Gareth Batty and Abhishek Jhunjhunwala have been far too devastating. They've left. Jadeja is in. Hartley comes down the pitch, swings, misses, and we have a stumping for Jurel. His first in Test match cricket, and England are 9 down. Hartley's come down the pitch, and he's swung past this one. No way he can even think about stopping, let alone turning and getting back. And England are 314 for 9 as Hartley is stumped by about 1.5 meters.
Well, a collapse, massive collapse. Spectacular. England subsiding as Tom Hartley charges down the pitch. The ball goes between bat and body. Oh, he's a couple of metres down. And Jadeja, we've not seen much of him. Comes into the attack, and England are losing wickets regularly. They've got one left, 314 for 9.
Yeah, we saw Jurel struggling a little bit early on with Kuldeep, but he has no such problems with Jadeja. He's looked a lot better. Although we haven't seen a lot of Jadeja bowl, to be fair. Someone actually tweeted me before, though, Bhaskar Jaiswal, because I said that Jurel might not have kept to Kuldeep very much, but he was saying that they play for the same team. I did look it up. They do both play for UP, but he'd only ever kept about 25 overs in his career, because Jurel hasn't kept that much, and Kuldeep's not always playing for UP. But good for him to get his first stumping. We know that was something that someone like Joss Butler struggled getting stumpings in Test cricket. It's a different kind of skill getting a stumping in Test cricket than it is in white ball cricket, just because you're not expecting the player to run down. And now we're about to see a reverse sweep. So isn't that great, Macca?
You're absolutely...
First ball, second ball, or third ball?
Jared is always convinced that James Anderson will play the reverse sweep first ball no matter who's bowling. So... here we go.
A signature shot.
Yes.
maybe the signature shot of the sport, I would say.
Very underrated. He's not given the credit he deserves. So here we go then. Numbers 10 and 11 at the crease for England, still trailing by 131 runs. 314 for 9.
He plays golf very nicely right-handed, James Anderson. Single figure golf at right-handed. I did mention to him, are you certain that you're a left-handed batter?
Do you know, there's that.
Well, he's going to face Jadeja. Jadeja bowls him, and he's playing from the crease out on the onside, no run.
So that happens in basketball quite a bit. If you get someone who's a really bad shooter, sometimes when they're like 25, they just say, maybe you just use the wrong hand, and they switch.
Jadeja, left arm around. It's Anderson playing the reverse. Jared's happy. Second ball. It's out through what started off as deep points, and he's off the mark with the reverse. 315 for 9.
Beautiful shot, wasn't it? Isn't it the signature shot of the sport? I don't.
Well, you see, this is where people get a little bit confusing into the high-risk nature. With the greatest of respect to James, he is kind of limited. He plays it so well. So if you practice it obviously reduces the risk factor. Jadeja then to the right-handed Wood, solidly forward, bat and pad together, no run offside.
I think Gareth Batty was there when he came up with the plan, because I think it might have been Rod Marsh who shouted to him, you can't play defence, you might as well just play the reverse all the time. It took Jimmy a while to commit to it, and over the last couple of years, I was actually shocked he didn't play it first ball.
To Jadeja, to Wood. Wood's going to go down and play the very fine paddle sweep. That's an exceptional shot from Mark Wood. He's going to get 4. He's underway with the boundary through very fine leg with a very delicate paddle sweep. 319 for 9.
126 behind. Last spare. England have had a really poor day so far. Promised so much after yesterday. 153 for Ben Duckett. Next best score, Ben Stokes with 41.
4 for 15 in 33 balls. The spell of wickets was. But Yeah. It's gone pretty quickly, but everything does go quickly with this England side at the moment, be it good or bad. So there's no conclusions necessarily to be drawn from that. So as Bumble mentioned, it's still 126 the deficit at the moment. Everyone just pauses and gathers their breath in. Gives me a chance to remind you, of course, it is Saturday. Big day of football coming your way. Brentford-Liverpool is live over on TalkSport at 12:30, and the live sport continues here on TalkSport 2 at 3 o'clock with Spurs against Wolves. Siraj goes in and bowls Anderson as it clips the outside of off stump, and England will have a deficit of 126 on first innings. They've been bowled out for 319, and Siraj has finished with 4 for 84. Good spell of bowling from him to mop up the tail. Mark Wood will finish 4 not out, but England have been bowled out in 71 overs and 1 delivery. They resumed this morning 207 for 2. They've been bowled out for 319.
Yeah, not a Yorker really, just a half volley. Anderson went back to it expecting the Yorker, ended up just missing it. But great comeback by Siraj. You know, he struggled in this series, and he seems to be, you know, one of the people, if he doesn't play one or two, doesn't play even 1 or 2 good games in a row, the Indian fans get on him. He was getting smashed early on. England were clearly targeting him on purpose to put pressure on him for him to come back and bowl the way that he does. And I think the thing with Siraj is, we see this a lot, Bumble, he doesn't usually chip in with wickets. He either takes none or he takes a load in a quick succession, and we see that again.
Well, there's been a massive response from India. No Ashwin, Premier bowler, 500 Test match wickets not available. What a response from India. They would have thought they were in trouble this morning, but the captain has obviously got the troops together. I think they bowled splendidly. England desperate to get after them. They weren't allowed to get after them. There's been high-class seam bowling. The Yorker has been evident. The ball pitched up direct at the stumps, and the wrist spinner Kuldeep has done his job. Kept going at one end, picked up a couple of wickets. England trying to get after him, but he's had the last laugh. 319 all out. England have had a shocking session there. They need to regroup, regather, new ball, Anderson and Wood. And of course, they would always say, players always say in a test match, the third innings, always a vulnerable innings.
Is this England's poor morning, or is it India's good play?
I think
there's
India
always going to be a look at it.
I think India have been special. You could accuse England of being lax and a little bit sloppy. You would say that. But the response to being a Premier bowler down, he's only bowled 7 overs yesterday, Ashwin. 7 overs, 1 for 37. So that response of being a bowler down and everybody doing the job, lifting the game, that's exactly what's happened. So England have been bowled out, and again haven't lasted 80 overs, haven't got to that new ball. 319 all out with a deficit of 126. Now it needs a big response from England.
Let me take you through the scorecard and do the nuts and bolts of things before I get out of the way, so that Neil Manthorpe can pick up the commentary, and he will bring you the start of the Indian innings. So, the England scorecard: 319 all out, Crawley 15, Duckett 153, Pope 39, Root 18, Bairstow a duck, Stokes 41, Folkes 13, Rayan Ahmed 6, Hartley 9, Mark Wood 4 not out, Anderson last man out for a single. So 319 all out in 71.1 overs. The bowling figures: Bumrah 15 overs, 1 for 54, Siraj 4 for 84 in 21.1 overs, Kuldeep 18 overs, 2 for 77, Ashwin only those 7 overs yesterday. And if you are just joining us this Saturday morning, we are hearing he's not going to be involved in the rest of the game, having left the ground and indeed left the area last night, flying to Chennai to be with his sick mother. So he finished with 1 for 37 from 7, and Jadeja 10 overs, 2 for 51. So England do still trail by 126, and in the next few moments Rohit Sharma and Jaiswal will be wandering out to the middle. Of course, Rohit made 131 in the first innings, so essentially his innings separates the sides at the moment. David, how do you see India approaching, shall we say, let's say the first 40 minutes, an hour of their innings?
Natural play. Both openers will play quite naturally, get rid of the new ball. They've got a great start when you're 126 ahead and coming into that third innings. Players themselves, and particularly test matches, there's always a little bit of a wobble. You think that the third innings is quite difficult to play, so how will they play it? They've got to play it quite naturally, so the response has to come from England. A burst with the new ball, and then inexperienced young spinners. The pitch is spinning. I think Kuldeep has bowled brilliantly. He's only got 2 for 70, but England wanted to get after him, but he's picked up a couple of wickets. Siraj and Bumrah have been effective with a Yorker. It's a delivery that we say is going out of the game, but real good exponents. If you bowl it quick and straight with a little bit of movement, it's a problem. You've got to practice it, you've got to be accurate at it. And so I'm wanting England in this first hour, set the tone in this first hour. You need to pick a couple up.
5 for 20 in 38 balls was what mopped up the England tail.
Yeah, well, I know there's many would be saying, well, we've seen that before. We've not seen it recently, but it was a collapse. Very quick.
And James Anderson and Mark Wood then to start things off, Jared. And I suppose you want Mark Wood to attack, but 126 down, you want him to attack, but preferably not go for any runs as well, because we know Anderson's not going to go for any. What England can't afford is India getting a flyer.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how India play this, because this is where teams have usually gone wrong against England, right? So I'm assuming they have 4 sessions to bat. Does that sound about right? Gives them about another 4 sessions to bowl at England.
Yeah, and the pitch will continue to wear. They just have to play as I expect them to do. India will just play sensibly. It's England that need the response. They need something special.
So I think Jaiswal will try and score, and Rohit will probably play it by ear. But it'd be very, very interesting to see what happens as India get into this a little bit, because England are very good at manufacturing wickets, and it is again at that spot where, as you said before, the wobble happens. The third innings pickle, teams start to get a little bit weird. So that is in England's advantage, because India will be thinking, how many do we set? The big change maker, of course, is if the pitch starts to fall apart, then it doesn't really matter. If India get bowled out because the pitch is falling apart, well, England is going to as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Gentlemen, thank you very much for the time being. We will be underway with the third innings of this match very shortly, and that means Neil Manthorpe needs to come in and describe the action for you, and he will do just that here on TalkSport 2.
Thank you very much indeed, Mac. And no action to describe at the moment. It's interesting you were talking about setting a target. I wonder whether India believe that they can bat long enough to set a target. I mean, it'd just be a question of as many as they can before they're bowled out, won't it?
I mean, that depends on the wicket, right? And how England bowl to a certain degree, but certainly to the wicket. But yeah, I mean, it might be that. They might be bowled out for a couple of hundred. But if that's the case, England are probably not chasing over 300, are they?
No, it's the smallest deficit that England have had in this series, and it's 1-1. 126 this time, 143 in Visakhapatnam, and of course 190 in the first test in Hyderabad when England won.
They've not got anything going today. No partnerships. Wickets, losing wickets regularly. I know you can accuse them of being sloppy at times, and I'm sure they have been, but I think India have been excellent. You need leaders. I think Bumrah and Siraj have responded. Ashwin not there. Kuldeep comes in bowling wrist spin. England wanted to whack him. They couldn't really.
I wonder. Let's go to where a lot of England cricket fans will be at the moment, and
Joe Root
yeah, that's exactly. And they go, "What? Joe Root started all this. It all started with Joe. Played that stupid reverse ramp thing, and the response from the England camp will be... Actually, there's an interesting little exchange on X, formerly Twitter, between Michael Vaughan and Piers Morgan. And Piers Morgan is very much in the it all started with Joe Root's stupid shot camp, and Michael Vaughan replied saying absolute rubbish. Where we be referee, Jared Kimber.
Well, I wouldn't ever get between those two, ever, in any situation. But
Michael Vaughan it was saying that it was irresponsible. He doesn't need to do that. He's a better player. You know, it didn't come off. It's a shot that he would play regularly. He's confident in playing. It didn't come off, and it looks alarming when you see it. But it's like many shots that you make a mistake. You know, it can be cruel. As a batter, you get one chance. Mistake. You make one mistake, you've gone.
Ben Foakes made a mistake as well and chipped one to mid-on, right, just after Ben Stokes was out, and it was not a massively attacking shot.
I thought that was a bowler's wicket, actually.
Oh, no, I mean, you're probably right. I think the bowler played a big part. But what I mean is, you know, sometimes you just get out anyway. You do have to score runs at a certain point. He was trying to exploit the field. He has made runs off that shot before. For all the same people who are excited when he's got away with it, I'm hoping they're not the people now that are worried. If when he was playing those shots successfully in Test cricket before, if people were saying, well, this is silly, he shouldn't be doing this, I think they're okay to have that feeling. There is a risk in every attacking shot that you play, and that is the thing that we never talk about enough.
I thought the Foakes shot was really poor. Just lost the captain. Just a tame dismissal, poor shot. Spotlight will be on the shot from Joe Root.
Well, we're about to get underway, and it's Jimmy Anderson who's bowling the first delivery to Yashasvi Jaiswal, and it's a good one. It's left alone outside the off stump. Good leave that. He's on the money there, Yashasvi Jaiswal, unless it was a misjudgment, and he shouldn't have left it, but it wasn't far away from off stump at all. Very, very good leave. And through it goes to Ben Foakes, who sucks their breath through clenched teeth, and would run his hands through his hair if he didn't have gloves on. Jimmy Anderson does that for him. 3 slips then for Jimmy Anderson. 3 slips in a gully. Cover, mid-off, mid-on is outside the off stump here, and that one is a little wider and definitely left alone by Jaiswal. Much better leave that.
Factoring in Bazball and the way that England play cricket, what score do we think realistically India could be bowled out for that England would feel in any way comfortable chasing? I'd say
feel comfortable.
Yeah,
anything.
550.
I'm not saying would be comfortable, but if you say what would they feel comfortable, Brendan McCullum said they would chase 600.
That's what so this is fine.
Jimmy Anderson pushed out towards mid-wicket, nicely played by Jaiswal, and just finds a gap between Pope and Wood. They go through for a single.
Whatever it is, they will always have time in the game. We're only into day 3.
Because traditionally, if you bowled India out for 150 here, you'd be thinking, well, the wicket's no good now, so we've got to chase 300. Whereas England would be thinking, well, it's only 300. That's only a couple of sessions.
And 2 days. We've got 2 days to do it.
We can play golf on day 5 after we've won.
You hate golf?
No, I'm talking about England players. Of course, golf should be banned as a sport.
Mark Wood's not on the field, so Dan Lawrence is on as the substitute fielder.
Play golf with you, Manners.
Sri Lanka. Yeah. Here's Anderson once again, and Rohit Sharma pushes that full face of the bat up to mid-off, no run.
No Mark Wood, not on the field. That's a problem.
Is it possible he was not out at the end, taking a little bit longer to get back out on the field?
Laws of the game.
He can bowl.
Let's get on to that. Laws of the game.
But he can
cannot
bowl
have a substitute fielder unless there's an injury.
He hurt his pride when he was batting. Actually, he didn't even go out, did he?
Well, I mean, that law has been violated for decades. Here's Anderson, short and pulled by Rohit Sharma for 4. It wasn't that short, but my goodness me, was Rohit Sharma onto that quickly. It's come off the toe end of the bat. He confirms that now by looking at the end of his bat as if it's a tip of a snooker cue. He didn't hit it sweetly by any means, but sweetly enough. He's obviously got a good toe on that bat.
We've seen him try to attack Anderson at times in this test match to just hit him off that length. And again, it probably wasn't short enough to play that shot, which is why it's ended up off the toe. But he just doesn't want Anderson to soak up a lot of pressure by getting that really good length against him. So I think that's why he's taking a slight risk there. But Indian bats do have better toes than other bats, don't they? They have a lower centre of gravity.
And they're square, aren't they? Indian bats are square at the bottom, not that little rounded bit.
Why? That's fascinating. I've never noticed that before. India 5 without loss, as Anderson is in again, and this time Rohit forces off the back foot through the offside. There's a chase on for Ben Duckett and Tom Hartley. Duckett slides into the rope, tries to scoop it back to Hartley, but the ball is too quick across the outfield, and that's the second boundary in consecutive balls for Rohit Sharma. He's doubled his score, moved on to 8, and India now 9 without loss with a first innings lead of 129. So a really aggressive approach from Rohit Sharma to Jimmy Anderson in the first over. Okay, quickly then, before we see who bowls the second over with Mark Wood not on the field.
I think he'll come on and bowl it. It's Root.
I think he's on. I think I've just spotted him.
Looks like it's Root though, unless they're making a...
Well, we'll see soon enough. It is Root, yeah. Joe Root is going to bowl the second over.
Also, I haven't seen Mark Wood then.
You may have done. He's just not bowling. He may well have come onto the field. Maybe the plan is for him to take over from Jimmy Anderson after a 3 or 4 over spell. And he does have to be on the field, of course. I was talking about the rule about substitute fielders for injured players, and I remember as a very young boy watching the 1981 Ashes. Forward comes Jaiswal to Joe Root here, and beg pardon, Joe Root to Jaiswal, pushing out into the offside. And I remember Richie Benno watching on my little black and white television, tutting about Dennis Lilly going off for a shower after a spell. That was in 1981. I mean, that's how long. Here's Joe Root once again. Forward comes Jaiswal, playing defensively, and there's no run. Do you remember he used to go off for a shower and come back with a clean shirt?
Yeah, I do remember. Yeah. He didn't like that, Richie, did he?
He didn't. No, he didn't tut very often about many things, but he is strongly disapproving of that. Here's Root again. Jaiswal forward, pushing out towards cover again, and there's no run. And he'd come on with a fresh shirt, unbuttoned down to his navel. Oh well, and I mean, players have been going off the field for a variety of reasons. Quick rub down for a comfort break. You can be off for 2 overs, can't you? That's driven by Jaiswal up towards mid-off, straight to the fielder, and there's no run. That's you can go off at any time for 2 overs, can't you?
Again, that's come in and just to help the players.
Root in again, and it's pushed straight back to the bowler.
The law was unworkable. You can only have a substitute if there's an injury. So if you want to go off, you just say, I've got a twinge. And the umpire can't question that.
Forward comes Jaiswal, pushing to cover again. Duckett fields, no run. What if I have no twinge, but I really need the toilet? Is the umpire
kind of twinge, isn't it?
well, I mean, if you're
Does
asking
the umpire
me,
supposed to say
bad
no?
luck, why don't you go before? Just go off. Yeah, fine, absolutely, off you go. Have your break, and you play with 10. It's simple.
Do you remember the Matt Renshaw toilet episode in the Test match where he desperately needed to go and was willing to retire out rather than retire hurt and just leave the field?
Or retire really embarrassed.
I mean, he was just going to run off the field. He wasn't even talking to the umpires, was he?
Who was the old bowler? Was it Alf Gover or Pope? George Pope, umpire called play. He ran in, ball in hand, ran past the umpire, ran down the pitch, ran past the wicket keeper,
straight
ran
into
up
the pavilion,
steps, into the pavilion, into the toilet with the ball.
Well, India are 9 without loss if you're joining us for the first time on this grey and wet London morning. I don't know whether it's grey and wet around the rest of the United Kingdom, but it is certainly in London. I'll give you a recap in a moment. Jimmy Anderson in down the leg side here. That was no swing for him there at all. Went straight on, and Rohit Sharma left it alone. Wanted a glance, but was too fine for that. So England resumed this morning at 207 for 2 and been bowled out for 319. Ben Duckett taking his overnight 133 to 153. Ben Stokes made 41, but otherwise it was a very disappointing procession of wickets, but 4 of which were claimed by Mohammad Siraj, who finished with 4 for 84, and Ravi Jadeja 2 for 51. So England conceding a first innings deficit of 126. Jimmy Anderson in again, once more in at the pads, but no away swing. Hits Rohit Sharma on the pad and deflects away for a leg by. There were some soft dismissals. Joe Root was the first to go this morning, attempting a reversed ramp against Jasprit Bumrah, and did he come off the full face of the bat? He was caught at second slip. Yashasvi Jaiswal was at second slip, and it looked like leg slip because Joe Root was playing the reverse ramp. It pretty much came off the full face, didn't it?
Yeah, but with not the timing. I mean, it still came quick to Jaiswal, but it wasn't timed. But yeah, he was trying to get it up, and he sort of clothed it down, didn't he, a little bit?
So that was the end of Joe Root, who failed to reach 20 for the 5th time in his last 7 Test innings. He went for 18. And Ben Duckett's brilliant innings of 153 came to an end in horribly soft fashion, pushed away by Jaiswal up towards Stokes, the captain, at mid-off. And in some ways, because most of us who've played club cricket at any level can have seen this kind of dismissal before, it's a sort of somewhat more forgivable. But Ben Duckett received a ball so bad, so poor, that it confused him into chipping it to cover.
Do you know about the R. Ashwin T20 bowling theory?
Here's Jimmy Anderson, I'm thinking about it. That's tucked away by Jaiswal nicely off his pads, again past Duckett at square leg, and they go through for a
T20.
Yeah.
Get a shocking bowler.
Yes.
Absolute shocker.
Well,
I was going to say, every successful T20 team has had one poor-legged wrist spinner.
When me and Bubble first started covering the Blast, every team had someone who shouldn't be bowling in professional cricket bowling for them, and it worked. Faf du Plessis, no one could hit him off the square. I still can't understand why people weren't just hitting him for 12 every ball. But R. Ashwin always said that what you want is 6 well-constructed bad balls.
Jimmy Anderson in, and that is clipped nicely. He's bowling in at the pads at the moment, Jimmy Anderson. His line is very straight, and Rohit Sharma helps that one on its way towards deep backward square leg. There is a theory that the shot befits the quality of the ball, right? So if you bowl terrible balls, you're going to get some terrible shots.
You bowl that badly that there's no shot that you can play at it. I've said it all since 2003. It hit me straight away. Find anybody you like, ball wrist spin, anything, almost double bouncers.
Jimmy Anderson in again outside the off stump, left alone by Jaiswal. He's 2, Rohit 9, 12 without loss.
They are successful. You just look over the years, T20 wrist spinners, whoever they are. They're not rippers. They're not Shane Warne. They're getting people caught in the next village and aeroplaning around. What a great delivery that was.
It's true. I mean, it is true. And the other thing is, when you go out as a batter, you go and have a practice or a net session. You don't practice how to play long hops. You don't get bowlers. You don't get poor bowlers or ask bowlers to bowl some rubbish at you. So you don't have that ingrained ability and knowledge of how to deal with poor shots. Anyway, England were bowled out for 319 today, and there were some shots that weren't great. Here's Joe Root, forward comes Rohit Sharma, nudging this one out straight back to the bowler, Ben Foakes. There's divided opinion. I think I'd rather inclined to give credit to Mohammad Siraj for the delivery that got Ben Stokes, because I think he just took a bit of pace off it. And if you get the batsman playing a bit early and chipping to mid-on, yes, it looks like a soft dismissal, looks like a batting error. Root in again around the wicket, Rohit forward, turns it out towards square leg, and they set off for a single. Jaiswal, Yashasvi Jaiswal set off for a single at non-striker's end. Rohit Sharma had to send him back, and momentarily he was stranded quite a long way out of his ground at the non-striker's end. But England have had much better batting days, put it that way. But credit to India. Without R. Ashwin today, they've earned themselves a first innings lead of 126. And that one is left alone. Actually, kicked away by Rohit Sharma. Allows him to hit him on the pad, pitching outside leg stump. Jaiswal 2, Rohit 9. Abhishek Jujunwala and Gareth Batty have joined me in the commentary box, as you will know if you're watching on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. So Root in, pitches that one straight, and it's driven down the ground to duck it at wide long on. Being very diplomatic about England's batting today, Gareth Batty. But they'll be disappointed.
Yeah, they will, but that expansive play was why we started the day talking and waxing lyrical about how well England had put India onto the back foot in the game.
Here's Root again. Jaiswal defends, no run.
There is a fine line between perfection and going one way or the other, of just under this way and leaving something left out there and not playing the shot, and then just going over the 12 o'clock if we're looking at a clock and that's not a great shot sort of a situation. It's a fine line, and England have chosen this is the way to play, and they stick with it, so they'll be backing it still.
Joe Root in, and that's pushed away by Jaiswal to cover Popefield's no run. Abhishek, I would say as I leave you, I think John Norman's taking over from me, categorically you cannot as a supporter have it both ways. If you have yesterday's England batting, then you have to take the rough with the smooth and the bad days with the good.
I think I accepted the brand of cricket they are playing, and there will be days when they're going to bat like they did yesterday, and there will be days the way they batted today. And yeah, some of the shots you can argue a lot about it, but if they came off, it'll be genius. And the good thing I like about this England squad is that they stick by it. They're not saying, oh, this is not working or this is working, we're going to go back to our old ways. Because I find this brand of cricket super entertaining, Matt. I love watching what they're doing. Yes, there will be days when they might collapse and get all out for 319, and it could have been that England got 550 in today's game.
Yeah, I think you go back in history, particularly recent history of England. It's the positive style of play when we've had our probably most productive period. So 2005 you go back to, and then when we went to Australia at was it 12 I think it was, and we won out there. It was because we were positive. We were prepared to take a positive approach and take the opposition on. It's always going to be a question when it doesn't quite work, and those are the things for the guys who can make a difference in the change room, just to make small manipulations, but you can't change the overall approach.
Here is Anderson with two slips in place, and Rohit is forward. Good timing, driving straight down the ground, but no run. We've just been talking about this off air, continue it on air. There is quite a lot going on social media, as you'd imagine. Would it be fair to say that England have bazballed their way into contention and then bazballed their way out of it?
I think that would be relatively fair for people's viewpoint. Yeah, absolutely. Why not?
Let's have a little look at what's been said. I know that Michael Vaughan and Piers Morgan are having a go at each other. I won't read those out. Anderson again, right arm over the wicket, and again Rohit's driving. No timing though. Carl Garcia has got in contact at cricket_TS. Join us on the conversation. I'll have a look at the YouTube group as well. They're usually chatting about such stuff. Poor cricket. This team is killing the bowlers by not batting long enough. Now that is a different point, and it is actually one we made on day one and has been made at different occasions throughout this series and before. I think I asked a question of the average length of innings when England are batting. Gary Morgan did tell me 2 days ago, seems like a lifetime ago, it was Was it 72 overs or 78 overs, Abby? I can't quite remember.
68 overs on average.
No, not
I think.
68. It was in the 70s.
Was it?
Yeah, 58 in second innings, 72 as Rohit plays this ball from off to leg, but no run.
Oh, sorry, 58 and 72, yes.
Yeah, so
Yes.
they lasted 71.1 overs, so they're hitting their average.
Yeah, look, if you get the volume of runs required, it doesn't matter how many balls or whether it's too few, too little of people's own opinion, it doesn't matter. But there is a real talking point to the rest period you're allowing for your bowlers, and it can be difficult. It can be wearing on bodies that you constantly feel like you're out in the field. I don't get the feeling that England look weary. Jimmy Anderson, 40 years young, he's still tearing in and giving everything. So.
And it is Anderson, and it is Rohit again. Good length delivery in the channel, and Rohit blocks this out. I mean, Jimmy, if my daughter is 4 going on 14, it seems, Jimmy is 40 going on, I don't know, 24, 25. I mean, he's got the hair, he's got the jawline. He looks like a whippet. He can be bowling for another couple of years for sure. We've even stopped asking the question about when he's going to retire.
Does your wife need to know something here? That was very glowing for Jimmy.
Flegel at Cav Davidson has got in contact. He says, guys, England collapsing and being miles behind is not exciting or fun. That does sound like my wife, actually. Anderson again, blocked again by Rohit. It's a bore. England will probably lose the series 4-1. Most people were predicting 5-0 series defeat at the start.
I think the flip side of it is England are giving themselves a chance to win by being expansive.
I agree with that point. I think under most other England captains, when you consider the inexperience that this bowling attack has, the conditions they're bowling in, the team they're coming up against, I think most England teams lose this series handsomely, and it's not because of a reverse scoop, a reverse sweep that's gone to second slip. On the drive is Rohit, opens the face of the bat and places this to the left of Stokes at mid-off. There's a chase to the boundary, and Rohit comes back for a second. 15 without loss, the lead 141 runs. Guna Aaron says at cricket _TS, for all the praise this England team gets from you lot, I guess he means you, Bats,
I'll take that.
I have not been impressed. They're absolutely awful. Narrator, series is 1-1 with 3 to play. How can you be a top test team? Narrator, they're not. They're third from bottom of the World Test Championship and cannot bat for 100 overs. They're all sluggers and have ruined Root. I think Root's in command of his own destiny when it comes to batting. Don't think Stokes is batting for him. People care, guys. People care.
Yeah, and I would also say that this team cares. I think they...
And Root's bowling as well. Round the wickets to the left-handed Jaiswal, who is at 2 not out. The lead 141. Yeah, they absolutely do care. I don't think there's any feeling that they care any less than anybody else. They desperately want to win. One slip in place as Jaiswal just opens up the body a touch. Good looking drive for none. Straight to extra cover.
I think in sport, and particularly in cricket, you can judge a team's potential and where they should be by the averages of each player. And I think if you look down the averages, with so many unknowns in this England team right now.
Root again, this is wider on the crease. Angling it into off stump, but single on offer on that occasion as long off is brought into play.
Particularly the bowling attack that you touched on. I would actually say that England have played above what their potential is. And out-bowled wonderful, wonderful proven spinners in their own backyard. So, look, I get today hasn't quite, at the minute, panned out as we wanted, but I think to rubbish everything that's gone before is possibly the wrong way to look at things.
There's a fielder been brought in close to the bat of Rohit Sharma, who plays this to deep square leg where the ball is fielded by Tom Hartley on the boundary. Another run in the scorebook. India moved to 17 without loss.
Yeah, I just feel that they're trying something completely different, which no other team in the world has ever tried, and their win record is 70%. So you cannot say it's not working since Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes have taken the realms. So if you're winning 70% of your matches, I think you're doing something right.
I think Ben Stokes has the highest win percentage of any England captain who's captained over 20 test matches. Defensively played by Jaiswal, 1 ball left of Joe Root's third over. He's gone for 2 so far. And you know, the other thing is, of course, winning means so much, but the amount of people this style of play has brought to the game. Last ball of the over from Root, and it's a full toss drifting onto the pads of Jaiswal, who will take a single. Score moves to 18 without loss. I remember being asked last summer about Bazball and all that, and one of the points I made was, yep, it's great. Of course, we're all enjoying this, but what I'm interested to see is next summer when Sri Lanka and West Indies are in town, do we see an increase in the crowds? Do we see an increase in the tickets sold? And you know what? We have seen an increase. So that, for me, that is not as important as winning, because winning also increases attention and ticket sales and interest. But that's massive.
Yeah, I think you've got to judge it on the full journey, not just, a point from A to B. It goes through the alphabet on the journey, and England have not gone out here and said, yes, we're the finished article and we are going to clean up in India. They've gone and said, we're going to take India on, and we're not going to be afraid of the powerhouse that India is in their own country, on their own surfaces. We know professional sport, full stop now, across all sports. It's very difficult to go and win away from home.
And England have had a really poor record away from home for a long, long time. 1 Ashes win in the best part of 40 years, 1 win in India in a similar amount of time. But why is it that Australia and India, for most of my life, up until the last 10, 15 years, up until Ganguly, they had a terrible record overseas. But they can win in Australia. They won twice there in recent times. Hartley is into the attack, and he's bowling onto middle stump of Jaiswal, who's forward. No run, 18 without loss. They've certainly given... Look, they're still in this match, by the way. And they've certainly given India a real scare so far. There's still 2 tests to come. Hartley... This is a drag down. And gets away with it as Jaiswal is onto the shot, but drags the ball really to deep square leg for a single. Lead is now 145. Jarlath Eaton says this is exactly like the Ashes test at Lord's last summer. In a great position after day 2, gifting the game with a collapse on day 3. It's becoming a trend. They can't win many tests against Australia and India playing like this. But and if there is a common theme, it's that frustration, isn't it? It's almost like England are getting themselves into this good position. Everything looks great. They were still 240 runs behind playing in India on day 3. So it's not like they were favourites anywhere with the bookies, I imagine. Right-handed Rohit Sharma with 1 slip in place calmly guides this ball to backward point from Tom Hartley. But that's where the frustration comes in. It's almost like people think we don't have to do that. You've thrown it away.
People want to see the team evolving, don't they? And decision making made better, shall we say, and not the same outcome happening over and over again, which was the start of Bazball. They changed the decision making process.
Again, Tom Hartley has Rohit playing forward. Looks pretty calm so far. No run from the bat, 13 from 19.
So going to your point, John, yes, India went and won in India, but to what detriment future? Who's going to replace their 2 main spinners once they're done at 35, 36, 37, whatever age they are? There's not many coming through.
This time, fraction more width bowled by Tom Hartley, and Sharma's quick on the cut, but can't beat point.
So they've changed the surfaces in India to be able to win away, but it's going to be to the detriment of winning at home in a period of time, possibly.
Yeah, I think so. And if you look at the ranks at the moment, there are not really any spinners I can think on top of my head who can replace Jadeja or R. Ashwin.
On off stump, this time by Hartley. He's varying up the line, and defensively played again by Sharma. No rush at all for India. They've got bags of time, and they know, just like the first innings, the longer the bat, the more difficult it is to do so. So they'll be happy just to play like this for the rest of today and a good chunk of tomorrow.
Yeah, they're in no rush. There's plenty of time, and they're going to play exactly the way they batted in the first innings. They're going to take time. Yeah, when there's opportunity to score some runs quickly, they will try and do that. But both these players understand that what they don't want to do is what they did in the first test, where they allowed England to come back into the game by getting out cheaply. And there's plenty of time. There's still more than 2 days left, and they know if they can get anything over 350.
Spin at both ends, and it's Joe Root who's going to continue. And this first delivery is a full one to Jaiswal. Can't get off strike. Got Premier League football coming your way on TalkSport 2 later today, following the cricket. Tottenham against Wolves, that's at 3 o'clock, and over on TalkSport it's Brentford, who need a win against Liverpool. Outside edge of the bat as Jaiswal is forward, and Jimmy Anderson's got a little chase on to drag the ball back inside the boundary. How many runs there? Don't tell me that was just one. Was it 2? Oh, it was 2. Yeah. Jaiswal has got back. He moves to 7, and the league stretches up to 147. You a football fan, Abhishek? You're South West London.
Yeah, I'm very close to Chelsea.
Oh well, we don't need to talk about that.
Where are they playing today?
Manchester City.
Oh, Stewie, I know you're listening. Sorry, that's going to be a bad result for you, boss.
Stewie listening. By the pool in Dubai. Fuller again from Root, defended. Stewie was my favourite player growing up, you know that, Bats. But his choice of football team is not something I could ever really get on board with.
No comment. He holds my P45.
So do I.
I'm done.
You're Fulham through and through, right?
With a hint of blue.
Oh, get out of here. Root has Jaiswal playing forward again, slightly with bat away from body on that occasion. A few oohs and ahs behind the stumps. A little bit of turn, just a fraction of turn. We saw big turn earlier today, didn't we, when Kuldeep Yadav was playing, or bowling rather. I don't think he bowled again after lunch, did he? Not that he needed to. This is fired in a little bit more round arm actually from Root. Let's see how fast that was. No run again, 21 without loss, Indians second dig.
And the ball is still quite new at the minute, so it's got that bit of a lacquer on it, so it will skid a bit more. Might rush through, so you're looking to maybe just skip somebody on the pad, or that fast spinning one to slip, but it's not going to spin as much as it will in maybe 10 overs time, when the ball's just that fraction softer.
This is on middle stump, flicked away by Jaiswal. Nicely done. Gets off strike, he moves to 8. 22 without loss.
Yeah, but we haven't really seen any demons on the pitch yet, because apart from Jaiswal, apart from Kuldeep Yadav, even Jadeja didn't really turn much. It's pretty up and down. He's bowling very wicket to wicket. And so far from Joe Root as well, we haven't really seen any ball kicking off or doing something which is not supposed to do. So the pitch hasn't really deteriorated as much as we would have expected. So still a very good batting surface.
Yeah, it's got a fraction slower maybe, hasn't it? Which was the demise of a couple of England batsmen, where the pitch being that fraction slower, contact point with bat and ball is just a bit in front, which then skims the ball into a catching position in front of the wicket. But no, there's certainly nothing up and down or lateral really.
If you are just joining us and you're an England fan, sadly England are bowling. This is a leg stump line from the slow left arm of Tom Hartley. Bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Jaiswal. No run, 22 without loss. England bowled out for 319. They had been 224 for 2 with Root and Duckett at the crease. And they collapsed in a little bit of a heap, and there's plenty of feeling out there that they kind of led to their own downfall. We'll be hearing about that. Leg stump line again from Hartley, clipped again into the leg side, and this is fielded at mid-wicket. No run again.
feel like Hartley's learnt off what Jadeja did. He's got a slip and a leg slip. He's got the two scouts out, a deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. And he's bowling a very straight line.
He sees loops up into the air. Folkes has taken the catch. Now the reaction of Hartley is he's not quite so sure whether there's an inside edge. Folkes liked it. They're talking to Stokes. He's looking around and he signals a review.
Looked like a bit of glove to me.
Well, the reaction in the comms box, I'm not sure who yelped. I think
was
it might
me.
be
Apologies
Matt.
for that.
To director.
I am impartial.
Player review for court. Original decision is not out. I've checked both feet. It's a fair delivery. We get a front on, please. Coming up now, Kumar. Okay, it appears it's missing everything. Just keep rolling through, please, to make sure it doesn't come off the pad and go up and hit the glove. Thank you. It goes up and misses there. Just go to Ultra Edge, confirm all that, please. Get a split screen.
Well, the ball does appear to be missing bat and glove. We will see here.
Clear gap between bat and ball. Keep rolling through, please. Just keep rolling through. Impacts the pad. Thank you. We'll just have to go through to LBW. There's no bat involved, so we'll just go and check the LBW, please.
We can confirm that Jaiswal has not been
original decision is not out.
Caught behind, but they will look at the LB. But that is clearly going to be missing a leg stump and going high. So a little bit of excitement for England.
Your original decision of not out. You're on screen now.
I wasn't sure about that one. Stokes has pretty much nailed captaincy, fielding, batting and bowling. I'm not sure that DRS is quite where he would like it to be just yet. Yeah. And I'm not saying I know more than the England captain. Leg slip and a slip in place for Hartley as he bowls to Jaiswal. And again, he has a batter coming forward. It's very, very straight. And it's no run.
Nicely bowled again from Hartley. With him bowling that straighter line, he's bringing what we've just seen into play. Just one ball bounces a fraction. It's somewhere near the gloves. It adds a bit of excitement. It adds a bit of pressure for the batsman. They've got to get that right leg out of the way.
Touch fuller this time. And it doesn't ask as many questions because it takes the bounce, I suppose, out of the equation a little bit. Jaiswal's forward and just flicks this to mid-wicket for a single. Rohit now will face the final ball of Hartley's second over. It's gone for just 2 runs. Spin at both ends. We can see Joe Root as well. 23 without loss in India in second innings after bowling England out for 319. 4 wickets to Mohammad Siraj, who had been expensive, and 2 for Kuldeep Yadav as well. Shouldn't forget those big moments. Lofted drive from Rohit Sharma. Looked like he was trying to go a little straighter than when the ball actually ended up. Popped over cover point and races to the boundary for a 4.
Yeah, that's a wonderful shot from Rohit. It was touch full and knew there was nobody outside the circle, everybody inside, no one at the boundary, and played a wonderful shot. Minimum effort, but a good result.
Yeah, I mean, Hartley, first time in the over, just went fractionally above the eye line. Enticing the drive, but wow, the skill of Rohit Sharma. He goes in to out over the 2 drive men at extra cover and then beyond the deeper cover fielder to get it up and over that sort of 30-metre circle into the boundary. I mean, the skill level of this is unbelievable in a third-day pitch with some rough areas when it's quite full, and he's definitely gripped it a little bit on the surface, but we just got close enough to the ball without being too close to the ball to get the elevation. It was just quite incredible.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Really, really good to watch. He's such a skillful player, and he does as well because he's got so much time to play any delivery, Rohit Sharma. And that 100 in the previous innings must have given him so much confidence going into this innings. So from England's perspective, it's very important that they get rid of Rohit as soon as they can.
Well, it'll be Joe Root to bowl to Jaiswal. The lead 153. India 27 without loss in their second innings. And Root's about to stop, and Jaiswal pulled out right at the moment. Root's about to deliver.
Yeah, both these players, Jaiswal and Joe Root, would know each other quite well because both from Rajasthan Royals. They spend a bit of time. I'm sure Jaiswal has asked plenty of questions to Joe Root how to go about his business. Must have seen him very closely about his preparation before a game. A lot to learn from somebody like him, an absolute maestro, Joe Root, with 11,000 test runs.
Well, apparently there's been a lot of conversation as well, obviously, with Josh Butler during that time as well. So, like a sponge, he's mopping up all of that information. Right. Well, he pulled away, and England have decided to make the most of it. And Joe Root and James Anderson are having a very in-depth conversation, and Root is now jogging back from deep point to get back to the end of his bowling mark.
Yeah, he was mopping his brow with the ball, so I wonder if it's a conversation about what we're going to do with the ball to try and get reverse swing happening quickly.
Single slip in place. Jaiswal is pushing forward to this from outside of off stump, well fielded by Ollie Pope at short extra, and there's no run. Yeah, so we're in the 10th over. It has reversed in the match so far, so you always have to have the conversation about the way that you deal with the ball. Root goes in, Jaiswal is forward, pushing out on the offside, no run.
Yeah, nicely ball from Joe Root. It looks like he's not really trying to attack the pads as much as he started. He's trying to hit that little bit of rough outside the left-hander's eye line that the right-hand bowlers have bowled, following through from that end. Just a little bit of spin into Crawley at slip.
Always a little bit of air on that one, turns into a full toss. Joe Root actually fields that himself as Jaiswal hits the full toss back to the bowler, no run. That could have easily gone for a couple, but it's 3 dot balls in a row.
You're looking at Jaiswal, doesn't he look a bit nervous? It just feels like he doesn't have the right intent. He's just a bit too defensive.
Tentative, definitely, yeah.
9 from 35 so far. Of course, he got that double 100 in the first innings in Vizag, 209. 80 was his top score in Hyderabad in the first innings. In goes Joe Root, bat and pad close together from Jaiswal. And there is no run. This is only his 7th test match. We keep needing to remind ourselves he's only 22 years of age, but he's had a heck of a start so far. In fact, there's 200s and 250s already to his name. And, well, it looks like India have got one for the long haul here in Jaiswal. Root. It's a lowish full toss again. It's a loopy one, hung up outside of off stump, driven to cover where Ben Stokes is stationed on this occasion. And that is 5 dot balls in a row. As Joe Root prepares to finish his 5th over. It is hot, hard work. There is not a cloud in the sky. Once again, it's another sort of 30-degree day in Jaipur. And India are out batting. Root goes in. Jaiswal has no interest in playing that one in an attacking sense. It just pushes out on the offside. 10 overs gone therefore. TalkSport 2, exclusive live international cricket. India 27 without loss in their second innings. The lead is 153.
Yeah, maiden over there, Joe Root. Very nicely done. Probably got it a fraction full, but you can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to get it in the rough outside the left-hander's off stump. Now, is that because he thinks it's going to spin out of the rough, or is that because he wants the rough side of the ball to get roughed up even more so that the maestro James Anderson or Mark Wood can come on early on in this innings where the ball is still hard, but get a bit of lateral movement with that reverse swing? I think it's probably a bit of both.
We shall see. 8:15 this Saturday morning. Still plenty of life in today's test match play, as Hartley's going to start left arm around the wicket, the new over, and Rohit is, it's the outside portion of his bat playing there, out on the offside, no run.
But that's the delivery. He needs to bowl a lot more consistently and one after another. It's usually what we have seen with him, that he bowls a really good ball, but then the next one he doesn't really follow up with the same sort of delivery in his spell.
Hartley, left arm around, it's shorter, allowing Rohit to play off the back foot. That's the point Abhi was just making. It's out for a single out to Crawley deep on the offside, no run. Is that potentially the fact that the majority of cricket that Hartley has played has been white ball, and therefore you don't want to bowl 2 balls in a row too often in the same place. You know, you want that variation. Could that potentially be a factor?
Yeah, white ball does play a massive role, but still, if you're playing test level, or you do play a lot of 4-day cricket as well, so you've got to be able to change your skills according to the format.
Hartley is in. Jaiswal, the left-hander, as Hartley is around the wicket to him, clips to Duckett out at deep straight mid-wicket, and there'll be 1 to the total, 29 without loss.
Yeah, it's a muscle memory thing, isn't it? The more we do something, hopefully, the more that sits into your muscle memory. Is it 3,000 repetitions to get something that becomes second nature?
Hartley halfway through the over, around the wicket. It's a lowish full toss by the time it gets down to Rohit at the far end. He will clip it to Rayan Ahmed, who's deep out on the mid-wicket side, and they will take a single 30 without loss. Rohit goes to 19 from 25. Jaiswal 10 from 39. Not that many alarms so far in this second innings for India, after England went down in a heap earlier. 5 for 20. The last 5 wickets went down. Hartley goes in, around the wicket again to the left-handed Jaiswal, turns out to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Yeah, I think that normally you'd say a short leg now, but he's got a leg slip because the line is so tight. If it just creeps down the leg side, you're almost going, go on, just give me a bit of your bat face just to go into that leg slip.
Hartley in, straighter on this occasion, pitching middle, turning, staying on middle, and that will end the over as it's played defensively by Jaiswal. So 11 overs bowled by England in this second Indian innings. They are 30 without loss. The lead therefore 156 after England were bowled out for 319 earlier. Remember, they resumed this morning at 4 o'clock at 2:07 for 2 after 35 overs of the innings. Well, they went to lunch 209 to 5, 83 for 3 in the morning session, and then it was followed up after the lunch break. England 319 all out. Ben Duckett, the top scorer, 153 from 151 balls. He was the 5th man out, and then the rest went down pretty much single figures from there on in. Stokes ended up with 41 before being caught by Bumrah on the boundary. But Folkes 13, Rayan Ahmed 6, Hartley 9, Mark Wood 4 not out, James Anderson a single. So 319 all out, 4 for 84 for Siraj. The most significant bowling contribution in terms of the wicket. So India led by 1-2-6. Joe Root will start his 6th over, and it's to the right-handed Rohit around the wicket. He turns to square leg, and there is no run. So Anderson, Root and Hartley used by England so far. So no sign of Mark Wood yet. Maybe just waiting for some more of the lacquer to come off of the ball, as Mark Wood does not often take the brand new ball, and he's not been used yet. Rohit, slip and leg slip as Root comes in, past umpire Joel Wilson, around the wicket. A little bit short that one, but Rohit not able to get the ball back past the bowler in his follow-through no run. Double change in the summarisers seat. Gareth Batty and Abhishek Jhunjhunwala have moved out. Jared Kimber and David Lloyd have moved in.
Macca, just on what you were talking about with the Indian bowlers, so since 2020 they've averaged 11.9.
Root around the wicket. Rohit goes on the big sweep, misses it, taken on the pad. Ben Folkes is bouncing up and down behind the stumps at the far end on the appeal for that one, and England will have the conversation, and Ben Stokes makes the signal to say we are going to review this one. Rod Tucker, over to you.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I've checked both feet, it's fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
Felt very leg side to me, Bumble.
Front on coming up now, Joel. It
Oh,
appears
this is
there's no bat
close.
involved,
This
but
is
can we
going to be
confirm
close.
that
Where's
with
it
ultra edge,
pitched?
please?
Don't think he's hit it. They're looking at ultra edge.
Just building ultra edge, Joel. Ultra edge coming up now. It's a flat line as it goes, but just rock and roll that back past the bat, please, Dev. Thank you. I've got a clear gap between bat and ball, so no bat involved, so we can get a ball tracking when it's ready.
And this is going to be the key. Where did it pitch?
I'd be shocked if it's
Ball
not
tracking
out
coming
there.
Here we
now.
go.
Pitching in line, impact in line, and hitting the wickets. Joel, you've got 3 reds. You need to overturn your decision to out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now. Signal now.
Joe Root has a massive wicket for England. He's got a breakthrough. He's got Rohit Sharma for 19 from 28 balls. India 30 for 1. They lose their first in the second innings, leading by 156.
Well, when it pitched, we were saying, where's it pitched, and it's comfortably in line, and you can see it just straightens as well. As soon as it straightened, I thought he's in trouble here. They were looking for the edge. They thought there may have been an edge, but it's a massive wicket. The captain, real calmness to his batting. He's gone for 19. India are 30 for 1. They lead by 156.
It was interesting because it was a decent appeal, but they didn't go up massively. But they all came in, and you could see them all chatting to each other. They all thought it was good. I thought, naked eye, it looked outside leg stump to me. I thought even if it was going to pitch in line, it would be by a millimetre, but that looked well inside.
Well, I mentioned in the commentary that Folkes was jumping up and down from behind the subs. He was the one who was absolutely certain. Some of the others were less certain. Well, look, Ben Stokes made the point with the Zach Crawley decision in Vizag that he wasn't entirely sure about the accuracy. Well, maybe this is one has come back in England's favour, and that's the swings and roundabouts of it all.
Well, you know, when you see it and you see the replays, it was looking more out. More times, as soon as he hadn't hit it and it pitched and straightened from around the wicket, always looking to do that, the off spinner. Now it's brought Gill in, Shubman Gill, who bagged one first innings.
He did indeed. And 23 naught, 34 104 in the previous matches, but got a 9-ball duck in the first innings of this one. So it's been feast or famine in the series. And actually, if you remember, I mentioned the fact that he got up 104 in the second innings in Vizag. He survived 2 extremely close DRS calls when he was in single figures still. So, right, England, as you might imagine, are putting pressure on. Slip, short leg, very specifically placing the man at extra cover on the drive. Joe Root to the right hand to Gill, and there's a bit of inside edge onto pad that's going up towards the mid region.
Well, he looks calm, Shubman Gill. I can assure you he won't be. Naught in the first innings, desperately wanting to get off the mark.
Rohit Sharma, just seen the replay, Rohit Sharma's reaction to that. He couldn't believe the Hawkeye projection on that one. He walked off with that smile on his face. That one is saying, you've got to be joking me. Joe Root is in. Shubman Gill has just larruped him over wide long on, 1 bounce 4. Well, none of this have a look at it nonsense. He's off the mark with a boundary. India 34 for 1.
And he will have eyed that area, that mid-wicket area, hitting with the spin, still around the wicket, Joe Root. It pitches pleasantly, just a pace down the pitch, and it is a free hit, just hit with a spin into that vacant mid-wicket area.
Root around the wicket. It's shorter, but it's quick, and it's bowled into the surface. And Shubman Gill covers up end of the over here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. India 34 for 1 after 12. They lead by 160 runs. Jared Kimber.
The interesting thing about that shot, Bumble, is it's almost an identical ball to the one who's got the wicket on. Very, very full, pitching around that leg side, leg stump area and straightening. And Gill was almost waiting for it, as if to say, well, if you're going to go that same ball, I'm just going to flick it away. And it's the Shubman Gill we haven't seen in test matches. We see it in one-day cricket, how confident he is. But in test matches, it's quite often very tentative. So a good start by him.
Neil Manthorpe will take you there, picking up the ball by ball.
Thank you very much indeed, Andrew McKenna. So India's lead is growing, but gone are the days England would be concerned about how quickly it's growing or how quickly it's growing. They'll chase down anything, that's their motto. Mark Wood's coming into the attack for the first time. 12 overs gone. A little early for a reverse swing, maybe not. But England have been working hard conditioning the ball in order to try and get it to deviate through the air. And, remember an first innings lead of 126 for India. Mark Wood in then. His first delivery is short and wide and slapped out powerfully to the deep point boundary. Rian Ahmed is running around from wide third, slides along the boundary's edge and keeps him down to 2.
So Mark Wood with that extra pace, coming late into the attack, opting for a spin option to open the bowling, England.
So Joe Root with the first wicket. Rohit Sharma couldn't believe that Hawkeye had that ball pitching in line. I don't know whether he thought it was missing or was pitching outside leg, but clearly showed pitching in line and hitting the top of middle and off. And this one is defended by Shubman Gill, back down the wicket on the offside, and there's no run. Jaiswal has 11, Shubman Gill has 4. India 35 without loss. 35 for 1, beg your pardon. Shubman Gill, I was just talking about Joe Root having claimed the first wicket. Sharma, 35 for 1. And remember that Mark Wood was the man who dismissed Shubman Gill in the first innings, that 9-ball duck. And he's running away towards him again, and pushed away defensively out on the onside. Did that just tail back in? It did, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. Into the 13th over. Not great pace from Mark Wood. 135k when he can get up to 145 and above.
Well, he hasn't had long off. That's the problem with England being bowled out in 70 overs. And he bowled as many overs as he's ever done in a test match in the first innings. Getting through 27.5 overs. 28 overs is the most he'd ever bowled in a test match before. So he hasn't had a great deal of recovery time. And it certainly is tailing back in now. Reversing towards Shubman Gill. Pushes that one defensively up to Jimmy Anderson at mid-off. No run.
So looking at the field, particularly to Gill, and the ball at good pace from Mark Wood, just a hint of it coming back in. There's an argument for a short leg. We've seen a number of times inside edge onto pad, into that leg side, close in, new batsman.
I wonder where they'd take him from. Ollie Pope at the moment is an orthodox square leg. Just bring him in, put him under the helmet. Here's Wood again to Shubman Gill. Back of a length, tries to force it through the offside, doesn't time it. Bottom edge down into the ground. India 35 for 1.
Yeah, I think that would be the option. If there's just a square leg, somewhere round about the umpire, that can be more aggressive. Bring him into short leg. Because he stands upright. And we've seen him previously, certainly in that first innings, inside edge pad.
Remarkable in his 43rd innings that he's still averaging under 31. Shubman Gill. Here's Wood again, once more tailing back in towards the right-hander, pushes it out on the offside, and there's no run. He's been given a lot of chances, a lot of game time in Test match cricket.
He's also played on a lot of pitches where the overall batting average hasn't been that high. Because when he played in India, everyone was getting bowled out, within a day and a half. So he's actually played on a lot of low-scoring games. So it's probably looks a little bit worse than it is. But Mitch Marsh had a very similar record. I think Mitch Marsh's average was even a lot lower. I know he can bowl a little bit, but didn't bowl all that much and was still in the side.
Not enough attention is paid to the surfaces that batters play on it. I think it's fair to say. I mean, historically, I think South Africa's the most difficult place where top-order batters average lower than they do in other countries. New Zealand used to be the same, but the pitches have improved there. Here's Root once again, and that's driven by Jaiswal down towards long off, 1 run.
I think the two batters who get the biggest boost from when you look at their overall numbers are Peter May and Daryl Cullinan. So Daryl Cullinan played in a really tricky era where he got a lot of wickets that weren't particularly good. And then Peter May, I think, is the other one.
First class or test?
That's test,
right, yeah.
So what we look at now is we look at you look at era ratio, because eras usually define how many runs you make, and then also match ratio. So you look at your that player versus the top 6 players in their games, or sometimes it's the players in the same positions, depending on how far you want to take it.
Here's Joe Root once again around the wicket. Forward comes Shubman Gill playing defensively, and there's no run. The point about Daryl Cullinan is he did play on some tricky wickets, but he did make 274 on a glued wicket at Eden Park in New Zealand, which literally the grass had all died and the groundsman was so desperate that they glued the wicket together before the test match started. And he also, that's played away defensively by Gill again, and there's no run. And he also averaged 12 against Australia and 8 against Shane Warne.
Yeah, I mean, he's got some holes in his record, but when you look at his overall record, you can actually see that just compared to some other players, he just got, it went in the wrong way for him.
Root again around the wicket. Shubman Gill uses his feet, pushes it up towards mid-on, no run.
Whereas there is a lot of batters who debut around 2001 and retire around 2015 who played on incredibly high-scoring wickets over and over again. So Anil Kumble is a bowler who, if you look at his bowling average, it doesn't compare to Ashwin's, but if you look at the pitches he played on, he's not that far off Ashwin.
Here's England's opening bowler, Joe Root. 3 men around the bat now for Shubman Gill. Or in stationary catching position, leg slip, short mid-on, and this time it's pushed off his pads to Jimmy Anderson at backward square leg, and they go through for another single.
Just early in his innings at Shubman Gill, after that duck in the first innings, he's been coming down the pitch to Joe Root, getting to the pitch and working into the leg side, and then the shorter ball, well organised, just goes back into the crease and knocks it into the leg side, gets a single.
Root again to Jaiswal, who slap drives this. A bit of width. Tom Hartley fields on the cover boundary. Go through for another single. India 38 for 1, leading by a total of 164.
Must be one of these lads, Tom Hartley. I've seen enough of him up at Lancashire that his shirt out always gets a reaction. He looks scruffy, but he must be comfortable with it. The rest of the team have got their shirts tucked into their trousers. Hartley, he looks like he's been out there for about a month in the whites.
Well, he's a long man, so maybe his shirt's not long enough, and it becomes untucked naturally.
Well, all his clothes are soiled, diving around.
He has done a lot of slide tackling on the cover boundary, sweeping.
How many times in county cricket, and probably in this test series, as someone just said, we can't be a cricketer, at least looks like one to him. I was always told to me, every time I was untucked, time I was untucked, someone would say that in Australia.
You can look the part.
Didn't help me in either way, Manus, whether I look like it or not.
India 38 for 1. Here's Hartley. Down the wicket comes Yashasvi Jaiswal. Turns it into a full toss, but it's too low to sweetly time it, even with the lower sweet spot of his bat. He couldn't hit that one past the bowler.
Who are the most sartorial cricketers? Alex Stewart?
Oh, Alex Stewart. Yeah.
Ram Prakash?
Mark Waugh?
Mark Ram Prakash was, he was smart.
Here's Hartley again, and Jaiswal turns it out to mid-wicket, no run.
Richie?
Back in the day, Richie, with the open chest, and there's a chap called Peter Richardson. There's Peter and Dick Richardson, and they were smart. Collar up, debonair.
Jaiswal 13, Gill has 5. Here's Hartley, and that one is driven, not timed at all, up towards mid-on. The cricketers who have their whites and their shirts particularly tailored specifically to define their sculpture. Faf du Plessis
is the one I was thinking of as well.
The extra short sleeves show off the biceps. Here's Hartley again, nudged away by Jaiswal for a single past Anderson at square leg.
So some franchise leagues, when you go to get all your kit on the first day, they have a tailor there, and the players very excited. If you're with one of the teams that doesn't have a tailor, team starts off on a very bad run. Players are already upset because they can see Faf getting his sleeves done, and so and so getting his pecs out, and they're just sitting there with this baggy shirt. Doesn't go down well. So if you're ever running a T20 team, Manners, make sure you've just got a tailor there to help out.
Here's Hartley, and forward comes Gill. So it's no longer just what are you, medium, large, extra large?
It depends on the
XL.
franchise. That's what I mean.
Really?
Yeah. Mumbai Indians have their own
There's
personal
no piles
jeans made
of-
for all the players.
No piles of shirts in cellophane wrappers.
But then you
anymore.
get them changed by the person there.
Oh, I'll start with a large and have it. Okay, all right. Hartley in to Gill, who plays defensively again, and there's no run. 39 for 1. Lead is 165.
Looks to be slow spin. Look at his speed, 87k. The ball's pitching. Batters are having time just to move onto the back foot and play it off the pitch. .39 for 1, so the lead is extending. England need that sort of session that they've just done themselves. I mean, that was such a collapse. What was it, 20 for 5 wickets? I mean, that's Wink Martindale time. That is deck of cards. It went very, very quickly.
I was going to read this out before when the wicket fell. Since 2020, India have the best record against the tail. So batters 8 to 11, they average 11.9 runs per wicket.
Here's Joe Root, and that's over-pitched and driven very sweetly by Jaiswal for 4 through extra cover. A good, glorious shot. It was tossed up, it was wide, and it was the right length to be driven, but still looked wonderful.
He doesn't miss. If you give him some width outside off stump, he really likes playing off spin a lot more than most modern left-handers do, and he just will go absolutely for any width.
Steered away by Jaiswal this time, but only as far as Jimmy Anderson at backward point. He has to dive to effect the stop there.
He doesn't even seem to care about the footmarks, Jaiswal. Rishabh Pant was very similar, wasn't it? Rishabh Pant just, I'm gonna hit this ball. If it's in the footmarks, it's in the footmarks. If it's not, it doesn't matter to me.
Here's Joe Root again, and forward comes Jaiswal again, playing defensively, no run. When you started, Bumble, trousers were trousers, weren't they? They weren't...
Flannels.
Flannels, yes, that's right.
Didn't have a personal tailor at Langs?
Flannel trousers and flannel shirts. They were nice and warm.
How athletic did they make you feel? Here's Root again, quicker one, straighter as well, defended by Jaiswal.
And of course, when was the jock strap? When was that invented? Used to be swimming trunks. Pair of woolly swimming trunks.
Woolly?
Yeah.
Really? I remember, maybe not. Root in again, and that one is driven by Jaiswal. No, I remember...
When was the pouch invented? Not even the jockstrap.
Because I remember as a young lad, we used to have to wear 2 pairs of pants in order for your box to fit in.
Woolen swimming trunks. And somewhere like Adelaide at 45 degrees with a bit of sweat around. At the end of the day, they used to be hanging round by your knees.
It should have attracted the attention of those on the beach. The last ball of the over is driven down the ground by Jaiswal. For a single, he keeps the strike. He moves on to 19. Shubman Gill has 5. India are 44 for 1. The lead extending now to 170. 170 ahead, 9 wickets in hand. And ordinarily, in years, decades gone by, we'd have been talking about England being under pressure, trying desperately somehow to find a way back into the game. Can they do it? This isn't the old England. I mean, they are seriously under pressure here, 170 behind. And but they'll find a way, won't they? Ben Stokes. Which captains come to mind when you think of they're going to have the drinks at the moment in the Niranjan Shah Cricket Stadium in Rajkot? Which captains were the best in your experience playing under or with, or yourself perhaps, at manufacturing a wicket somehow.
Tony Gregg.
Right.
And another up and atom cricketer, that sort of player who would be impatient if the game was meandering along. It's tea.
It is tea. I beg your pardon. They're not having drinks. Well, they are having drinks, but it's tea.
Where are they going to get wickets, England? I thought they looked a bit static in that session there. There was not much happening. It's not often you say that the England team is quiet. They were quiet that session. Just the one wicket down, and it was pretty comfortable. That's what that's a good word in cricket and coaching. Make it uncomfortable. The batters were comfortable there. It was very pleasant. It was nice. What have England got? What can they conjure up?
Were you surprised to see Joe Root opening the bowling?
Well, it's just one of those mysteries that you never find out why Mark Wood wasn't on the field.
So effective, of course, with the new ball on day one. Shubman Gill, Abhishek, you're of the opinion he needs to maybe play a few shots. He needs a bit of confidence at the start of his innings. Even when he scored 100, he could have been out 3 times, I think, before he reached 20.
Yeah,
Mark Wood is going to take... Sorry, Abby, cut you off. Mark Wood is going to take the ball at the start of this session.
No, I just think that he needs to be a bit more positive and have a bit more intent. Because when you're not scoring runs, you tend to go into a shell. And the more you go into that shell, the more you struggle to come out of it.
Round the wicket from Mark Wood, and Jaiswal will get off strike. First ball of this, the third session on day 3 of the third test match, with India firmly in front of the game.
See, when I say it's a mystery, and it's baffling to me that we had 16 overs, of which Mark Wood, who's a 90 miles an hour bowler, has bowled 1 over.
Has Jaiswal just been told to get off the pitch by the umpire there, Humble, in his run through? 5 more penalty runs are coming England's way, maybe.
Well, that's good umpiring, to give him a warning. You can't do that. He's just asked him politely to. Next time it will be a penalty, but it's just 5 runs.
That was a discussion. It was day 1, wasn't it? Day 1. That was at Wood over the wicket this time to the right-handed Shubman Gill.
So I think it's fair enough there that he's given him a polite warning. Look, you're running on the pitch. I don't want you to do it again. Next time it's a yellow card, and do it again, and you're out. They'd stop doing it.
Or a blue card. That's what they're talking about bringing into football, isn't it?
No, yellow card's fine. Everybody knows that there's a problem and you can't do it.
India's lead 171 runs if you're joining us here on TalkSport 2 or via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, as Mark Wood, right arm over the wicket, is in and on the pads, angling in, fielded. Good start, smart stop by Johnny Bairstow at square leg, and Mark Wood will return to his mark. Abhishek Jhunjhunwala and David Lloyd alongside me in the commentary box, but for the next 20 minutes or so it'll be Andrew McKenna.
And the other thing, to counter that, let the bowler run where he wants.
You've been saying that.
I have.
Yeah, I think it's not a bad option. Let them do whatever they want, really. Saves them from a bit of injury, and then it's a fair trade. But at the moment, I don't think Jaiswal did it purposely. It was just that one of those shots where he played it on the back foot and just ran.
Wood in once again. Shubman Gill covering up to mid-on, fields by Anderson, and there is no run.
And on another note, I like the way Shubman Gill is shaping in the second innings. He's moving a lot better. He's playing the ball late. We know that he's got a bit of a tendency to just lunge forward and push his hands through the fast bowlers, and he's got out a few times in this series already, nicking the ball to the wicketkeeper or to the slip. But in this particular innings, he's just looking to play the ball right under his eyes.
Mark Wood and James Anderson just have a conversation at the end of Wood's mark. He's now happy, and he turns around and he's making his way back in towards Kumar Dharmasena. He's wider on the crease this time, and it's that in-ducking ball to Shubman Gill, and he plays it, and there's no run. 45 for 1 it remains.
And the field's pushing back. Mark Wood into the attack, and it's just one slip. He just bowled one over in that. That's baffling. Brand new ball, second innings. England under some pressure. Paceman, real red hot paceman, bowls one over.
Yep. 0 for 2 so far in the innings, Mark Wood. Shubman Gill waits. Wood arrives. Again, he's wider on the crease. Short ball down the leg side. Well taken by Folkes as it starts to die on him. Diving away to his left-hand side. Takes the ball in. No run. End of the over, the 17th. 45 for 1 India. So the lead now 1-7-1.
And with that delivery, you can see how much pace the pitch has lost. The ball just dipping to the wicket keeper. In the first innings, it was zipping through to the keeper. It's just losing a lot of pace after it bounces on that surface. So I don't think that'll cause a lot of trouble to both these players, the short stuff. If you have to get them out, you've got to attack the stump. What India did really well in the after lunch, they kept bowling wicket to wicket, both Shiraz and Jadeja, and managed to get England all out very quickly.
So Hartley to continue. He's going to bowl his 5th over. 0 for 10 so far. Worth noting, by the way, that Kumar Dharmasena, the conversation with Jaiswal about running on the pitch was done with smiles on faces. It was one early in the innings, as if to say, look, you've already been done 5 runs in the match. We are watching. It wasn't because he did manage to kind of hop through the worst of the danger area, but it was just a laying the marker down that, remember, we are watching for this. So Jaiswal's 20 not out. Slip, leg slip in place. Ollie Pope fielding at leg slip with the helmet on. Hartley goes in. It's off the back foot. Jaiswal hits towards mid-wicket, sets off for a quick single, and the throw comes into the keeper's end. Shubman Gill has made his grounds. 46 for 1 are India.
It's an easy single, is that? Just to knock it into the leg side from the back foot. There's a mid-wicket area which is wide open. Mid-wicket is right back on the boundary. Ben Duckett comes in from square leg towards mid-wicket.
In fairness, he picks it up, throws it, gets it away quickly. He cannot do that any quicker. So the single is there. Hartley around the wickets to Gill. That's pushed out quietly on the offside. No run. Final session of day 3 of this Test match. Test match that has continued to move along at a great pace. The day started with England 207 for 2. Hartley in, bowling to Gill. India 46 for 1 as he plays defensively after England were bowled out for 319. Kick completing his 150. He got to 153 before he was caught by Gill off the bowling of Kuldeep. So India had a lead of 126 on first innings. They've taken that up to 172 by being 46 for 1. Shubman Gill gets one leg-ish from Hartley, tries to dab it towards fine leg, can't get anything on it, and there's no run.
I think it's a good plan. He's bowling really well on the stumps, so Shubman Gill will have to worry about both the outside edge and his pads as well, for the one which just goes through with the arm.
Hartley around the wicket. Shubman Gill uses his feet to come towards the ball, then stops, plays it to square cover. Duckett will field no run. We've had a few turn quite big today, particularly from Kuldeep earlier on in the day. He got a couple of absolute rippers, but of course the wrist spinner does, generally speaking, turn it a little bit more than the finger spinner. But there's been a few that have gone down and up a little bit, but it's not a horrendous surface at this stage. Hartley left arm around the wicket. Gill outside half of the bat goes to a point to end the over. 18 gone. It's TalkSport 2. It's exclusive international cricket. India 46 for 1. David Lloyd.
Yeah, that's a good 6 from Hartley. Decent pace. Just bringing the batter forward, making him play. 24 years of age and you're learning the trade, learning spin bowling at the highest level against wonderful players. It can only do him good. Rayan Ahmed just the same, you know, a developing cricketer, not the finished article by any stretch. India are 46 for 1, leading by 172. Crowd seems to be building, as it has done in the previous 2 days.
Mark Wood around the wicket to the left-handed Jaiswal. Now that got a bit big on him, and he's gloved it down to very fine leg. Hartley will do the fielding, and they will take a single. Mark Wood has ended up on his backside in the middle of the pitch. He came out earlier on with a plaster on his left elbow, and that has been ripped off by him tumbling down the abrasive wicket. And one more to the total. And, well, there was a chance with the short ball. It was a well-delivered short ball.
Yeah, I think he's again going back to that plan which he used quite well in the first innings, going short in the previous over. Last delivery was a bouncer. He started with a bouncer this over as well. And there are two fielders. There's a deep fine leg and a deep square leg for that particular delivery to Shubman Gill as well.
Anderson over the wicket to the right-handed Gill, playing from about off stump to Anderson at mid-on, no run.
Over the wicket, Mark Wood. What sort of pace? Look at that pace. It's down 134. It's a massive difference, is that?
But still, I feel, Bumble, with the way Mark Wood has bowled in the first innings, particularly on the first day, his length was a lot fuller. There was enough movement for him. And especially against Shubman Gill, I'd rather bowl with two slips and try and bowl that fuller length and try and get the outside edge into play. Just been a bit shorter, which is giving Shubman Gill enough time to just play the ball.
Shubman Gill waits for Mark Wood to come in again. Full face of the blade, pushing towards mid-off. Stokes picks up but can't gather it in quickly. Probably wouldn't have been able to deny the single anyway, as both batters went quickly, and they do complete it. Gill goes to 6, 48 for 1.
Do you know, that's my thought as well, because Shubman Gill stands quite tall and he doesn't actually come right forward to a quicker bowler, understandably, but his hands do. He pushes hard at the ball, and again, a bowler can then use the crease, change the angle, say start off stump, move him out, bring him across his stumps, and you're looking for that outside edge, but you need your slips in as well.
Yeah.
Wood to the left-handed Jaiswal around the wicket. This one's on the pad. Wood has hit the deck again. It's going to go out to Zach Crawley, who's at deep square leg, and a single will be taken. 49 for 1. Jaiswal goes to 23. Gill will be on strike on 6.
Yeah, ball is still fairly new. It's 18 overs old, so there must still be a bit of lacquer, a bit of movement if you put it in the right area. And on Indian surface, to go for that plan where you try and bump the batter out on a Rajkot third day pitch is going to be a very difficult task. You're still better off using those variations, maybe use a couple of slow balls, which Bumrah did beautifully. Yeah, unlucky not to get a wicket with his slow ball, but he does use that slow ball to perfection. So just got to change up with that rather than just going with the bouncer.
He might have just been picking up the noise of Mark Wood scratching out the landing area. He thinks that's the problem why he's slipping. Back at the end of his mark, he now comes in and delivers again. Now that one is fuller, probably an off-speed delivery, and it's full, straight. Shubman Gill plays on the onside, no run.
You know, the same rules apply in club and league cricket. You come up against the wily seamer who works you out. You'll work a young player out, he'll use the crease, he'll bowl you a little bit wider and drag you wider. The same rules. It's an off-spinner, is that, from Mark Wood?
Well, one ball left in the over. Mark Wood's third. He has been lightly used in the innings so far. Shubman Gill waits. He gets another one off the inside edge. From outside of off stump, it'll go down to fine leg. The Indian 50 will come up as a result of that single. Shubman Gill will go to 7, and he will keep the bowling. So 19 overs completed here on TalkSport 2, and India 54. Just interestingly, on the TV graphic, they've just put up that Shubman Gill has been got out by James Anderson, I think it was 5 times in his career already. Mark Wood is just popping off, I'm guessing, to address the footwear issue or whatever problem he's having. But even so, you wonder if they know the numbers, they know the matchups, they must know that Anderson has got Shubman Gill a lot. Does that come into the thinking for the captain?
Well, I'm sure it does. They know all these facts. Analysts will let them know. where batters are vulnerable against each bowler. Anyway, Wood's off the field. Hartley continues.
Around the wicket, inside edge of Shubman Gill's bat through square leg, and Ben Folkes from behind the timbers will go and collect that one. One more to the total, 51 for 1. Dan Lawrence back on the field doing 12th man duties.
Again, looking at that last delivery of the previous over from Mark Wood, that length I was talking about, Fuller getting an inside edge. So if you can keep persisting with that length for a couple of overs against Shubman Gill, and then you do your change of the slower balls, maybe one odd bouncer here and there, you've got a better chance against him.
Hartley around the wicket to the left-handed Jaiswal again. Big lunge forward from Jaiswal, just playing defensively, no run.
You expect Jaiswal to be a bit more attacking against Tom Hartley, given that how hard he went against him in the first test. But since then, he's really managed to keep Jaiswal quiet.
Slip, leg slip for Hartley. It comes in. Jaiswal is using his feet. Square driving through extra cover all along the floor. And Zach Crawley is the man out on the boundary. Can't get around to stop that one. Well, just as we said, that Hartley was keeping Jaiswal quiet. Jaiswal used his feet to get into position and played a big drive all along the floor. 55 for 1.
It's a slower delivery, it's flighted, it's not the delivery for this pitch. It's not the delivery for India. Really sharp on his feet. He picks his spot through extra cover.
Yeah, and also the way he's opened his body, not an easy shot to play against the spin, the ball turning into him, just opening the offside and finding that gap through the offside. There was a deep cover. Beautiful shot.
Jaiswal 27 not out. Hartley makes his way in, past umpire Joel Wilson. Defensively played by Jaiswal, is pushing into the cover region, thinks there's a single. Hartley will do the retrieving himself, and there's no run. Gary Astatsman's been straight onto it. Yep, James Anderson has got Gill 5 times, that is the most. Pat Cummins and Nathan Lyon have both got him 3 times apiece. Scott Boland 2, and Jofra Archer 2. So those are the dismissals for Shubman Gill. This is Jaiswal though. He's staying deep in his crease on this occasion. From Hartley, pushes out on the leg side. That is a great single. Such a good single. England have got a man in on the leg side on the push and run. It's Duckett, but even he couldn't get across there. And it's a safe single to keep the scoreboard ticking along by 1 more.
It's just good game awareness, knowing where the fielders are, and just both of these young Indian batters are very quick on their feet as well. Good communication between these two. And that's what you need to do. It's not just about the boundaries.
Hartley then to finish the over. Gill from the crease, plays to mid-on, straight to Johnny Bairstow. No run. 20 overs gone here on TalkSport 2. India 56 for 1, the lead 182.
Older listeners will remember and know the name Colin Cowdrey. Finished up Lloyd Cowdrey. For the younger listeners, he was a very, very fine player for England back in the day. And we just talk there about he knows where the fielders are. He did a seminar, he did a batting seminar, and he put it a different way. He said it's very important to know where the fielders aren't, it's just a play on words, and it was fascinating that he said you just need 6 shots. No, the game's been turned on its head since then. He'd just say you play 6 shots, your best 6 shots, and just keep playing them. And well, he'd ask questions. You could ask questions.
Yeah, it's a bit like, I'll come back to that after this game, a ball.
Wood goes in. Jaiswal plays from the crease, pushes to cover points, and will take a single. Jaiswal goes to 29, 57 for 1.
When you walk into the middle as a batter, you're supposed to look at the gap, not the fielder, because every time you look at the fielder, you tend to hit the ball to the fielder. So you often always look at the gaps. It's the same sort of a theory.
Yeah, where the fielders aren't.
Yeah.
And the question was, and what about the sweep, Colin? And he just said, oh, I didn't sweep. That was it. I didn't sweep.
The evolution of the game. There's not only one sweep now, there's about 57 different types of sweeping.
When I was growing up, there was an umpire.
Wood, right arm over. Gill sort of jabs this one into the leg side. Bairstow knocks it down and fields it, no run.
And this is when we're playing club cricket, first division club cricket in India, and every time I walked into the bat, he said, you sweep, I'll give you out wherever the ball hits. So that straight away took the sweep out of the game.
Very similar to umpires of yesteryear. They didn't like the sweep, especially if that umpire was a spin bowler and the batsman swept, that's out.
Yeah, he was a spin bowler and he was very old school. And this is 25 years ago.
The more the game changes, the more it stays the same.
Yeah.
Mark Wood tearing in once again, pitches that one up. There's a bit of tail in on that one. Gill just plays it to mid-on and there's no run.
It used to be, televised cricket would be 6, maximum 8 cameras. That would be it.
Yeah.
One end was closed. There was a camera at one end, but there wasn't one at the other end. And now for a test match, there'll be at least 30 cameras.
Yeah, the advances in the technology mean you can do so many different things now. I saw something on social media the other day of how many cameras and crew did the Super Bowl recently. Wow, you would not believe. Mark Wood in, it's full, it's quick, it's outside of off stump. Shubman Gill drives through mid-off, all along the floor. 4 runs to Shubman Gill, takes him into double figures. He goes to 12. India are 61 for 1.
That's exquisite. It does look very, very good when he's batting well and when he's in song. That was a beautiful shot.
It just hung out there, didn't it? Free your arms, pick your spots, cover him mid-off. There's a nice big juicy gap. Pop it through it.
A touch of Azharuddin there.
The only difference, as I would have hit that ball from mid-wicket.
Mark Wood on his way once again, delivers. Shubman Gill plays to mid-on where James Anderson is stationed. And there's no run. Yeah, the great Azharuddin. Spent some time at Derbyshire. Saw him play there as I was growing up.
They're very lucky to play a few charity matches with him, and just watch him bat was an absolute pleasure.
I worked with him last winter in the ILT 20. I'm sure he's probably there again this time. Going on in Dubai and Abu Dhabi.
He didn't make the shortlist for your greatest 11, did he? Great Azza. Mark Wood goes in. Oh, it's again another punch drive. This time, though, Ben Stokes get around from mid-off. And Shubman Gill will get only a single from that to take him to 13, 62 for 1. 21 overs are gone. Neil Manthorpe has appeared over my right shoulder, so I'm going to get out the way. He will take over after more thoughts from Bumble.
Well, I'm a bit of a nerd, really, because I like picking these 11s and this one that we've played about with. And you know, let's just say that we're in here at 3 o'clock in the morning, so we've got to do something. And I pick an 11, and I started in 1965. So from then, who I've seen, who I've played against, commentated, from 1965 to the present day, to pick an all-time 11, and everybody will have a view. Well, what about him, Azharuddin? He's one. I would always be looking at Javed Miandad. He doesn't get in the team either. A wonderful player.
Tom Hartley into Shubman Gill, punches it out to Duckett at cover, and there's no run.
What I can't do, I'm desperately hoping that Geoffrey Boycott's not listening, because he's not in either.
Wow. Controversial.
He won't have it. He will not have it.
Here's Hartley. Forward comes Shubman Gill, no run.
Especially when he knows who I have picked.
Alan Knott or Bob Taylor?
Well, they both got a mention as a wicket keeper. Adam Gilchrist got a mention.
Here is Hartley.
MS Dhoni got a mention. The lad in this game got a mention, folks.
Right.
So I'll just have to. I thought on it overnight. I did. Who is it? I can see it. Yeah, right. I think it's a controversial pick, but many wouldn't as the wicket keeper.
Hartley's continuing here to the right-handed Shubman Gill with a slip and 2 men catching at mid-off and cover, and this is fired in, pushed away by Gill defensively. Bowler Fields.
And looking at it, I might change it again.
You've done it a lot of times, Humble.
There's lots of scratching out, isn't there?
You've gone through 35 people to make an 11.
What I find interesting is that, you know, when did the era of the specialist keeper really come to an end? I mean, I know it didn't happen in 1 year. Hartley in again. Gill is forward, pushing it out towards mid-on. But I mean, Bob Taylor and Alan Knott would bat 9, you know, and their job was with the big gloves, not the small gloves.
But it was deemed that Alan Knott was a better batsman than Bob, which, you know, the records would show that. Both fabulous wicket keepers. A lot of wicket keepers in a bit earlier than that were genuine number 11s. They just batted 11 and get wicket.
Yeah. Previous era, maybe one era before,
yes.
Here's Hartley once again. Oh, and his swing and a miss, and he's just suddenly teed off. And Ben Foakes takes it, whips the bails off, but the back foot remained firmly grounded.
I don't know where that came from. That is not required at this point in time for India. They're still far away from winning this game, and they were nowhere close to that ball. It was just a hoing.
It is. It's a rush of blood. He loses his shape completely. It passes the outside edge through to the keeper. Jaswal 29, Gill 14, 63 for 1.
It's really interesting because Yashasvi Jaiswal did that 2 or 3 times. Only 2 or 3 times during his magnificent double 100, the double century in Visakhapatnam, where he batted magnificently, and in a very orthodox fashion, very aggressive fashion, very committed, but very orthodox. And then every now and then, well, 3 times actually, in a double 100 spanning 7 hours, he just had an almighty hoik. And that was completely head up in the... There was nothing good about that at all, apart from maybe the power of the swing.
Yeah, and completely threw himself off his feet as well. No balance at all to the shot. Anderson back into the attack.
Jimmy Anderson, is some reverse swing for him. That kept low, pushed outside on the off stump. And Shubman Gill remains on 14 off 40 balls. Yashasvi Jaiswal has 29 off 64, so not galloping along, these two.
Have you got your list, Bumble?
I've got my list. All will be revealed. The team. You've got your team. I can see. I can't read it. I can't read it.
It's not my team. It's your team through my eyes.
Yeah, okay.
It's who Jared Kimber
thinks that
you would have picked
since 1965 to this day.
I'm going to be really annoyed if you didn't get one of these guys, because I know that you like him as a cricketer, and if he's not on your list, it's going to annoy me.
Well, I mean, I kept giving little bits of clues. I start with 2. I start with 2 players just walk straight in, so I'm only picking 9. And these will be in everybody's team. These
only 2 are absolutely non-negotiable, straight-up picks.
Yeah,
only 2.
No. I have more, but these 2 are kings. They are gold. They're non-negotiable
for everybody, basically.
Yeah,
is that what you're saying? Right. Okay, I understand. Jimmy Anderson in, short and wide and cut by Shubman Gill, and he's actually rolled the wrists over the top of that one. He genuinely, it's almost like he's slapped it downwards rather than towards the cover boundary. Rolled the wrists on the cut shot. 4 runs, good shot, Shubman Gill, but it was very much a very rare loose delivery from Anderson.
And he's hiding the ball, so he's suggesting that England think there may be a reverse swing to be had, and it's a lovely shot. Rides the ball, takes it on top of the bounce.
Alright, it was a short ball outside of stump. He played a cut shot. Who are your 2 automatics?
Hang on. A little bit more of a build-up. Hang on. Here, Jimmy Anderson in. That does reverse swing, but just slowly driven up towards mid-off. I just want to put everybody in the picture here. India leading by 193 at 67 for 1. For the last 2.5 days, the great Bumble, David Lloyd, has been compiling his best Test 11 since 1965, which is when he started to play. So it's everybody he's seen, played with or played against. All-time Test 11 from 1965 onwards. And Jared Kimber has looked through the David Lloyd crystal ball and has selected the 11 he thinks David Lloyd would have selected in that time. Forward comes Shubman Gill again, pushing back towards the bowler, and there's no run. So this isn't Jared Kimber's 11. This is David Lloyd's 11, and the 11 Jared Kimber thinks.
It's almost as if I've been on the couch and he's a psychoanalyst and this is what he would do.
He's a cricket analyst.
Yeah, I mean, we are all cricket nerds. Everybody I know involved in cricket they're always picking teams.
I think this might be a new low for me, though. Try to pick someone else's favourite 11 might be a new one for me.
I don't think you're going to get particularly close, Jared. I actually don't think you're going to get more than 6.
Oh, that's good.
If I got 6, I'd be happy.
Here's Jimmy Anderson in again. Reverse swings it in towards Shubman Gill.
I can already tell you where my issues are. I couldn't work out his opening batters. I'm hoping I've taken a bit of a swing at one, and that bothers me. Wicket keepers. I just don't know if me and Bumble have ever had a conversation about wicket keepers. I don't know which way he leans. Is he leaning towards the gloves or the bat? So that one made me uncomfortable.
That's for me is a long thought as to which way am I going to go.
And were you on the fence for that?
It's a flip of a coin.
Good.
It's a flip of a coin.
That's good. Well, I think I'm 50-50 chance. I reckon I'm right here.
I reckon there's more than one coin flip. In an all-time Test 11 since 1965. Here comes Anderson once again, and pushed up towards the bowler. Anderson does his own fielding. Okay, it's time to reveal all. David Lloyd.
Go on, who have you got as your... do you want me to tell you my opening
Let's
batters
start
are?
with the 2 openers.
The 2 openers. Dun, 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 dun. Gooch and Barry Richards.
Oh, I should have got Barry Richards. That was an obvious one. I've got 0 openers. So the punt I took was with Bob Simpson, because I know you love Bob Simpson.
Yeah.
And I thought he might slip him in, but I had Simpson, Boycott, and if he didn't go Simpson, I thought it would be Greenwich.
Okay, so you're 0 from 2. 3, 4, 5.
3, 4, 5. Another Richards. Vivian.
Yeah, got that one, obviously.
Number 4, Lara.
Got that one, obviously.
Number 5. Oh, gosh. Tom Hartley's bowling.
Hartley in, and it's cut by Jaiswal to backward point. No run, 67 for 1.
Oh, gosh. Number 5. That caused a real problem. The best England player I've seen is Kevin Peterson. At number 5, I've got Virat Kohli. Oh. Do you remember him? You've not got him. You're not telling me you haven't got Virat Kohli.
Because I went Sachin. I thought it would be one or the other, and I just felt that because you're an older gentleman, you'd go Sachin.
I've gone Kohli.
So you're 2 from 5, Jared Kimber. Here's Hartley once again, and Shubman Gill plays defensively. Right, 6 and 7.
6 is a given.
Well, that's Sobers. That's easy.
Best cricketer I've ever seen, Garfield Sobers at 6. 7, I've got my wicket keeper at 7, and I've agonised over this.
Oh, well, I think that tells Jared who. If he's batting 7, I think that'll tell you.
He's batting 7. I've given it away.
There's only one who'd be batting 7. That's pushed out by Gill for a single to mid-on. India 68 for 1.
Adam Gilchrist.
Yep. I was so nervous about that. I'm happy I got that one. So I've got 4 so far.
Number 8. This is one of the non-negotiables. At number 8, non-negotiable. I'm not having anything from anybody. I'm not having any truck about anything. Wasim Akram.
So I put Wasim Akram in for the same reason I put Bob Simpson in. I just thought you'd lean towards people who played in and around legs.
Well, you don't think he's any good?
He's pretty handy.
Sweep shot from Yashasvi Jaiswal. He's hit it hard, he's hit it well, and he's hit it for 4. Along the ground, beautifully played, controlled. Jaiswal moves to 34. India 73 for 1. Lead up to 199.
First spinner. Non-negotiable.
First spinner?
Yeah,
you don't have 2 spinners.
I've got 2 spinners. Balance.
That's going to annoy me too. Okay, we got Warne, so that one's easy.
That's it. Shane Warne at 9.
And I wanted to put Murali in, but I thought you wouldn't put both spinners in.
You've got another, Murali, 10.
So I don't have Murali in my list. And the reason...
No.
But I wanted to put him in because, again, he played for Lancs.
Hang on. But I asked you about this when I saw your team, Bumble, and I said, what if it's a seaming pitch and it's not a 2-spinner track?
It don't matter. The ball spin it. Okay,
Hartley, and again turns sharply, and Jaiswal is shaping to cut, and it turns back into him so sharply he's got to adjust and push it out on the onside.
One of these deliveries that just spins sharply. We've not seen too many. They're thinking about a review. I wouldn't. And whilst they're thinking,
I thought he hit it.
Whilst we're
Anyway,
thinking,
yes, go ahead.
Number 11. So the number 11, I've gone that if you asked all fast bowlers that I've come across, and I've asked that many, who's the go-to? Who's the GOAT? Who is it?
It's going to be Malcolm. It's going to be Malcolm Marshall, isn't it? And I didn't put Malcolm Marshall in.
I've put Dennis Lillee.
Thank you. I went Lillee, but when you started to explain that, I thought it was going to be Marshall. So I thought you'd go Lillee, partly because you probably were terrified when facing him.
No, the other bloke, I was terrified. The fella at the other end. But Lillee is the one that some of the great bowlers would say, you know, what a fabulous action.
So I had.
So you got 6 then? Yeah, I was right.
Did I get 6 or 7? 6.
6.
So I should have. So I went Holding over Murali. I thought you might slip Holding in.
Yeah, fantastic pace. I would probably edge Marshall above Mikey.
I just thought you'd go for Mikey because you're friends with him. And I was. Remember, I'm trying to get in Bumble's mind here, right?
I don't just pick me mates.
You say that. There's a lot of blokes from Lancs here.
Well, you've based everything on, because I know Bobby Simpson, and Bobby Simpson was at Lancs. He got his 300 at Lancs. He was a professional at Accrington. Well, I went for Gooch and Barry Richards.
Gooch threw me completely. I wouldn't have even had Gooch on my shortlist.
No,
yeah.
Here's Jimmy Anderson, starts another over, looking for more reverse swing. There are a couple of close catches in on the onside now, short mid on and a short mid wicket, and an orthodox square leg as well. So Jimmy looking to tail that ball back into the right-hander.
I thought you would go one of Boycott or Gavaskar, and that threw me a little bit.
Honourable mentions, a pair of them.
Yeah,
honourable mentions.
It threw me a little bit, and I think once I had Gooch and Gavaskar, and I had the Simpson thought, I wasn't sure how I would even fit someone like Gooch in. But Barry Richards, I should have known, because you go on and on about him. So I feel like I've stuffed that one up.
Greenwich and Haynes, there's so many.
Yeah.
Here's Anderson once again down the leg side, and he's just looking for swing, and it's swinging inconsistently. Sometimes he gets it, sometimes he doesn't. So you didn't
Hayden.
have the Richards brothers then? You didn't in your...
No, I didn't.
No.
I didn't have Hayden because he never played for Lancs, did he?
Jayasuriya did.
But yeah, I think the 3 West Indians were obvious, but I thought you'd go Sachin ahead of Virat.
No, Virat, Sachin, absolutely one of the geniuses of the game, but I think this Virat Kohli is a bit above.
Do you know what, Jared? I'll tell you to a secret. When Bumble was selecting his team, he had Kevin Peterson in that position, and he was talked out of it. Jimmy Anderson in once again, and forward comes Shubman Gill pushing it out on the onside. I think it was John Norman actually who said, "You've got Kevin Peterson ahead of Virat Kohli."
Yeah, go on, stitch John Norman up with Kevin Peterson. That's great.
Didn't he hire him? John Norman, didn't he hire Kevin Peterson once?
Yeah, he did, but not in.
It's because Virat
Bumble's
Kohli
all-time 11.
Virat Kohli wasn't available, I suppose.
No, he wasn't either to play or commentate, unfortunately. India 73 for 1, leading by 199. Jimmy Anderson in again. Forward comes Shubman Gill, not by much, nudging it out towards mid-on.
No Clive Lloyd. Now, I knew not to put Clive Lloyd in, but I'm still shocked that you don't have Clive Lloyd in this category.
I mean, they're all fabulous players that you've got to finish up with 11. And, I'm not...
Played for Lancs is all I'm saying.
I tell you what, I would be fascinated in is your all-time
engineering.
Lancaster.
Who was your backup wicket? Who was your specialist keeper?
I thought about Ian Austin.
Who was your wicket keeper if you didn't go with a batter?
Alan Knott.
Okay.
Here's Jimmy Anderson in, and that's flicked out towards square leg, fielded by Rian Ahmed. So if Gary Sobers was injured, it'd be Ian Austin.
Like for like.
Don't be awful, don't be shocking. I'm going. And when am I off here? Somebody tell me. One more ball. And don't hit me on social media, everybody. This is just my team. You pick your own.
For your next 11, we'd like your all-time Lancashire 11, please.
You know what it's like. We all do it. They pick the grumpy 11, the smelly 11. There's all sorts.
I want the grumpy, the non-smiling 11. is Anderson in once again, and Shubman Gill plays it away defensively up towards mid-on. I must say that it's been a very, very long time that in Bazball era that we've had a session, or even a part of a session, for a little bit of joviality, and it's lovely. It's England are under pressure. They're looking desperately somehow to manufacture a wicket, or two or three. Somehow before the close here on day 3, but yeah, terrific stuff. Bumble's all-time Test 11 from 1965. More from Jared Kimber, and then it will be John Norman for the next 20 minutes or so.
A little bit of a holding pattern at the moment. England looking for the reverse swing. It's seeing the ball move a little bit, and occasionally a little bit low, but nothing all that special. Hartley at the other end. Hartley probably needs the wicket to just help him a little bit more than it has so far. Unfortunately for England, if it does help him more, it doesn't really help England all that much more.
Well, we just saw the ball burst out the surface of the pitch there in the last over, didn't we? But yeah, I've got KP on the phone. What's he ringing me for? By the way, I didn't react at all. I was just more interested that Bumble went with KP over any other Englishman. Can you run through the 11? Because I missed a couple of the names. So who was the other opener alongside Gooch?
Barry Richards, which I should have known.
Barry Richards, of course. Here's Hartley. It's a drag down. Keeps low. And Jaiswal pulls this straight to Ben Duckett, who gets down well to his left to field that. No run. 73 for 1. So Barry Richards, Graham Gooch.
Barry Richards, Graham Gooch, Viv Richards, Brian Lara, Virat Kohli,
KP.
Garfield Sobers, KP.
Oh, okay, so KP wasn't actually in it.
Virat came in for him.
A little bit more flight this time from Hartley, no run.
Gilchrist, Wasim, Warne, Murali,
Oh,
Lilly.
so there was 2 spinners.
Yeah.
I gave you a swerve there, didn't I?
Well, I'm not sure I ever would have put 2. I always thought he would have had some West Indian quick in there. And I got the right West Indian quick, I think, but...
Plenty of air and some width. A little bit of dip as well, and 1 run taken.
There was a lot of me like playing with who does he like? Who's his friend? Who played at Lancs at the right time?
They've had a few.
Who played at Accrington at the right time in Bob Simpson's case? So I gave it a go. But that's why I would have had Murali in, just because of the Lancashire connection.
No Anderson though. Who's playing today? Hartley bowls that straighter line that we see against Gill, the right-hander. He'll take a single to square leg. 75 for 1. Yeah, Manners was right. We haven't had too many quieter moments, have we? Following England for a while. Seen some extraordinary cricket. A 1-run win for New Zealand sticks out. Wide again, attempted cut. And swing and a miss, head in hands from the slip and keeper and bowler as well.
This reminds me more of the test match we covered for TalkSport 2, which was India-New Zealand. I don't know if you both... I know Bats was in for one of those. I don't know if he was in for this particular one, but where India just very slowly put on the 3rd innings total.
Was that when the second test? Forward is Jaiswal, no run.
Yeah.
Is that when they didn't enforce a follow-on? Kohli didn't enforce a follow-on?
And didn't they end up just short? Was it?
No, that was...
Did they win that test? I can't remember.
They did win. And that was a test that Patel took 10 wickets. And then didn't play the next test for New Zealand. Just slightly strange. How would you have felt, Bats, if you'd taken 10 wickets in an innings and then you were dropped for the next test? Family show.
Yeah, only as good as your last game. I'd be pretty happy, I think. I'd still be living off the 10 for. It didn't happen very much in my life, so I'd take any success I had.
Am I right in thinking that you know when you have a little look at your best... What is your best bowling figures ever?
I genuinely don't know.
Here is Anderson. I bet he knows what his best in tests is. He struck at Gill on the pads. The ball has gone fine. I think that looked a little leggy to me. He's looking for assistance from Ben Foakes. Foakes is turning to his skipper. And I think Stokes and Folkes will agree that the ball would not have been going on to hit the stumps, not enough to overturn the on-field call anyway. Anderson's looking up at the big screen.
Yeah, it's just from where Jimmy delivers the ball. It's sort of mid-crease. It pitches within the Hawkeye strip that we see, and it's a bit of an off-cutter. It's not a full off-spinner, but he pulls down the side of the ball, which just gives that little bit of angle, probably why Gill misses it. It's always worth a shout, and you never know. If the umpire gives it, I think the review goes in England's favour. This one, would it have clipped, would it have missed? I just don't think, with the surface still playing quite well, you want to burn one on something that's a bit more of a 50-50 call.
I'm sure that was 50-50. I mean, look at the replay there.
It wasn't.
I get the feeling that Hawkeye's 50-50 half of the time, though.
My producer Scott is telling me 8 for 64 against Warwickshire in 2016, but I think, and I might be wrong, that you've actually got 8 for 64 twice. I think your best, you've got the same figures, but I might be wrong. I might be wrong.
Check your Gareth Batty tattoo on your abdomen.
It's not on my abdomen. Kill it forward.
That ball was pushed to the leg side for no run, John, in case you're thinking of something else at the moment.
It's on my knee.
Wonder he never wears shorts.
Sorry, I always make myself laugh more than anybody else. Should McGillis 20 not out, and James Wild, who scored that ridiculous double century, is 35 from 73, partnership of 49. Anderson is at the start of his 6th over. He's gone for 17, and India 79 79 for 1. Stokes isn't exactly spreading the field, is he? Gill will take a single to the fielder at cover point, and to me, like, James Wild was strolling. Wood, who's fresh from his run-out success of the second test, rushes in, hurls the ball at the stumps. We'll have a look to see how close that would have been. 50 partnership, though, for the second wicket.
Yeah, just talking through that field to the right-hander, it was a strange-looking field, like a short cover, mid-off point, then sort of 2 catchers mid-wicket area, normal mid-on, square leg, then a man round the corner, sort of a weird catching gully line behind. It's just the sort of field that you see in the subcontinent when the pitch is not giving you a lot and you're trying to hold the stumps in play. So if anything does happen, you're going to get your rewards, because finding the outside edge is just a bit of a waste of time at the minute from a defensive position. It's not going to carry through to keeper or slips. So England are going about the right sort of business to Jaiswal now. You've got a very straight catcher mid-on, very straight catcher at extra cover who's now moving a bit straighter. You've got a mid-wicket catcher, mid-on's quite wide. You've got a man in front of square leg, a man behind square leg. It's a strange-looking field.
F for funky. Short delivery, pulled by Jaiswal, and there's no fielder at deep square leg. It's gone for 6. I wonder how far over the boundary that ball has disappeared. India's lead has gone up to 212. He didn't look quite in control of the shot, to be honest with you, but it's gone the distance.
No, I don't think he got it anywhere near the middle, but you could see him nervously look up afterwards, and he got it in front of himself though, so he got a nice connection from that point of view. But it's about 2 feet over the boundary, so if someone was on the rope there, it would have been caught. There was a really interesting thing that happened with the field before that, because you called the field that, and then Stokes changed the field almost as the bowler was coming in. Square leg was out, and he sort of gestured for square leg to come in and catch, and then he came in to catch as well.
Square leg should have stayed where he was. Another big shot from Jaiswal, and again, not in control of this. Thick outside edge has flown up and over vacant slip and away for 4. Someone's flicked a switch somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, this is out of characteristic for this period of play from India. Jaiswal, massive drive, a good 1.5 foot outside off stump. It looks like sort of a wobble stroke cutter type ball that Jimmy Anderson's bowled down sort of 5th line of off stump, and he's just thrown the kitchen sink at it, and it's flown over what would have been a 3.5 slips maybe, and flown into that 3rd man boundary. And it just showed the Indian captain in disbelief about what he's seeing.
And he's gone again. Third big shot in a row from Jaiswal. And this actually the best of the bunch. He's gone deep mid-wicket again, but he got hold of this. Saw the length early, takes the 4. And India are up to 94 for 1. And we've had 3 boundaries to end that Anderson over.
Yeah, you could hear the connection there. He made that one was a lot better. Certainly the 3 best that we've seen. The best that we've seen of those 3. The other 2 were out of control, I suppose. The first one was, I mean, the execution wasn't great, but it made sense. But the second one, Rohit Sharma, I think it's fair to say, Bats, Rohit Sharma himself not ready for Bazball.
Either that or he called it and we didn't see the signal. He's gone, let's have a piece of this Bazball stuff. Let's see what we got, lads.
Well, there's a little passage of play that's been kind of out of kilter with what we've seen since the tea break and just before it. Hartley is back and a single taken to wide mid-on from the bat of Shubman Gill, who's 22 not out. The lead now 221 runs. I know that Manas and Maka and Harmy were skipping to work on day 4. England set 399 to win. Surely they can't, but everybody kind of thought they would. Forward is Jaiswal, just 1 away from 50. What can England chase?
Well, I suppose just to rile up everybody on social media, all the doubters. England still will feel like they can chase anything on this surface. There's not too many demons still. Still pretty good. It's not blown up too much as yet. There's not too many demons in there.
India do still have 9 wickets in hand as Jaiswal is sent back. He wants to get his 50. He turned his full delivery into a full toss. The camera's just panned up to Rohit Sharma again. He's looking very Andrew McKenna-like.
Well,
very. Come on, guys. Can we get back to basics here, please?
You say that, but I think he realised the camera got on him because he was about to go off, and then he looked up and he went, "Oh, they haven't put the camera on me again, have they?"
I thought you meant he had his hand in a puddle.
Inside edge onto actually it's not onto the pads, but he gets bat well in front of the pad. The inside portion of the bat, there's a fielder. There's a lot of fielders close to the bat still, despite this big lead for India. But I've got the feeling that young Jaiswal wants to get his 50. Short leg, and there is one slip in play. Hartley is in. That's a full toss. Thank you very much, says Jaiswal. Smashes this over long on for 6. The 50 up. The bat will be raised. Small celebration from a guy that has hit a double ton in this series so far. And that was a gimme ball. 100 up for India as well. 101 for 1.
We've already seen 1 run out in this test match from an Indian player desperate to get to a milestone, and we almost saw another. Just got to keep the pressure on him, and that is the very opposite of that. It is a full toss, it was wide, and it just allowed him to play almost a free swing. But beautiful hit, but knee-high full toss outside off stump to a left-hander from a left-arm finger spinner. It's going to go.
And the camera pans to Rohit Sharma, who applauds. Down the track again. Wow, something's happened. We're only on day 3. And Jaiswal, maybe he's got a little bit of golf book for day 5, because he's just gone again. Statement of intent. Sharma's off. Declaration coming. I'm joking, of course. India 107 for 1, and boundaries are being plundered.
Yeah, for a moment I think Hartley would have thought, I've done him here, I've just got it outside the iron, I'm making him drag it. But Jaiswal, as we know with modern day players, just follows through, commits to the shot and smacks it, gets enough of it so it doesn't go square to the waiting fielder. I'm not sure who it was on the boundary, but it was only sort of 10 metres away. It's not too far away from a Hartley point of view, but from an India point of view it's 6, and that's all it says in the book. And Jaiswal is literally taking the game to England now. 233 the lead.
And Rayan Ahmed has been called into the attack. I'm not sure he's bowled as early as this in the series so far, unless we've been approaching a lunch break or the end of play, something like that.
I think he might have bowled a couple of overs before stumps one night.
He did, yeah, but different tactics.
that really just wasn't that far from being caught, was it? I mean, the fielder's, 15 metres around from that?
Yeah, and he's dragged it with him. It's sort of as you want from the bowling point of view. You want him dragging it because you lose a bit of control.
First ball from Ahmed, and Gill is forward defending. Yeah, he was brought on to bowl in the 59th and the 55th over, first and second innings in the second test. A little bit earlier in the first test match, but that was as we were approaching the end of, I don't know, day one, day two possibly. Fraction of width, cut away by Shubman Gill. The ball will not quite reach the boundary. Well, Zach Crawley, I think, has helped this over the boundary. He's full-blooded dive, running round from deep point, but he can't prevent 4 runs being added to the score. This partnership's starting to swell, and it's doing so quite quickly. 81 now from 101 deliveries. Crawley got down well, but not quite well enough, unfortunately. Dangerous times if you're an England bowler.
Lucky we looked at a replay of that boundary that Zach Crawley openly said he gave. In case he was lying, trying to help India.
But it could have been 6. Left alone this time. Leg break from Rayan Ahmed.
I mean, it wasn't like he was confused. He picked the ball up off the boundary. We saw it.
It's partnership 80 off 100 balls, and it's accelerated just in the last 10 or 15. It's gone through the roof.
Really has. Again, another leg break from Rayan Ahmed, bowling his first over of the innings.
I think this is a better way of batting than just chipping around 70 runs per session and then getting in a position where you feel uncomfortable coming into when you're going to declare, if they do end up declaring. I just think this is much better.
Also, I find that this is batting not just for this test but for the next one. Straighter from Ahmed, and Gill picks out mid-wicket. No run, 111 for 1. He's looked a little bit more assured at the start of his innings than what we've seen in the series so far. Again, he's forward, fielded at cover by Duckett. No run to end the over. 29 overs in, and India 111 for 1. The crowd enjoying themselves. Lead of 237. Declaration will not be in their mind, but casting our mind forward to day 4, let's say they're not bowled out. When would you expect they would call the batters in?
I think the simplest way to look at it would be your 237 for 1. It's now a one innings game, and it's how many you want your bowlers to be bowling with on the board. And it's pretty obvious that Jaiswal has said, OK, I'm in here, I can push this game, I can accelerate the game to give us decisions earlier than what would have happened had we just carried on batting. They've still got plenty of ammunition in the dressing room waiting to come in. They are in the ascendancy, so now is the time to ram it home, is the obvious statement from India. Can England, bringing back Root now to the left-handed Jaiswal is going hard, just to wrest a bit of initiative back.
Round the wicket, Joe Root pitching this on middle stump as Jaiswal is forward. The other thing, of course, to remember is that we don't have a lot of time between the 2 test matches, do we? These are back-to-back, the 3rd and 4th, and there's a gap before the 5th one as Jaiswal is forward again. No run.
I think both teams will have an eye on that, won't they? India have got their concerns with tired bodies or injuries even.
Here is Root. He's picked up the 1 wicket to 4, dismissing Rohit Sharma. Leg before wicket for 19. As diving stop at mid-off prevents the run. Jaiswal 61 from 84. Flurry of boundaries in the last 2 overs. Flatter from Root, and that's a good looking shot from Jaiswal, who picks the leg super early. Still plays straight, but across and past mid-on for another boundary. He moves to 65.
Yeah, this is excellent batting from Jaiswal. The skill level here to hold his balance and not get across too far on off stump so he can hit into the spin. Joe Root spinning it away from his bat, but he's not worried he's going to hit with a straight bat into the spin through straight mid-wicket.
Forward again. Wristily played on the drive, fielded by Pope at extra cover, no run. 115 for 1.
And it's also, he waits for Root to go outside our stump and frees his arms. Doing that means that Root's not quite sure what line he's going to be able to bowl to him.
One ball left of Joe Root's 9th over. Over the wicket, and on the sweep is Jaiswal. A shout of catch it, Tom Hartley at deep square, but it bounces well short of the field, who collects it on the bounce. And Jaiswal will face the first ball of the next over. 30 gone, India 116 for 1, and in a handsome position. It'll be Jarrod Kimber and Gareth Batty for the next section, and it'll be Andrew McKenna to take over on comms.
Yeah, this, for all money, looks like the aggressor is Jaiswal. And Gill just playing along his merry way, 26 off 65. But Jaiswal, in the last 10 balls he's faced, is accelerated to 66 from 87. He would have been striking at about 50% 10 balls ago, but not anymore. Once he got to the 50 and then beyond, he's really put the foot down. And anything where he can get his arms free, he's looked to be expansive and take this game forward. Really pushing hard.
Yeah, just listening to John Norman there saying, well, they're not looking to declare. Jaiswal's doing a hell of an impression of a man who looks like he wants to for a team that aren't.
I don't know if you saw Rohit Sharma's face, though.
Yes. Yeah, we noticed that actually watching in the back of the box, that there was an imperceptible sort of shake of the head at one of the shots. He knew a camera was on him, so he didn't want to. Rayan Ahmed's going to come in, bowl round the wicket, and Jaiswal has launched this miles back over his head. It lands in the Indian dugout area and cleans out some of the equipment, but it's 6 more. Jaiswal goes to 72 from 88 out of India's 122 for 1.
Oh, there'll be no shaking the head at this shot. This is beautiful. Rahan just gets too full. This is doff the cap stuff, and he goes big and expansive over wide, long on.
Rahan around the wicket with the delivery to the left-hander again. Jaiswal this time towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. The lead, and as we keep mentioning, that is the important bit. 2-4-8, effectively 2-4-8 for 1.
Leading run scorers in this tournament, Macca.
Rayan Ahmed goes in. Well, there's a few more for Jaiswal because he's lashed that in. He's actually not completely timed it in the end, and it'll be cut off by Hartley at deep cover for just a single.
For this series, I should say, sorry, is Jaiswal, Duckett and Pope. Who would have had that trifecta coming into this series with some, you've got Kohli and Rohit and Root and all these players. Certainly been the players we haven't expected who've dominated at times.
Yeah, anyone wanting a bet at the start of the series on top run scorers, if you're still in the running here, you've done well. Rayan Ahmed is in with the leg break over the wicket to Shubman Gill, who just pushes to mid-off, and there's no run. 26 from 66 from Gill. He's just almost trying to get off strike at the moment and give it back to Jaiswal and let him just continue on his merry way. Rayan Ahmed is in, deep in his crease. His Gill drops it at his toes, no run. 2-4-9 the lead. Going over 3 and over in this session at the moment are India, and Rayan Ahmed goes in. That's a nice leg break, bringing his man forward, pushes Duckett, will feel that short extra cover, and there is no run, and that is the hour complete. So there is technically an hour of play left plus any overtime, and we are going to need overtime because there are still 20 overs in the day to be bowled, so we're going to need that extra period. But 123 for 1 are India after 31 overs of their second innings, so 79 from 15 overs is just over 5 1/4 an over. Gareth Batty, your thoughts?
Yeah, and I would suggest that at least 30 of those runs have come in the last 3 or 4 overs. Jaiswal has really put his foot down. He's been expansive with balls that maybe he didn't need to go for, which we saw from the camera panning to Rohit Sharma, the captain, was just a bit like, oh, I'm not sure about this, to all of a sudden the excitement of the crowd, and the crowd are up and noisy and vibrant behind the 2 young Indian batsmen really urging them forward. The last 30 balls, 48 runs, run rate of 9 runs and over. I mean, that's high in Test cricket, even by this game standards. When we saw Duckett smashing it to all parts, the game really does and gives us absolute joy and excitement. It's delivering on every single session going right now.
I know a few people do this. If you are just joining us this morning and you've synced up the TV pictures to our commentary, you've noticed the Indian players wearing black armbands as Root goes in to start a new over. It's a full toss. Jaiswal has flicked it out on the full, and it's all the way for a boundary, and it is all the way for 6 to start the new over. 129 for 1. Jaiswal goes to 79 with a flick over the wrist over square leg.
Yeah, I think this is a full toss from Root, but it's almost like a hockey shot where you get the bat horizontal to the floor and just a flick. It's just a flick of the wrist. It's almost like a top-edge scoop, but it's gone miles. Miles it's gone.
Fabulous shot. Root in once again. This time Jaiswal is just opening the blade to a backward point, and there's no run. So yeah, if you have synced up the pictures, you'll have noticed the Indian players have got black arms. That's nothing to do with the reason that Ravichandran Ashwin is missing today. That is because a former India captain passed away earlier in the week. That is an absolute ripper from Joe Root. He's gone past Jaiswal's outside edge. Turn, bounce. Folkes takes it jumping up in the air. Jaiswal's actually waving at someone behind the bowler's arm saying, please get out of the way. I don't think that had much of a factor there, because Joe Root has ripped that into the surface. It's taken a chunk out of the pitch, and that one turned and bounced. Root goes in once again. Big swing from Jaiswal. Turn and bounce again, beats the outside edge. Folkes takes another one. If he'd connected with that, he was going a long way.
Not sure if India wants to declare and get England in the way Jaiswal has been going on for the last 5 overs. There's been a massive shift in gears. I'm sure there's no message been delivered to him. It's just he wanted to shift gears. He feel confident out there in the middle.
Root around the wicket, slightly shorter in length. Jaiswal will pull to Bairstow at mid-on with no real timing. Because there's no real timing, they're able to take the single. 130 for 1. Are India 80 to Jaiswal from 95 deliveries.
And same thing when Ben Duckett was going really hard, the bowlers didn't know what to do, how to react, and same thing has happened with the England bowlers as well here batting, that they don't know what to do now because he's coming so hard at them.
Yeah, it's that difficult scenario, isn't it? You want to encourage people to play the big shot, but if the big shot keeps going out of the ground, then where do you go? You put your field back. Then they play more percentage shots and they get off strike with singles and rotate, and you spend less time stuck at one end. So it's a conundrum for the captains.
Root for the final ball of the over, and Shubman Gill just pushes to Ollie Pope at short mid-on, and that will do it. 134 on India's lead. 2-5-6. 32 overs of the Indian second innings to go. There's still 19 overs of play today. 2 full days. So what's that, 180 overs more? 2-5-6. You know, look, we are going to have to talk about potential declarations. They always say you do it on time, not the score. The score is, if you're thinking of declaring, is kind of an irrelevance. So on what we've seen on this pitch at the moment, Gareth Batty, what are India thinking in terms of bowling England out?
No, they'll be looking at time, Macca.
So what time?
Sorry, I called you bluff.
Yes.
I mean, this is the problem, and I think this is where Jaiswal has played the game beautifully. He's given his captain some decision-making time and process. If you get the runs quicker, you can bowl quicker.
Yep.
But if you're taking time out of the game, you might have to push in a period where it works for England, and this way you're dictating proceedings. So I can't believe they would have anything other than 400 in their mind for what they want to bowl to, but anything over that is down to the individual team.
Rayan Ahmed to start a new over. Jaiswal turns around to short fine leg, no run. So the lead is 2-5-6 at the moment, so another 150 more. Well, at this rate, that lunch tomorrow, and in fact it's actually before lunch, but it depends on Jaiswal. If he carries on like this, it could be a whole lot quicker. Jaiswal defends as Rayan Ahmed goes around the wicket, pushes back down the pitch, no run.
Yeah, I think India would like to bowl at least 4 to 5 sessions against England, and at England we know they're not going to come out there and defend it. They're going to try and chase whatever India gets, so there's definitely going to be...
Rayan Ahmed goes in. Jaiswal is playing the reverse. and he's got it perfectly through what was originally backward point, and it goes away for 4. He goes to 84. India 134 for 1. The partnership now worth 104, and the lead carries on. Now this is interesting because in the first test all the talk was about England reverse sweeping and the fact that India didn't play it at all. Then it crept in a little bit in Vizag, and here is Jaiswal playing a full-on reverse. Rayan is in, defensively played by Jaiswal. He'll stay on 84 from 99 deliveries.
Yeah, what was I saying is that one way or the other there will be a result, and that was an extraordinary shot. Jaiswal showing that he's got all the shots in his book, he just knows when to bring them out.
Rayan Ahmed around the wicket, he's switched around again, he's caught it perfectly again. It's another 4. 2 boundaries in 5 balls this over. In fact, it's 2 in the last 3 deliveries. Jaiswal has gone to 88. India 138 for 1.
Yeah, Rehan operating around the wicket, trying to bring that bit of rough into play outside the left-hander's eye line, outside his off stump. He's changing his feet over. He's going with the the wrong foot in front, like almost a right-hander would play a conventional sweep, and getting it square and just behind, which is sort of safety reverse sweeping if there is such a thing, as opposed to the expansive in front of square. It's just very sensible, very clever. There's no fielders there. As long as he beats the sort of backward point, he's got free runs, if that makes any sense in this crazy world of cricket that we're seeing at the minute. It's phenomenal batting, and it seems low risk.
It absolutely seems low risk, and I just look at Rahul Dravid and a little smile, and he must be thinking, this is not the cricket I ever played. What's going on here?
Well, he's sitting next to his batting coach, and after that last shot, the batting coach was howling with laughter, as if to say, I read that was, he'd said to Dravid, he's doing it again, this ball. And he absolutely middled the cover off of it. Rayan Ahmed has changed now. He's going to bowl over the wicket to Jaiswal to just try and change the angle. Jaiswal pushes it back down the pitch. Rayan Ahmed fields in his follow-through. End of the over with no run. So 138 for 1. Add on another 126, which was the lead from the first innings. It's getting concerning from an England point of view. 1-1 in this series, of course. Whoever wins this, 2-1 up with only 2 to play. It's a big test match to win as India lead by 2-6-4.
Yeah, I think if Jaiswal is as precise as we think, and we're talking like he is, he's only going to play that reverse sweep when Rehan is around the wicket, because the ball is always outside the stump, so he can get his pad outside the line and he's almost got a free swipe at the ball. The only thing that could be his undoing is a bit of extra bounce, which players are not as worried about, because if it bounces, you go up with it and hit it up and over. It'll be interesting to see what his risk percentage continues to be, because he's got the game by the scruff of the neck here.
Root around the wicket, starts with a loopy full one to Shubman Gill, push to Johnny Bairstow at mid-off. Bairstow gathers, fires it back in. They take the single anyway. The lead up to 2-6-5, 139 for 1.
Yeah, what I really like about Shubman Gill here is that he's kept a very calm and collective head on the other end. It's very easy to get attracted by the brand of cricket Jaiswal's playing and try and do the same, but he's been very calm and collective, just making sure that they don't lose a wicket from his end. Let Jaiswal take the risk, and he's taking very calculated risk as well. He's not playing any silly shots. He's playing all the strong shots here, Jaiswal.
Yeah, Shubman Gill's got 27 from 70, so his strike rate's below 40, but as you say, there's just no need for him to do anything else. Just keep feeding Jaiswal. He's seeing it like a watermelon at the moment. Root goes in and bowls, floats one up outside of off stump. It's another big swing. It ends up in the hands of Slip, but I think he's taken a piece of Ben Foakes' gloves on the way through, which is how it's ended up there. So there's half appeal from Joe Root, but again, there's air and there's an opportunity to play the shot, and Jaiswal is most definitely going to play it at the moment, it would seem. Root goes in again, this time defensively, opening the blade, pushes to Anderson at backward point, no run.
Yeah, Root been very smart, using that rough outside the off stump, making Jaiswal have to drag the ball. There's a lot more in his favour.
Root. It's going even wider outside of off stump. Jaiswal gets down on one knee and sweeps it around to a deep square leg. Hartley will do the fielding there and they will take a single, but Root, sensing what was coming, went even wider and said, well, can you sweep this one round from out there? And the answer was, yes, I can, actually.
And he timed it beautifully as well. Good fielding. by Tom Hartley.
Root around the wicket to the right-handed Gill. Plays to Duckett at short mid-wicket, no run.
And calm down. Gill's on strike. We can
And
all calm
breathe.
down for a second.
Breathe, everybody. Root goes in, bowls. Shubman Gill stays deep in his crease on this occasion. Punches to Ben Duckett. And there's no run to complete the over. 140 for one. It's TalkSport 2. Live international test match cricket. Don't forget there's live football coming your way as we continue our Sporting Saturday on the TalkSport network, 12:30. So where it's only just a couple of hours away now. Brentford against Liverpool. That is live over on TalkSport. Here this afternoon, 3 o'clock on TalkSport 2. Spurs against Wolves. Ian Danter will be your commentator for Spurs Wolves. I see he's currently making his way to North London for that one. So live sport all the way, and we're back with you from just before 4 o'clock tomorrow morning for day 4 of this brilliant test match series. Only question is, what's the state of the game going to be by 4 o'clock tomorrow morning? There's still plenty of play as Rayan Ahmed starts a new over and Jaiswal swings him hard into the leg side. Ben Duckett is stationed out at deep backward square and he's able to keep it down for 1. That was well played by Jaiswal. He's got a single that takes him into the 90s. 90 from 105.
This is just too exciting, Maka. This is wonderful cricket to watch. Initially from England we saw some very attacking cricket, but suddenly the shift in gear for Yashasvi Jaiswal, just outstanding.
Rayan Ahmed over the wickets. The right-handed Gill very deep in his crease. Pushes back down the pitch. No run. Jaiswal leans on his bat at the non-striker's end while Shubman Gill prepares to face. This one is short, leg side-ish, and got the time to turn it around to Hartley out on the mid-wicket sweeping up. Gill goes to 28, 142 for 1.
Well, I can't see where this next wicket is coming from. England have tried all sorts of different things. Reverse swing. Got the spinners back on. Batting is excellent.
In goes Rayan Ahmed. Jaiswal pushes out on the onside. No run.
I just have a feeling he's going to go again in this over.
So how quickly does he want to go through the 90s?
Yeah.
That's the question.
He's going to try and wallop one through long off or mid-wicket.
Rayan Ahmed is in. He's staying in his crease on this occasion, trying to turn it through square leg. Folks runs out from behind the stumps and gathers it in. No run.
Well, it's always nice to, if you're 90, I should think he's a lad that might be thinking 2 hits.
Yeah.
It's a slightly different approach nowadays. Rayan Ahmed goes in a bit of air and it's down the leg side. Jaiswal's very close to running that one off the face, but doesn't get anything on it. It's through to Ben Folks behind the stumps, and that will end the over. And it's drinks. So 35 overs of the Indian second innings gone. It's TalkSport 2. Their lead now 268. India 142 for 1. Jaiswal is 90. Shubman Gill is 28. Bumble has rejoined the commentary box. Jimmy's tweeted in Bumble. Do you remember Asif Din? Jimmy says he saw his benefit game back at Old Hill back in 1994. He said, I think I was 14 at the time. When he was at Warwickshire, he wouldn't sign my programme at first because I had my Worcestershire shirt on.
Really?
Well,
Well, the bears and the pears, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Rather be a bear than a pear. And I do remember Asif, a lovely lad. Oh, a smashing lad. I met him a couple of years ago. Yeah, he was at a test match at Warwickshire at Edgbaston.
Do we know what he's up to nowadays?
No, I don't know. He looked well and looked healthy and happy. I like these, all the teams, and they have ex-players day, old players day, and I've not been to many at Old Trafford. I've not been able to, or not been well enough to go, but it's good that you get pictures also of Derbyshire. Some counties do it wonderfully well. Somerset, Nottinghamshire, Derbyshire. And it's great fun remembering the player that you played against and then seeing him now in later life as to who's who.
this is going to be pretty interesting next. Well, it's going to be an hour and 10 minutes or so, because that is what's left in the allowable play for today. We've also had Velo has been in touch. He's got back with his test 11 from his time. He said he's a bit younger than you, so it's maybe some slightly different names. Openers Sehwag and Smith. You then got an engine room: Ponting, Tendulkar, Peterson. All-rounder Callis. Kuma Sangakkara at 7. No arguments there. Warne, Akram, Anderson and McGrath. You'd be happy if you took that side out onto the field, wouldn't you?
Nothing wrong with that team. Good side.
Right, anyway, let's crack on with the action, as we've got a lengthy enough pause. Manners will come in and pick up the ball by ball after some more thoughts from Bumble and Abhishek.
I just feel that India has batted exceptionally well in the second innings so far. And that's where England must be thinking. There's still such a good pitch to bat on. We should have got at least 100, 150 runs more on that pitch.
Well, that's exactly it. That England were in a wonderful position overnight, and India Premier bowler Ashwin not available. But they've had a poor day, a really poor day. I mentioned I can't really see where a wicket's coming from. It's been quiet, it's been a bit staid.
Yeah, the point is that if they hadn't batted the way that they did yesterday, they could have been bowled out for 250 playing ordinary, traditional, conventional Test cricket.
Yeah.
So, as I said to you before, Abhishek, as an England cricket supporter, you're going to have to take the bad days, and they are going to look bad.
Yeah, the problem is they look pretty bad when you get out in that fashion in Test cricket. Yeah, everyone realizes you're playing particular form of cricket, particular brand of cricket, but there are times when you need to be a bit sensible as well, not just go through the emotion.
142 for 1 as Joe Root continues. The lead is a mighty 268. This one is pushed gently out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. I mean, there have been times when... look, how many shots of Ben Duckett's yesterday might you have described as sensible if he got out to them? I mean, the switch hit for 6. At the time you would have been right in saying, well, he didn't need to do that. When do you need to switch hit? When do you need to reverse scoop, pushed away defensively on the offside?
Yeah, you're right. There's no time for it. When it comes off, it looks brilliant. When it doesn't...
How many times has it occurred to us in the commentary box, it's time for a reverse scoop here?
Yeah, that's true.
His route forward comes Shubman Gill, nudging it up towards mid-on.
And the way that India responded this morning, I thought they were excellent. The opening bowlers took the lead. Siraj finishes with 4 wickets. Got the Yorker in, ball straight.
Forward comes Shubman Gill, using his feet, pushing it back to Root.
Yeah, I think they came up with a very good plan that we're going to give ourselves the best opportunity of getting them out by bowling as straight as possible. Now you as a batter take as much risk as you want, but we're not going to let you have free runs by bowling outside the off or on the leg side. They bowl very straight.
Here's Root round the wicket, bowling to Shubman Gill, punches it past mid-wicket out towards deep square leg. Be fielded in the deep by Rian Ahmed.
There are so many sayings in cricket that have never changed, and what you've said there about bowling full and bowling straight, every team has said it. You miss, I hit.
Yeah.
India's lead now 269. Root in again, very wide of the off stump here, looking to exploit the footmarks outside Jaiswal's off stump, but he has no problem in cutting this to the sweeper on the cover boundary.
Yeah, but what was really impressive was the length India bowled, especially Shiraz. A lot of times you can bowl straight, but if you vary your length, that allows the batter to still score runs. If you go slightly short, you can play with horizontal bat, but because they bowled that fuller length where it was not there to drive, or you couldn't rock back onto the back foot and play any shot, you had to play on the front foot, but you had to play it quite nice and straight. That made it even more harder for the batters to find any scoring options, and they had the right field set as well in front of the wicket.
What I loved about Mohammad Siraj, I say Siraj, you say Shiraz. Yeah. It just feels counterintuitive. I know I should say Shiraz because I've heard his name pronounced like that. But anyway, what was so impressive about him, I thought, was the way he kept going. I'll never forget a test match that South Africa played against India at Kingsmead. Jacques Kallis's last test match. Dale Steyn had none for 80 and finished with 5 for 101. Took the second new ball, and Shiraz just kept going, but bowled with the same intensity, the same discipline, and finished with, as Bumble says, 4 for 80.
Yeah, it was a brilliant spell of bowling, and I was a bit surprised when Bumrah didn't come to bowl after lunch, because Bumrah bowled an exceptional spell in the morning. But Rohit Sharma persisting with Mohammad Shiraz, he must have seen something or must have felt something that Shiraz in his very good rhythm, and yeah, he reaped the rewards as well later on.
I think it's because it's a red wine that I find it difficult to say Mohammad Shiraz. Jaiswal 91, Shubman Gill 29. Here's Mark Wood back into the attack. It's short and it's pulled away. Little duck hook shot there from Jaiswal.
I wonder how that conversation has gone with the amount of bowling that Mark Wood has done. Ben Stokes looking around, who's going to bowl? He would have gone up to him. He bowled 4 overs. What can you give me?
Did any number of answers come to mind there, or is it a short spell you'd like, Skipper?
Yeah, you can sense a bit of frustration in England.
Yeah.
England team. You can see a lot of faces being a bit frustrated. The way Joe Root picked that ball up and threw back to the wicketkeeper when there was no opportunity for a second, it shows the frustration in the English camp at the moment. They need a wicket desperately, but as Bumble said, don't see them getting a wicket unless these two batters do something really, really silly.
Which Jaiswal actually is prone to do from time to time. Here's Mark Wood around the wicket. It's short and it's nicely pulled again by Shubman Gill. This is going to be Mark Wood short, sharp.
It is.
Literally short and short.
It'll take a lot of effort from Wood, but the field is set, and just to tell you that they're all on the leg side. He's bowling around the wicket. He's going to hit the middle of the pitch. There's fine legs, square legs, short legs, mid wickets, mid-ons. They're all over there.
And so far, Jaiswal and Yashasvi Jaiswal and Shubman Gill have been happy to take it on.
I think as a batter at the moment, you will be more worried about the lack of pace than the actual pace, because the wicket doesn't have any pace. The ball's coming around that 130 mark, which is not going to cause any trouble to any batter in modern day cricket. But it's just the lack of pace and the lack of bounce you need to be a bit worried as a batter.
Here's Mark Wood once again, and that rises up quite steeply. And interestingly, Jaiswal was actually getting into position to hook before Wood had delivered it. You could see actually he was getting ready to hook, and then it just bounced and there was no pace in it, and he just decided to play it away defensively. Knocked it down from chest height, and actually he was rising up towards his right armpit.
Right on the stickers. The bat is out in front of his body and his face, and it's hit the stickers.
Jaiswal's 92. Shubman Gill has 30. India 146 for 1, leading by 272. Another short one from Wood. Jaiswal up onto his toes, knocks it away defensively towards square leg. Now, there has been a lot of reaction on X, formerly Twitter, about your all-time World 11, Test 11, Bumble, which has created great conversation. The overriding question in the last half an hour from those who have responded is, who's the captain?
Shane Warne's captain.
Well, I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, Shane Warne.
Really? Ahead of Lara, Gooch, Sobers?
Shane Warne.
Wow. Wood in, another short one, and Jaiswal's expecting it. There's no surprise, and just swayed out of the way a bit and allowed it to go through. I mean, he was a inspirational and different, out-the-box kind of thinking captain.
And I can vouch for that, because I'm a lucky few who has played under his captaincy at the Rajasthan Royals, and I can tell he was a genius. The stuff he has done on the field has completely shocked me when I was there on the field with him. Made no sense why he's doing it, but every time he did something, it worked.
Who would have been the characters who might not have reacted best to his captaincy?
Oh, I think they'd all have been fine. Lily, Murali, Akram fine, Gilchrist fine. Gary Sober's always a smile.
Here's Mark Wood again to Jaiswal, and he backs away outside leg stump actually, and it's Wood follows him, and he still manages to cut it to point, but straight to the field and no run.
Laura do his thing, Viv do his thing. Barry Richards, who you know really well, Graham Gooch. So there's lots of captains there, lots of top captains, Test match captains, but you need a leader. Shane Warne.
Who are the characters Warne would have just left alone? Viv, Lara,
Viv.
How much
Coley.
Captaining would
Coley? He'd be all right, wouldn't
Coley
he?
would be all right.
Yeah.
Under Shane Warne, I think everyone will be all right, because he was just that
He'd
good.
make it happy.
He'll
It'd be fun.
make
it'd be
everyone
fun.
happy.
Oh yeah, it'd be fun.
And
mean,
he-
no danger of long warm-ups.
no, absolutely not.
And Andy wouldn't have had a coach. Forget that. Yeah, the coach is what you come to the ground on.
This one driven out to the sweeper, Hartley Fields, another single.
Till he was the captain in Rajasthan Royals, we never had a trainer. We never had a trainer in an IPL team.
While he was captain.
While he was captain, we didn't have a trainer. There was a physio, but no trainer.
Who was the coach?
He was the coach.
He just drove the bus.
He wouldn't
the
have
coach
a coach.
drove the
He
bus.
didn't have a
will
coach.
not-
He didn't
won't
have a coach.
no.
He didn't have a coach.
Here's Joe Root. Little lap sweep shot here from Yashasvi Jaiswal. He's played it rather nicely for a couple down towards Mark Wood on the fine leg boundary. They go through for two. Jaiswal moves on to 94. Shubman Gill has 31. John Buchanan, statistically the most successful coach in Australia's history, and Shane Warne wasn't ebullient in his praise of Buchanan, was he?
No, but don't spotlight him. It was any of them, any coach.
Here's Root. And that's driven by Jaiswal rather nicely. So nicely, in fact, that it's gone straight to Ben Stokes at mid-off, deep mid-off, and they haven't taken a single.
And there was a very funny incident. So a lot of youngsters were there in the IPL when Shane Warne came, and we were all in awe of him, that we got an opportunity to play with the legend.
Root again, Jaiswal defends, no run.
And in those years, there used to be a lot of IPL parties, which used to happen after the game. And first thing he said in the team meeting that there are 14 matches and 14 IPL parties. I'll be there in all of them, but I can deal with it. And if I see you in the party and you don't perform, then you deal with it.
Here's Root once again. That's pushed out towards extra cover, no run. The early years of the IPL were it was one endless party, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And then the after party.
That's what I'm saying. The after parties were going on till 4 in the morning.
Stories of teams going straight from the after party to the airport.
To the airport, yeah.
Here's Root again. Jaiswal forward, defends, no run.
You actually saw players getting bigger and bigger throughout the tournament.
And that statement stopped everyone from, all the youngsters from going to the party. Never saw anybody turn up for those.
Well, you could have paced yourselves, couldn't you? You could have gone to the 1 in 3.
No, I've been to quite a few.
India going very nicely in their second innings, 149 for 1, taking this game further and further beyond England's reach, with Jaiswal 94 not out, looking at his second century of the series, his third of his career. He's got a double 100 in the first Test match.
What can they do? I just keep saying I can't see where a wicket's coming from. So what are the options? This banging it into the middle of the pitch. The batters look comfortable. Here he comes again, Mark Wood.
He is around the wicket to Shubman Gill, the right-hander, and he bangs it in, doesn't get up much. It's pulled away easily down to Tom Hartley for another single. 150 up for India.
Just lack of pace, lack of bounce, and just allowing the batters to wait and just hit it along the ground. They're not worried about the pace. They can easily control their pull, and that's exactly what these two are doing.
Tremendous amount of effort to keep bowling and charging in, running in, sprinting, and all the effort at delivery of banging it into the middle of the pitch. Jaiswal is on 94, 150 on the board. He surveys the scene. He's on strike.
Yep, he's one blow away from 100. Wood in, short pulled, and he gets it very fine. Another runaway down towards the fine leg boundary, and it's actually very well fielded by Zach Crawley, who was very fine down on the fine leg boundary, and that was the only reason he was able to cut it off. But it's another run to Jaiswal.
Yeah, again, going back to Jaiswal, we saw him just giving himself a bit of room outside the leg stump to try and open that offside against Mark Wood, which I think is a very good ploy, because as a batter you know what's coming. You know that it's going to be digged in short, so you can actually give yourself a bit of room, and there are hardly any fielders on the offside, so that's a good scoring option for Jaiswal.
Jaiswal moves to 95. A little earlier today, in case you missed it, we had David Lloyd's all-time World Test 11 from 1965 onwards to the current day. It is short again from Wood and pulled nicely by Shubman Gill, again out towards deep backward square leg. Again, it's just a single. There was an accusation, there was a slight Lancashire bias to that World 11. Our boss, TalkSport cricket editor John Norman, has just sent us his alternative World 11, which is Stewart, Butcher, Pope, Thorpe, Brown, Hollyoak, Folkes, Batty, Bignell, Tudor and Tremont.
Silly fun.
Which Butcher, though? Is that Alan or Mark? That'd be Mark.
Dad was a good player.
He was. Here's Mark Wood again, and it's banged in, and again, it's just steered away. I have to say, both these batsmen are playing the short ball with consummate ease. They're almost, it almost looks like they're deciding where to play.
It's easy, very pleasant. Batting is very pleasant at the minute. But getting back to them 11s, I mentioned it, that cricketers in dressing rooms, whether it's boredom or not, but they pick all sorts of teams. The miserable team, the ones that you'd never go out to dinner with team.
Yeah.
Shubman Gill on strike. He's been much the quieter of the two during this excellent partnership. Wood around the wicket to him. Again, it's banged in short, and it just... I think the ball must be very soft. I mean, it is honestly bouncing like a tennis ball at the moment.
Just nothing in the middle of the pitch. It's just easy to play.
Just pulled away all the time in the world.
Yeah, I just feel that for a period they should try go negative with both these players. Get the spinners on and try and bowl as much as you can onto their pads and see how they react to it, what they try and do. Set the leg side field with 6 on the leg side, but Ben Stokes, very unlikely he's going to do that.
What, Ben Stokes go into a holding pattern? It's just not in his DNA, is it? I mean, he just doesn't see it that way. Here's Wood once again. Jaiswal carves it out towards extra cover. That's a wonderful shot, and it's 100 for Yashasvi Jaiswal. The helmet is off, the bat's in his left hand. The gloves are coming off now as well, as he blows kisses to the change room and then to all parts of the ground as he acknowledges the applause. This is the moments that he dreamed of as a 10-year-old when he left home to seek fame and fortune in Mumbai, and he's now got a third Test 100, a second of this series to go with his double, and it's come from just 122 balls.
Yeah, what a player he has been. What a player he's turning out to be. And the maturity Manners he has shown in such young age is unbelievable. And it just feels like at the moment he's carrying this team on his shoulder when you're missing the likes of Virat Kohli and KL Rahul. He's taken the responsibility on his shoulder.
It's a thrilling innings, 100 from 122. Not allowed England to settle, either quick bowlers or spinners. He's given England a real problem. So he's got a double 100, unfinished. He's had a bit of a towel down there. He's changed his gloves. Well, you've got to get settled in again and carry on. 100 is never enough.
Yeah, he's again did it in style with authority, and the way he shifted gears, Manners. Oh, from nowhere.
Virat Kohli led the cheers and the applause on the Indian change room balcony, up onto his feet before that ball had reached the ropes.
Rohit Sharma.
Did I say Virat Kohli? Did I say Virat Kohli? I'm sorry, I apologise. It's just habit. I've been saying that for 7 years. Rohit Sharma, I'm sorry.
Don't blame you.
Pushed up towards mid-off Johnny Bairstow fields.
But he's always been the most excited one in the dressing room. Every time the camera has gone to the Indian dressing room, it's been Virat Kohli. He's jumping through the roof for everyone.
Root continues, and down the wicket comes Shubman Gill now, and he's driven that over long off for 6. That's a glorious piece of batting from Shubman Gill. It's like he's taken his cue from Jaiswal. All right, I'll play the straight guy while you can score your 100, but now you've got there, I'm joining the fun.
He's jumped out of his box there. He's got to the pitch of the ball. Hit it dead straight. Joe Root around the wicket, and he's just drifting away towards the offside, but a powerful shot.
There's such a clean swing of the bat as well from Shubman Gill.
Root continues around the wickets, just drags it down slightly shorter, and it's tucked away very nicely, very neatly indeed by Shubman Gill for another couple as Jimmy Anderson does the chasing. And you sense now that the element of traditional Test cricket batting that India have employed in this session is coming to an end. You get the sense now that they're going to try and inflict some wounds in the last 50 minutes of the day, as that one is pushed by Gill out towards mid-wicket.
They're going at 5 and over 5 and over in this session. 23 overs, 122 runs, and it's just been brilliant batting from both these youngsters.
Here's Root once again, and defended by Shubman Gill. 166 for 1, lead is 292.
Oh, they're getting away. And plenty of wickets left. And again, the wear and tear on the pitch. We're only into day 3.
It is feeling and looking very ominous for England, as Joe Root is in once again around the wicket. Shubman Gill plays it off the pitch, off the back foot, whips it away past Jimmy Anderson, who chases it with all the same enthusiasm he had when he was 21, now that he's 41, but he can't prevent another couple of runs accruing to Shubman Gill, who's now 44, and Yashasvi Jaiswal has exactly 100 from 122 balls. Double change, in fact triple change in the commentary box. We say cheerio for now to David Bumble-Lloyd and Abhishek Vijayawala, and Jared Kimber and Gareth Batty are on the midnight shift, the witching hour. In fact, they will be, because we've got 45 minutes to go until the close of play, with the extra half an hour. And India are 168 for 1. So after a word from Jared, John Norman will be taking over the ball by ball for the next 20 minutes or so.
I think we said this before, Bats, but since Bazball, we haven't seen many afternoons like this, have we? I kind of feel like at any stage, India's going to just knock their stumps down. There was one at Lords when I think Usman Khawaja, I can't remember who he made 100 with or made a big score with, and Australia got to 1 for 200 odd. And then suddenly it all collapsed and England were back in it, and then we had the Bairstow incident and the stumping and everything, and Nathan Lyon crawling down the stairs to come and bat. It'd be nice if we finished up with that sort of stuff.
But even now, 294, it's not.
Mark Woods, and Jaiswal has just reached 100, guides this ball down to third. He moves to 101. We're reaching the stage of the game where people on the YouTube stream are discussing just how beautiful you are to watch, Jared. F1L.
Look at Bats' face.
I know.
Is that not a very good camera?
I think somebody needs to maybe wipe the screen.
Well, someone did ask if I was blonde the other day, so I'm just saying maybe the camera doesn't pick me up perfectly.
Well, you've got a fan, unless Miriam's up early. F1L on the chat facility. India are quite beautiful, really quite beautiful to watch when they play like this. And then Tim WD says, as beautiful as Jared. To which F1L says, not quite.
Tim WD, wow. Super fan.
Yes, England. This series was alive at the start of the day, but it's going to take something for England. Short again from Wood. And Shubman Gill, who's looked at pretty assured throughout his innings. Pulls this good length delivery all along the ground for a single. He moves to 45. The India lead is pushing 300. They're 170 for 1. I mean, 40 overs. This is Bazball territory, isn't it, in terms of the pace of the innings? Bazball, of course, occurs even when your team are behind the game, not just in front of it. But something strange happened to India in my last commentary stint, actually. So it would have been about 45 to 50 minutes ago. And it was a little bit of normal cricket. And then something happened. I'm not sure what. Jaiswal suddenly started smashing the ball around. 3 successive boundaries off Jimmy Anderson, no less. And they haven't looked back. Round the wicket this time from Wood. Gets his angles wrong. Folkes does well behind the stumps to grab that and prevent byes adding to England's problems.
Yeah, it was. It was Jimmy Anderson bowling around the wicket, cutters with a predominantly leg side feel, but like a men catching in front of the bat, not men scouts out on the boundary, and he picked one up just a fraction wrong. Then the next 3 shots were bang bang, and it was he was off and running, and he just went to everybody from that point onwards.
Certainly worked, not that we needed waking up, but certainly got us going. Short again, and this time the angle slightly more where Mark Wood would intend, just under the armpit of Jaiswal, who helps it along for another single.
Something came behind Jaiswal as Mark Wood was coming in there. He didn't back away. Played the shot, ran down the single, and then started complaining about it afterwards. If it was me, I probably would have complained before the 90-mile-an-hour thing was fired at me.
Well, it's credit to Mark Wood that it is still at 90 miles an hour, I suppose. It's been a little bit of a chastening day. Mark Wood's been on and off the field. He wasn't on the field at the start of the innings. Joe Root opened the bowling with Jimmy Anderson. He did take the first couple of overs after the tea break, then was off the field again. Back on it now. And he's bowling to Shubman Gill. Centurion from the second test match. 45 not out in this, the third. Whoa, that is really short. And Shubman Gill goes through with the pull, but he ducks as he does so. No real connection, fielded at mid-wicket, no run.
There's a flag up by a touring group in the background there. And at the bottom of under their logo and everything, it says, "We drive Ferraris," if I'm reading it correctly. I wonder if that's a joke on the Matt Pryor, Sachin Tendulkar moment from years ago when he made the joke about the cars. Seems like an odd thing to put on a flag otherwise, but...
Can you expand?
Do you not remember that?
It rings a bell. But maybe the listeners aren't quite so au fait with the story. That's really short from Wood. And Shubman Gill, well, that would have been a 1 day wide, I imagine. He lets that one go.
There was a story going around that Sachin owned a great car. I think it was a Ferrari. I can't remember what it was. And he couldn't drive it in Mumbai unless he went out at 3 a.m. because the roads weren't going to be ever empty enough to be able to drive a car like that. And so Matt Pryor thought it'd be funny to say, we can drive our Ferraris all the time. And, what kind of car do you drive, to Sachin? And it was caught on stump mic. And the Indian fans thought that they were mocking Sachin. But not in that way, but as in, you don't own a car like that. Whereas obviously Matt was sort of saying it from the other perspective. Probably trying to get himself a free Ferrari as well, or whatever car make he was mentioning. But yeah, it's not something that's brought up a lot. It just seems like a weird thing to have on a flag.
It is quite a specific thing, isn't it? Quite niche. Should remind you, if you're listening on Talk Sport 2, we're going to have football following the cricket. Tottenham against Wolves at 3 o'clock. Before that, Plymouth against Leeds. That's a 12:30 kickoff, and over on Talk Sport at the same time as Plymouth Argyle versus Leeds United will be Brentford against Liverpool. Brentford, who've been on a little bit of a horror run against the Liverpool side that are of course challenging at the other end of the table.
So why does it say on the board Spurs versus Wolves, but then Brentford versus Liverpool? Shouldn't it be Bees? Are they Bees?
Yeah, they are Bees.
Would you not refer to them as Bees? How do some football teams get known as their nicknames and some football teams get known as their team name?
Spurs have morphed into their nickname in a way that no other team I can think of has. I mean, Wolves actually, in a way. Wolverhampton Wanderers. So, I don't know. You probably should ask the producer Scott.
He
who
just said
wrote
it's about font, but I don't think it is about font size.
It's probably about space on the whiteboard. Yeah, he's saying it is. It's a space issue, Jared.
Well, look at the way he's written on this board, by the way. Look at the handwriting for Liverpool. Looks like he was being attacked.
Sure, this is riveting to the listeners. Hartley's back. This keeps low. Hits Jaiswal on the pad, but well outside off stump. And Jaiswal just has a little look at the pitch there and thinks, OK, well, I've got 100. And when you come out to bat, you're going to be well behind the game. So I'm not really that bothered. Bit of turn there as well. That did keep a bit low, Bats. India's lead, 297. They're 171 for 1. Shy of 10 overs left today as Jaiswal will take another single into the offside. Have you assessed how England have gone about their business in this second innings with the ball? Bats?
Yeah, I mean, they've certainly not had a lack of plans. We've seen some attacking fields. We've seen some catches in front of the bat. We've seen some deep fielders with some short stuff. So we've certainly tried things as Ben Stokes and the England bowlers. But I think you have to doff your cap to Jaiswal, who's played quite a magnificent innings and been able to go through the gears, which we don't see a lot nowadays.
Here's Hartley again, and bowling straight on the pads of Shubman Gill, who's forward defending. 172 for 1, looking through the bowling card, and it's unusual to see that Jimmy Anderson is the most expensive of the 5 bowlers that have been used today. Only 6 overs. Again, Hartley this time on off stump. Gill getting forward to negate any turn away from the right-hander.
He's bowled a little bit short. Been pulled, I reckon, 3 or 4 times. I can't remember the last time, unless he's trying to bowl short. I can't remember the last time I've seen him bowl that many short balls.
It was the cutters he was bowling, wasn't it?
This time on middle is Hartley, not giving any width at all, and Gill happy to plonk that ball into the leg side, no run.
Yeah, I think the Jaiswal was cutters, but I think even early on against Rohit, he got pulled, got punched through the covers off the back foot. I'm not sure those were cutters.
Ollie Pope has moved to a short mid-off position as catching Ben Duckett as well. Or Ben Duckett is in a catching position on the offside as well, and Gill defends this. He looks pretty unflustered. He has looked nervy at the start of his innings, but not so today.
Yeah, I mean, he comes with that massive tag, doesn't he, Gill? Because he's done so well in the IPL, under so much pressure with all the euphoria that goes with the IPL and the fame and the fortune. Comes with a big tag.
He's probably done better in ODI cricket than the IPL, though. I mean, I think he's almost known for his IPL form. His ODI form as much as anything, because he was averaging 60 for a long time, wasn't he?
Yeah, but he gets put with the tag of he's the man who is going to take over from the great Kohli. I mean, that's not a tag anybody wants. For years we did for a lot of very fine all-rounders with the Ian Botham tag, and it took Freddie to change that, and then it was who's going to replace Flintoff, and then hopefully we're not going to tag somebody with the Stokes tag. Just leave it be the man that you are. And
I think I found a list once of about 8 people who'd been called the new McGrath as well after McGrath retired. We've just got a pause here. Jaiswal, is that a back spasm, do you think?
He's suddenly pulled up and he looks in a little bit of trouble here. The physio is on. Jaiswal is on the field, he's on his back, and he's grimacing, he's stretching it out, Bats.
Yeah, so he started on his front where you're trying to arch your back, just trying to free up that sort of spasm that knots in it's like the size of a tennis ball at different parts of your back. Sort of back of your kidneys and then around your spine. But as soon as he rolled over onto his back, when you have that little bit of a dip in your spine between your bottom and the middle of your back, he moved straight away onto his front, which shows the discomfort of a little grip that you get with the spasm. And it can be from amount of time at the crease batting, which obviously is 127 balls in and however many hours it is, but also it can be the dehydration, and you know, if that's an area, and we're looking at some of the highlights now. I mean, he's not left anything in the tank when he's played a few of the shots. The full swing would have put some stress through the back, and if he is a bit dehydrated, that might be the area that is just tightening up, and it's cramp as well as sort of a back spasm.
Well, that's what I was going to ask, because I always thought back spasms were cramp, but it seems now that you know, you talk, physios and doctors talk about it. Sometimes players miss games for back spasms, like 2 games in a row. So there must be almost like 2 different kinds of back spasms that you can get.
It's kind of a weakness in the back, isn't it? Where your core and your middle part of your body is not supporting your back enough, and obviously with the nervous system and everything attached, it spasms up to, you know, make it worse.
In the short term, we're watching him going through some stretching exercises, but in the short term, we've still got 9 overs left today.
Yeah,
and time to get them in as well. I mean, what can you do?
Take a toughen up pill and get on with it.
But I mean,
that's pretty much the only thing you can. Or
really?
you go off and there's not much. If it's a genuine back spasm, it ain't just going to go away.
Well, that's what I mean.
He looked like he was in too much pain for it just to be a stiffness, right?
Yeah. As soon as he rolled onto his back, that was the sign, wasn't it? He really gripped him.
Well, even I forget the name of it. You might remember it, but the stretch where you lay on the ground and you push yourself up just by your shoulders.
The praying mantis.
It's something like that, isn't it? If it's not
the downward dog.
It's one of those.
It's not the downward dog. That's face down.
So yeah, well, face down. He was face down.
I thought you said on his back.
No. He's down on his front and he pushes up with his arms. Now, I always think that the minute you see someone do that stretch, it means their back's gone. There's never a stretch you do and it just like magically gets better and then you feel okay. Like it's just a stretch that is like, there's nothing left to do. I'm going to try this and hope it straightens out whatever's tight back there.
Well, he is back on his feet. He's had a drink. He's had a pill. And it looks like he's going to continue.
Might have injured it celebrating the 100.
Yeah. Wow, maybe. He enjoyed the moment. It wasn't quite David Warner.
Did David Warner do a hamstring celebrating 100 once? I know there's an international cricketer who hurt themselves jumping for 100. I can't remember if it was Warner.
No, it wasn't Warner, but you're right. Somebody did, didn't they? And it's relatively recent.
Yeah, it's in the last couple of years.
Either way, Jaiswal, who has reached 100 for the second time in the series so far, looks set to continue. And he's going to face Mark Wood, who's been suffering a little bit as well today. Not quite sure why. He's been on and off the field a little bit. 7 overs have gone for 26. He's round the wicket to Jaiswal, who comfortably plays this away. Backward a square on the offside for a single. He moves to 103 not out, and Shubman Gill is 45 in the score. On TalkSport 2, 173 for 1 India, a lead of 299, and the stretching continues.
Yeah, I think we might see some stretching from Mark Wood. He pulled up short then, didn't he? After he sort of released the ball, he's going short again, which huge toll on the body. He did pull up short. Now, whether he's just lost a bit of footing in his front foot as it braces, but he definitely pulled up short. And with him being on and off a little bit, let's hope it's nothing untoward.
We may not have 11s in there. I mean, there are so many players with so many niggles.
This is a problem with year-round cricket. Short delivery. Gill has helped this up and over square leg. And has it gone all the way? It has, and he reaches 50 with a 6 from the bowling of Mark Wood. And he does it without breaking sweat. 179 for 1 India. And not only has Gill reached 50, the lead over England now past 300. India lead by 305.
Yeah, they set the leg side trap there. They had leg side catches everywhere for this short ball. And what they didn't have is the guys back on the boundary. And Gill just went, well, if you're going to give it to me, I'm going to take it. Lovely little clip. Almost a front foot pull shot off his hip there. And goes over at the heads of about 4 England fielders.
Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered where the fielders were. He swatted that away for 6. Short by Wood, sails over Shubman Gill's head. Nothing given by the ump.
Yeah, when you see innings and shot in particular, the one that brought up his 50 from Shubman Gill, you know why he's got the tag of the Prince and the man to take over Kohli is so good on the eye. It makes batting look so easy, makes sort of 140 kilometres an hour look pedestrian at times, and the quality of the shot, the quality of the positions he gets in, you just hope he fulfills that tag and fulfills the talent from his own point of view, but also from an Indian point of view and cricket as a whole. So he really is very pleasing on the eye.
No fielders around the bat, as you'd imagine. Plenty on the leg side. This is a length delivery, possibly a touch ball either way. Too wide, and Shubman Gill, with only 2 fielders on the offside, helps himself to another boundary. He moves to 55. The score, India 183 for 1.
God, it makes you want to purr shots like this. He just gets his trigger out of the way early, gets a good solid position, beautifully balanced. Wood doesn't do a lot wrong. It's sort of 4th stump line, top of the stumps, but Gill just holds his balance and poise and throws his hands through the ball. Kind of a square drive, but effortless. Just beautiful, beautiful cricket shot and touch. He really does make the game look simple at times.
Not sure Wood meant that for that to be outside off stump, or if he did, it was a sucker ball. But even if he'd edged it, it would have just gone along the ground through a gap. He looked quite stiff on that ball again. A couple of balls this over, he's looked very stiff, Wood.
Yeah, predominantly leg side field. That wasn't the ball for that. Here is Wood again, short and swiped by Shubman Gill. He cloths it just for a second. Bairstow at mid-wicket, running around, possibly thinking it was coming his way, and it did, but it bounced before it reached him.
When people ask why professional teams bowl so short so often, he's completely in control. He's played a ball for 6. He's gone into length ball outside off stump and slashed that away. And then even as well as he's seeing them, this has come off the slice and could have gone to one of 3 fielders they had set in that sort of field that Neil Wagner made famous of having catching fielders around the ring and halfway to the boundary and 3/4 of the way to the boundary. That's why they do it. There's a risk in the pull shot and the hook shot, even on a flat pitch like this.
Particularly end of day 3. You know, it's coming off at different paces. It's not as predictable as it was on day 1 and day 2.
So you're the skipper, right, Rohit Sharma, and you're watching your opening bat, who's got 100, and we've got 8 overs left in the day. He's clearly in a little bit of trouble as Mark Wood will bowl the final ball of the over. Good, sharp, lifting bouncer, and Jaiswal has got a problem here. He's got a back spasm. He's in pain. It's affecting his mobility, although you wouldn't really notice it too much, but I would suggest it's not making it better.
That last ball, he looked stiff, didn't he? Couldn't get out of the way of the short ball.
No, but he still dealt with it relatively comfortably, but still, he does not look comfortable. Now, whose call is it? Now, obviously, the batter can walk off, right? But can the captain call him off? Is he telling the physio? He's told the physio to go out and take him off. I bet you that is what's happened. I think Sharma's called this.
I think after that, the last couple of balls, he's just been clawing at his back every ball, and after the way he played that short one, I think he has to come off. I say that, he's now stopped.
That's because I don't think he wants to. Bats, would you be calling him off? Because for the team as much as anything.
Yeah, you got this problem of duty of care, haven't you, to the player. And medical staff are always torn. Players will always say, I want to stay out there. 9 times out of 10.
I think he's been told to come off, and I don't think he wants to.
Well,
yeah, good on him then.
What about from a cricket perspective, though? Because this can go 2 ways. You would say in your early part of your career, it would have been just toughen it up and get out there. But he might go out. If he comes off, you don't lose the wicket, but you do bring a fresh batter out there. There's actually no winning situation for India.
Well, literally 10 years ago or more, it would have been toughen up, stay out there, get your job done. Not even a conversation. Even if even if you've been hit on the head, it would stay out there.
You've got a limb coming off.
Yeah, you just don't come off. Broken finger, whatever, just stay out there. Nowadays, because we have more knowledge, because medical science has moved on, we can have more duty of care to the player.
Was it the Alan Border, Dean Jones story? That was in India, wasn't it?
It was in India, in Chennai, Madras in those days, where it was incredibly hot and Dean Jones made double 100 that put him in hospital.
Hartley tosses one up outside the off stump, which is pushed past mid-off, but there is also a fielder deeper than... I couldn't quite see who it was that was trying to cut that ball off. Either way, it's no run. And maybe Shubman Gill... I don't know, does Shubman Gill call Jaiswal through for a quick single, or does he just try and shield him a little bit? He does call him through for a quick single. So there you go, answer my question. Pushes up to Bairstow, who's quite deep.
So yeah, Dean Jones is batting with Alan Border, and I'll say this as nicely as I can. Things are leaking out of various parts of his body. He asks to go off the ground, and Alan Border says, "Oh, we'll get someone out tough, someone from Queensland or New South Wales to take your spot." And Jones bats on, end up tying that match.
Jaiswal defends this delivery from Hartley, no run.
And I do mean tie. It was the second tie in Test cricket history. But Dean Jones was really, really sick, and it did put him in a very dangerous position. But he got a double 100.
And we're still talking about it now. Maybe we'll be talking about Jaiswal in 30 years' time as well.
He's just blocked a full toss.
He's just blocked a full toss.
He's not okay, is he?
And what do you do if you're England as well? Do you change things up here? I mean,
I'd keep bowling full tosses. Because he might just smack that straight up in the air if he's got it. It sounds stupid, but a short ball or test the back, you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Full again. Forward again from Jaiswal. No run.
Slower and more flighted, or?
Is Tom Hartley just calling for another fielder to come in? He looks like he was signalling for something. Anyway, one ball left of Hartley's 12th over. He's taken a bunch of wickets in second innings in both of the first two Test matches. Yet to claim one in this innings though. 185 for one, India. Lead of 311. What a position to find themselves in. But Centurion Jaiswal is struggling. He's back and across and defending. He sees off that over.
It's very rare you see Ben Stokes miss a moment there. But he had 4-5 guys on the boundary. I just think you just bring them in and go, if this is the time you want to play the big shot, feel free.
That seemed to me what Hartley was suggesting. He seemed to be like mimicking a helmet, essentially, almost saying, should we get another fielder in there?
Even just into the ring, they don't all have to be catchers.
No, absolutely, but I don't know. Okay, well, it's certainly keeping things interesting as we enter the last half an hour. Still got another 7 overs remaining on day 3 here on TalkSport 2 or on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. There's applause ringing around the ground, and he's off. Jaiswal is walking off. There was definitely a conversation there when the physio came out, whether the physio was saying, mate, get off, and Jaiswal didn't want to, or whether he was saying, look, give it to the end of the over. But I think the moment he blocked a full toss from the left arm of Tom Hartley, he thought, do you know what, this is pointless, so I'm off. And somebody else is off, is myself. Andrew McKenna will be coming in after a word from Jarrod Kimber.
So he was walking past Ben Stokes, obviously they're teammates at the Royals, and Ben Stokes very nicely gave him a high five. Slightly harder than I think Jaiswal wanted that high five to be. It's the sort of high five that slightly moves your core, and his core is not exactly the most stable thing in the world at the moment, Bat.
I think it was all done in the right way.
No, he was trying to be friendly. It just was it's like, you know, when a fast bowler gets a wicket and you come in and pat him on the back and they go, don't touch me.
I had that with a fast bowler, a nasty fasty, and as you run in, you sort of high fives and whack them on the back and stuff. And because there was a number of people around, your hand just drops and it's sort of lower back, bordering on the bottom. Turn around, finger in face, don't ever touch there again, son. And that was that.
Rayan Ahmed is in to start a new over off the inside edge of Shubman Gill's bat. Devdutt Padikkar is the man who's come in at number 4. I think the umpires also had enough of that situation, because at the last stoppage they did walk over to Jaiswal, and Joel Wilson had his sort of hands pointing upwards as Rayan Ahmed goes in once again. Gill plays forward, no run.
Rajat Patidar.
Sorry, Rajat Patidar.
You said Devdutt Patidar.
Oh, I got Devdutt Padikkar and Rajat Patidar.
No, that's okay. I was just making sure.
Thank you. Rayan Ahmed in once again. Coming forward is Gill, no run.
We're almost stumps on day 3, and he said it, and I was like, is he playing in this game? Is Devdutt Padikkar playing?
I think Joel Wilson also made the point. It's like, look, you can retire Hurd, you can come back tomorrow, there's no problem, but we're not waiting for you. Rayan Ahmed is in. Shubman Gill uses his feet just to get to the pitch of it, plays it defensively, no run. Yeah, there are 6 overs after this one still to be bowled, so we'll go through till 11:30 UK time. India 185 for 1, the lead 311. Gill forward as Rayan goes in once again with his right arm over leg break play defensively.
Interesting to see what kind of match situation. Jaiswal will obviously want to come back in if he feels fine tomorrow, but they might be thinking with the other test coming up.
Rayan Ahmed in, shorter and wider of off stump. Well played by Gill off the back foot through the covers. There's a square sweeper, but he can't get round for that one. And that just puts the boundary off the final ball of the over. 189 for one. You're listening to TalkSport 2, India's lead. 315 runs now.
Yeah, we're seeing Rayan Ahmed controlling his length, especially as a young leg spinner. Even more so when you're wrong independent, you put more top spin on the ball, you quite often drop it a lot shorter and put away there. But because I think they probably want to race Bumrah for their next game, would be my guess. So they've already got, and not to mention injuries and personal situations and all the different things that India are going on with. They really want to make sure that Jaiswal, I think he averages 87 and Gill averages 40 and Rohit averages 40. So he kind of is their batting at this point.
Yeah, he's 430 runs for the series, 450 runs for the series so far, with 2 to play. I mean, he's staring down the barrel of a wonderful series if he continues that vein of form. So the young man himself, one, didn't want to go off the field, and he certainly won't want even a conversation about not playing the next test match. So maybe getting some treatment is no such a bad thing.
Hartley to start his 13th over. Left arm around the wicket. Patidar from the crease just plays it back to the bowler, no run.
And from a match situation, going off at 300 runs in front with 9 wickets in hand is not the worst thing for India.
Yeah, you've not exactly let your mates down, have you? Hartley around the wicket. Ollie Pope very close in on the offside. Patidar will turn it on the leg side though, and there's no run once again.
Definitely a tiny amount of fatigue creeping in, I think, for Hartley. Just gone up out of the hand a couple of times, more than usual in the last couple of overs.
Around the wicket he goes, finds the outside edge of the bat, but soft hands defensively played, drops it down through gully towards short third, and there's no run.
It's the thing we forget, it's just the same for spinners as it is for fast bowlers, the heat and bowling lots of overs. You still get that fatigue.
Absolutely. Hartley, left arm around. Arm seems to just drop down a little bit on that occasion. Brings Patidar forward, plays on the offside, no run. I'll just remind you, 30 degrees. Rajkot today, no cloud whatsoever. In the full glare. You get out there for a while, that's going to be sapping. Hartley around the wicket. Again, that's the outside edge of the bat to a ball that very, very close to beating that outside edge, and that's going to be crashing into middle and off. As it is, it doesn't. It's just enough on it. 189 for one. 5 dots from Hartley. Can he join them up and finish off this over? He pauses, and now he's on his way once again. Patidar had eyes only for defence there. It completes the maiden. 46 overs have been bowled by India on a real day that India have taken a very, very strong hold on this test match. At 4 o'clock this morning, England resumed 207 for 2. Well, they were bowled out for 319. So 112 added for the loss of 8 wickets in the day. Ben Duckett completed 150. He got to 153 before he mistimed one off of Kuldeep to Shubman Gill in the covers to be dismissed. He was the 5th man out. Ben Stokes made 41, and that really was about it as Siraj finished with 4 for 84. India leading by 126 on first innings, and the 189 for one in the second. Rayan Ahmed will start a new over. Off the back foot is Shubman Gill, and he plays to cover, and there's no run. Gill will remain 61 not out. Patidar is 0 not out, with Jaiswal having retired hurt on 104 with his back problem. Rayan Ahmed goes in once again, defensively played by Gill. Nothing happening there. Gareth Batty and Jared Kimber have moved out. David Lloyd and Abhishek Jhunjhunwala have moved back in, as we will take you through the final 18 minutes or so of play today. Rayan Ahmed slightly shorter, a little bit wider. Gill able to get through this. Out to Zach Crawley, who's doing the cover sweeping duties. One more to the total. The lead now 3-17 as the score goes to 191.
It's been really calm batting, 190 for one. Just a calmness and young batters coming in a commanding position. They just seem to take everything in their stride. You can watch the facial expressions. They don't change. They're not anxious.
Patidar is waiting for Rayan Ahmed. In the air, the drive hits Ollie Pope at Silly Point, and everyone was then looking at the ricochet. Where did it go? Was it catchable? And then everyone turns around to Ollie Pope and says, are you all right? Let's see priorities in order.
Where did it go? It hit him on the full. It's a drive. Replay now.
Out towards mid-off. Was it? It's a ricochet or possibly even mid-on. Rayan Ahmed goes in once again. Defensively played by Patidar on this occasion, no run. One thing I do know is it stung Ollie Pope because he's still, you can just tell by his body language. We're now going to get a replay from stump cam. Hits him flush on the knee, goes towards mid-on, and mid-on hasn't spotted the ricochet. Wouldn't have carried anyway, but it went a long, long way. Pope bends down, waits for Rayan Ahmed to go in. He's in Tinkan Alley at the moment. Patidar has played that straight at Ollie Pope, off the floor. Ollie Pope's thinking, I thought you were my mate, Rayan. End of the over, 47 gone. The lead, 3-1-6, 190 for one. And that is one of the potential problems of one of your top gun batters being under the helmet. You don't really want to get them peppered.
Yeah, usually how it works is always the youngest men in the team standing in Silly Point. The moment you see a newcomer or a debutant, automatically the Silly Point on the short square leg, forward short leg becomes his spot. Doesn't matter if somebody else has been doing it for years and probably one of the best in this team. It's always the youngest or the newcomer who stands there.
You're right in the firing line. Having done it for a long time, you just want to get away from time to time. Just have a rest from there and get somebody else in.
Well, they always used to say that the worst thing you could do was be good at it, because you don't want to get stuck in there. Hartley to start the new over, brings the right-handed Guildford, takes the outside half of the bats. There's no gully in place for the spinner, so it'll get down to short third. No run though. Gill remains 62 not out.
Yeah, as when I made my debut, I was made to stand in Silly Point in forward short leg. I was so rubbish. I made myself so rubbish that I was moved very quickly from that spot.
Very wise. Well, Ollie Pope is now at very short mid-off, and that is spun out of the footmarks and goes to Joe Root at slip, who throws himself a little crowd catch, but that goes past the outside edge, turns and bounces. No run.
Well, it will turn and bounce. We're into day three. It'll do this more and more. It's an absolute beauty. It has to play at it. It pitches from around the wicket on about off stump, takes a piece out of the pitch, finishes up at slip.
Absolute beauty, that. Hartley around the wicket. That one doesn't bounce as much. Gill able to just wait back, play it out to Crawley at deep cover, and they'll take a single. 191 for one. The lead 317.
Yeah, we'll see the wear and tear getting more and more as the game progresses. And the previous delivery, that ball turned so sharply and took a chunk out of the pitch as well. So as a batter, as Bumble said, you had to play at it because it was that off-stump line, so you can't really leave those deliveries. But because of the excessive turn, the chances of the ball catching your edge is also very, very small.
We've been saying throughout this game that you know this pitch at Rajkot pretty well.
Yeah.
Has it played how you thought it would play in this game so far, or were you expecting it to have started to do a little bit more by this stage?
At times it has done a lot more by day three. But again, when we saw the pitch in the first day, it looked like a good batting surface, and it played quite well for the first 3 days so far. India 191 of just 47 overs.
That certainly says there's not massive problems with it. In goes Hartley, who has pulled that one down very short, and unbelievably Patidar has pulled it straight to Rayan Ahmed at mid-wicket. And it's almost apologetic celebrations from England as they take the wicket. Patidar goes for a 10-ball duck. He's going to need a tractor to drag him off. It's 191 for two, and Hartley has his first of the second innings.
Disbelief. It's one of these awful deliveries. It's a half tracker, very similar to Ben Duckett's dismissal. and he just waits and waits and waits and pulls it very tamely, very gently. A smirk from Tom Hartley. Well, that's a shocker. And in disbelief, Patidar, without scoring, is on his way back. 191 for 2.
It just shows that he hasn't learned anything from the first innings, Bumble, because he got out similarly in the first innings where the ball just held onto the surface and stopped, and he got out in a similar fashion on the offside where he gave an easy catch to the extra cover
That's
fielder.
right.
And in the second innings, again the same thing happened. The ball stopped onto the surface, but this time he was looking to pull, and again, because of the slowness of the surface, he played it a bit too early.
Now this is interesting. For a second time, India have sent out the night watcher. They did it in the first innings, and it will be Kuldeep once again. This is India leading by 317 with only 2 wickets down, and Jaiswal to still be able to resume his innings tomorrow after retiring hurt, but they're going to send in Kuldeep for the final 12 minutes of the day.
I mean, check it. Is it still... It's different with different teams. Is it the next batter in has the right to say, I want the night watchman, or is it the coach or captain that say we will have a night watchman?
I think it's the batter. They
Yeah.
give you an option as a batter. They ask you the question, do you want a night watchman? And then it's up to the batter if he feels that he wants it or not. And I think on that occasion the batsman chose to have a night watchman.
So Jadeja would be the man due to bat at 5. Mind you, we think he might have been struggling with either illness or something during this game, because we haven't seen him bowl much. So, I mean, look, maybe Kuldeep said, done a Rayan Ahmed as he did in Vizag. Rayan Ahmed at the change of innings for the 4th inning said, get me up the order, I want to have a go. Maybe Kuldeep's done the same, I doubt it. But right, so Hartley's going to be bowling left arm over to the left-handed Kuldeep. In he goes, that one turns, keeps a little bit low. That's why the Yules and R's from the England fielders. Slip, leg slip and short leg around Kuldeep.
Yeah, we can see a lot of rough patches now. And we can see the pitch breaking up a little bit as well. Bit more spin, bit more bounce. The ball holding onto the surface as well. So it's not going to be easy on day 4 as the game progresses more and more. There will be a lot of wear and tear on that pitch.
Fielders move back a few metres to try and give Kuldeep a single. Hartley goes outside of the off stump, but it's a big stretch forward. Plays defensively, end of the over. 191 for 2 the lead, 317 with 10 minutes to play in the day here on day 3 on TalkSport 2.
Well, we just had a good view of the pitch, an aerial view, and you can see all the wear and tear on it moving forward into day 4, where the fast bowlers have run off and where the ball's repeatedly pitched. It's getting rougher and rougher. In a wonderful position, India, and they've worked hard today. It's been their day. It's been every session has been India's. They've moved on to 191 for 2.
Yep. 2-3 overs, depending who bowls left in the day. Still to come, Jadeja, Sarfraz, Jurel, Ashwin, Bumrah and Siraj. Rayan Ahmed starts the new over with his leg break, bringing forward Shubman Gill, pushing out on the offside. No run, and then of course Jaiswal, as we keep saying, he has retired hurt with his back problem on 104, so he can come back. Rayan Ahmed goes in, googly. Deep in his crease is Shubman, defends no run.
You picked that very early, Shubman Gill, that googly. But I've been very impressed with this innings from Shubman Gill. It was under a lot of pressure. First innings duck, but in this innings, yeah, he looks solid.
Rayan Ahmed goes in. The leg break, stays deep in his crease, leg side of the ball. Square drives to Zach Crawley down on the deep cover. Single taken, 192 for 2.
Abhishek saying that he picked the googly early, and so he will be looking at his hand. You've got to be sharp. Your eyes have got to be focused on the ball. You're looking at the position of the hand and the wrist. Is the wrist pointing at you? If it's pointing at you, the ball is going to be a googly. You can also watch the revolution of the ball coming down to you.
Yeah, I think different batters pick it differently. A lot of batters pick it from the hand. A lot of batters pick it the way the ball is turning with the revolution of the ball.
Kuldeep on strike, and this one has bounced up on him, takes him on the body here, catch, and then leg slip and short leg actually leave it to each other, and it hits the deck, but it was straight off of the body as it turns him from outside of off stump. Rayan Ahmed around the wickets. Was that the googly that he's pulled down and got wrong? It's gone a long way down the leg side. Unfortunately, it spun, because otherwise it would have been a big wide.
I mean, Shane Warne used to say, they might pick it. They've still got to play it.
Rayan Ahmed comes in for the final time this over. Gives that one plenty of air outside of off stump. Kuldeep is going to square drive it. And Mark Wood has pulled that one in. And they will... How many have they run there? Have they run 3? Yes, they've run 3 because it's the final ball of the over. So it means that Kuldeep will keep the strike, 195 for 2. I did wonder whether Mark Wood might be better off letting it go for 4.
I thought that could have been a 5. He's absolutely spent, is Mark Wood.
Yeah, the amount of time it took to get up after putting in that dive, the batters could have taken another one. But you don't blame him. He's put in so much effort. Every time he's run in, he's given it all on a very hard condition for fast bowling. There's no pace, no real bounce on the surface anymore.
I think India's bowlers will, and talk about the quick bowlers, will get more out of it than England have.
Yeah.
Right. 6 minutes on the clock. Hartley to start what should be the penultimate over. Goes in left arm over, bowls to Kuldeep. He defends to Ben Stokes at mid-on. And there is no run. Well, we're saying there's 2 overs potential play. That is the allocation for the day. So looks like we should get the 90 in the end. Hartley in. Bit of air. Kuldeep coming forward. Dead bat, defensive back to the bowler in his follow-through.
Kuldeep is looking quite good, to be honest. He's looking quite secured with his defence. The spinners are not causing any trouble at the moment to both these players.
Hartley comes in. Again, Kuldeep has only got eyes for the defensive because that's his job, and just blocks it back down the pitch, no run.
And he blocks it well. Big stride, bat and pad together. Joe Root might have been a good option against Kuldeep off spin.
England just moving a couple of fielders around, which is why Kuldeep's just backed away and said, no, I'm not quite ready yet. Now he settles in. They brought in a silly point. And that's a big LBW shout. Kuldeep's got no interest in playing it. He's turned his back on it. Now, I think he got quite a long way outside the line. There's a long discussion from England's point of view. Of course, it doesn't matter that he's outside the line because there's no shot. So they're looking about height, where the ball was going. They're not going to review it. I would like to see now the replay of that to see where it was going. Hartley again. This time he is playing Kuldeep. He's not taking any kind of chance with that one. He's going to get the bat on it. There's no run.
It was a perfect length, the previous delivery, but the ball was turning so much, and also the height factor. There is a possibility that it might have clipped the leg stump.
Ooh, I'd be excited about that.
I would be more excited than England were. Definitely. I've just seen a first replay without any technology on it. I now want to see the ball tracking on that. Now Hartley's going to go around the wicket to the left-hander. And Kuldeep gets one that keeps low. Plays it back down the pitch, no run. So he's done his job. In the fact that he's got to the last over of the day. It will be Shubman Gill to start the final over. India 195 for 2, leading by 321 here on TalkSport 2.
Are we going to see a replay? The TV people thinking it's a bit late in the day, I can't be bothered. Just one over to go. I'd be quite excited. It's usually when you don't play a shot. England were muted, but the ball spun. It's hit him on the backside, but he's very, very low as he leaves it. He gets in an awkward position. And we're not seeing any replays. They've had enough, they've gone.
My guess is Indian TV does like an ad break. So my guess is that they're in an ad break and we might get it during this final over, which will be bowled by Rayan Ahmed. Brings Shubman Gill forward. It's pushed to Ben Stokes, who is under the helmet at short leg. Now we get the replay. It's pitching outside. Impact, no shot. It's going over the top of the stumps just. And I do mean just. Rayan Ahmed for inside edge. off the bat to square leg. They will scramble a single. So Shubman Gill has got himself off strike. He's gone to 65. India 196 for 2. But Kuldeep got it right just.
It's just gone over the top of the stumps. Big spinner.
Right, so 4 balls left then. Kuldeep's got 3 from 11. India 196 for 2. Rayan Ahmed around the wicket. He's playing from the crease. In fact, he's deep in the crease, just dropping towards third. No run. A day that started with England batting 207 for 2 will finish with India batting, by the look of it, 2 down. Rayan Ahmed in, a little bit short that one. Kuldeep able to play it pretty comfortably, and there's no run and there's 2 balls left. Rayan Ahmed gives that one a little bit of air, invites the push drive from Kuldeep. He does so, out to cover, no run. You can hear the chatter around the batter. 4 catchers waiting with the wicketkeeper. Rayan Ahmed is in, bat and pad close together from Kuldeep, and keeps it out defensively. So India's lead is 322 runs going into day 4 of this test match. India close on 196 for 2. Potentially 3, depending on the availability of Jaiswal, but he looks like he should be able to come back tomorrow, all things considered. But it means the final 2-hour session of today's play, 35 overs, 152 runs, a run rate of 4.3, as Jaiswal launched his own personal counter-attack at one stage to seemingly take the game away from England. It's been another cracking day's cricket. England, it has to be said, did not have a great time of it. As I mentioned, 207 for 2 they resumed, 319 all out. They lost the last 5 for just 20 runs. India coming in have made the most of it, although they lost Rohit. Joe Root getting him LBW thanks to the DRS. That was 30 for 1. The second wicket didn't go down to 191 as Patidar was caught by Rayan off a pretty filthy delivery from Tom Hartley for a duck. They all count. So India reached the close. Shubman Gill goes off to a very good ovation. 196 for 2. David Lloyd, your thoughts on day 3 of this test match?
India all the way from start to finish. I think it's been a fabulous response, with Ashwin not available for them, the premier bowler, 500 test match wicket. I think the response from the senior players, from the captain, has been excellent. They got on top of England and they haven't moved from there. They're well on top, well on the way. 2 days to go.
Put your Indian hat on for me, Abby. What's that? Take me into that dressing room at the moment. How are they feeling?
I think it'll be a very happy dressing room. Whatever they planned for day 3, it worked, and the most important thing was the execution. The way the bowlers reacted, the way Kuldeep Yadav reacted when he started the day after taking a proper pounding yesterday from Ben Duckett. Yeah, as Bumble said, through and through, it's been India's day. All 3 sessions belong to them, and when they came out to bat, they batted with purpose, especially Jaiswal, the way he shifted gears and got India to a very strong position here. If it was another 50 runs less, that would have taken a lot of time away from the game yesterday. Now India in a commanding position where they can have England in for 5 sessions rather than 4.
Yeah, it's worth remembering that, as I say, India managed to bowl England out for 319, but it was the way they mopped up the tail. 4 for 84 for Siraj. Kuldeep ended up with 2 for 77, but he caused all manner of problems, and they've done it all without Ravichandran Ashwin. If you did have a particularly heavy night last night, you are only just joining us relatively late this morning. Ashwin left the camp last night for India due to family reasons to fly down to Chennai, so has not been involved in today. Officially, we're told he won't be involved in the rest of the test match. We don't know how those family situations will pan out, so India are doing it a bowler light. So the fact that they bowled England out in the manner that they did today without their 500 Test match wicket off spinner was really, really impressive. And then the way they've come out and batted, and Jaiswal 104 from 133. I mean, Ben Duckett ended up with 153 to his name, but Jaiswal today it's almost pipped him really for star billing.
Well, I think he's been terrific, scoring a century on top of his double century earlier in the series. And so you need a top batter getting 100. So second innings, he's done it. First innings, captain, opening batter's done it. England are not matching that. That middle order still needs runs for England. They're not able to do it. Blown away at the end, 5 for 20 in no time, very, very quickly, which puts them way behind. And then the way that they've gone about the business in this second innings, India have been so calm. You know, I'm so impressed with young players who just do the job. There's no emotion whatsoever in their faces. They know that they've got a job to do, and they've got into a fabulous position, a brilliant position. I can't see where England are taking wickets.
Yeah, and also it's very difficult for England to come back into this game after a lead of 319 with 8 wickets in hand. You can make it 7 because R. Ashwin, we're not sure if he's going to bat or not. You're at least looking at 400, 450, and to chase 450 on this 4th, 5th day pitch in Rajkot, yeah, England will have to do something very special.